Welcome to stream. How's it going? Hello, Bo. I'm going live on YouTube, yes. It just started. I always start the YouTube stream basically a little bit later. When you're ready. Today's gonna be a fun night. That's one thing I need to remember before I forget. Star Force Systems. I'm getting a pin again today. Here we go. Alright. How's everyone doing, guys? I'm doing well, yeah. Unfortunately, it's like the first day after PTR and I was like, you know, finally go out, touch grass, or in this case, touch sand. But it was raining, so that was unfortunate. Maybe tomorrow. I got 2 Tempest Roars in the caches. Nice for me. Yeah, doing like one gauntlet run per week is actually not so bad. If you're kind of guaranteed that you get the maximum reward, it's not bad to get a few uniques and stuff. Yo. I think maybe today, before I go back into like blast mode, maybe I should like start collecting some feedback and so on. How's that? For the PTR, and maybe like people also have some input from chat. I think I'll do that a little bit. Let's see. My browser is so slow these days. I'm not sure what's going on with my Chrome. Hashtag OperaGX. Dude, I cannot. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Change the dwarf. Oh, wait, I was on Dwarven Realms. Oh shit, I forgot to change the game. Yeah. Oops. I changed the title, but I forgot to change the game. We are in D4. Yeah, we played Dwarven Realms yesterday. It was actually really fun. I played way longer than they asked me to. Yo, what do you do after level 70 to farm XP? Do nightmare dungeons. If monsters are roughly 10 levels above you. Hello, my Korean friend. Unfortunately, I cannot understand Korean. Hi, John Delson as well. It says hello. Podcast later. A podcast will be in 3.5 hours with Rax, Macro, and Chronikz. So there is like some stuff I've already written to Blizzard. Let me just copy paste that in there so we have that all. So here. It's actually a nicely formatted. Can add some spaces. Should probably keep it a bit shorter though, I'm sure. Let's do this. Okay. For the Discord stuff. There you go. Hello, Poker Pete. Okay, I think I might just go class by class or something, but I think I'm gonna start with Sorc. Sorcerer feedback. So I'll start with that. Okay, I start with Lightning Spear. Then we have Hydra. Then we have survivability. Then we have damage output. What else did it change on Sorcs? I guess Chain Lightning. Okay, so this will probably be a big point here. It's actually the biggest here. Axial Conduit. Then we have a Vox Omnium. Kick. Okay. So these are probably the main topics you want to discuss here. Max of exotic unpaid interns. Oh man, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I also want to make like my video about this. I want to probably make like one kind of a summary video for every class, maybe like an overall season summary or season feedback video. So there's like a lot of stuff I want to put out, a lot of stuff to talk about. It was a relatively large patch. There's also like maybe some other uniques that I have not yet changed that we should take a look at. So, they want to rework every single item and stuff. The nerf Blizzard this season, which is kind of strange. Maybe I should add Meteor here. I would definitely want to bring that feedback because I played Meteor in Season 4 and it was kind of crappy. Incinerate, we can talk about that. Charged bolts. There's also Exadors. Maybe you shouldn't talk about crackling energy. What else is there to talk about? Oh, actually, it reminds me right now, before I forget this. I need to go on the Lightning Spear planner. I don't actually have any way of spending any mana on that build, and I need to change 3 passive points to something else. Because I have protection here. No, mana shield, I mean. What can we do with this? This. I can do the speed. Or I can do the stun. Maybe. Kinda crappy because you're probably gonna hit moving cap anyway. But okay. We'll have at least an early game. Mana shit is actually really nice. Okay, so I got this covered. I tried ball lighting and Sorc. Now I will, once I actually get to like playing a bit and stuff, I'll definitely try the Undy ball lighting. I'll also try Undy charged bolts again. Because I learned that when I was playing chain lightning Undy, I was kind of like playing in the meta range anyway after all. And at that point you can just play charged bolts as well, which also gives you like the DR, which is nice. Hey, Black Y. I think Barrage will be S tier in Season 5. There's a bit of potential for Barrage because of the Umber Crux. That allows you to like potentially shotgun into the boss with like 2 arrows instead of 1. Doing more damage than normal, so this could be really good. I didn't actually get to try this now, and I need to ask maybe Mippy or Darkside if they've tried this. But the problem is also that the Umbral Cloaks mega buggy. I guess you could try it on live server as well and see. Yeah, I made a season 5 on the Sorc that has the ball lightning, Pete. You can check it on the Discord channel. I'm not sure if there's any season 5 specific adjustments or aspects or something I put in there. I think I mostly just like transformed into ball lightning, maybe like a small tweak. Would be cool to change Flame Scar. Yeah, I want to talk about Flame Scar in particular, actually. Because Flame Scar is like a kind of strange item. It goes with Incinerate, but you don't actually want to use it. There is like a world where if you get like a greater affix, like double or triple master or crit with 13 ranks in Incinerate, you would actually consider it. But I mean, mana cost is irrelevant. The like a hit chance is nearly irrelevant. And this is basically nothing. So all you get is a bunch of ranks, and you lose an aspect and all the stats and all the tempers. And then these two like basically no damage and they're direct damage and not even burn. So I guess you want to talk about that, yeah. Tempers do nothing. For the flamethrower. Size tempers. Don't help to overlap the beams for more burst damage. Flame Scar and burst are direct damage, which has no synergy with the burning scaling of the skill. Okay. Starfall Coronas would greatly benefit from a rework or at least a much shorter cooldown with a smaller gap between good and bad rolls. On Season 4 live server, even a 6.0 cooldown. It's barely playable without incredible gear for more cooldown reduction. Otherwise, it would be neat if the item opens up a dual skill build. Meteor is only used rarely. Okay. Hydra, so this is like a more interesting one, I guess. So here I would say Hydra just seems okay, but it has like no AoE clear. Single target scaling is okay, but it has 0 AoE clear. Could add a piercing or chaining or AoE effect to the attacks via aspect or skill upgrade. Also the enchantment is not working with Hydra, it's temper, which is sad. I think it's season 5, Pete. Wait, let me check that. I forgot to put it in the channel. I can take a look. Maybe I forgot. PTR? No, yeah. Oh, I didn't actually put it here, right? I will put it. Yeah, and Daniel Sorc. I'm not really sure yet if this is gonna be the final setup. But I made this here. Gonna link it in chat real quick while here. Okay. So do something like that. We're cool if they change name Scarlet, the Embers hit and turn the flamethrowing serpent. Yeah, this is a unique item. Could be way cooler. Too. Let's just say that, you know, they can do many things with this. But yeah, it's not like a very interesting item, I think. Now the only reason to use it is for the skill ranks. Okay. Vox Omnium. So that is an interesting one. Great design, but way too weak. Tried a Frostbolt build with it, since Spark has little synergy with Engorgers. Vox doesn't work with Flameweaver, which is good in my... Unfortunately, it's simply a meme. Current numbers. Needs way more support for such a build. Or another way to make the item viable as a with basic attacks as a supporting extra for your build. Something like that. I don't know. Like when I played this Frostbolt build, it was really terrible. I was doing like, I don't know, tier 80 or tier 70, or it was kind of struggling already. I mean, Frostbolt, what do you expect? So, it doesn't mean have like the same synergy that other builds have. Now the podcast is in 3 hours. What's the one thing I want Diablo to implement in Season 5? They're implementing enough for me to be happy with a season. So I don't really have like anything like, you know, brand new to put on such a wish list. I just hope that they're fixing a lot of the bugs and, you know, make the new Infernal Hordes more fun and rewarding and these kind of things. And then, you know, start reworking a bunch of builds into something more modern. Or singing huge shit like a Can Pact. That could be fun too. A Meteor. What are your thoughts on the gold economy in the game? Yeah, it's hard to really solve the gold problem, right? If you, like, let's assume that Blizzard is unable to fix botting, which, you know, they are. How do you fix the gold economy, right? Like, how do you make a good gold sink that only the rich people can benefit from to reduce the inflation without upsetting the casuals because they can't have access to it, right? It seems like a really impossible problem to solve. And I don't have a good idea for it either. Yeah, I'll send it to I already sent like this entire rogue feedback here. I talked about twisting blades, no witnesses, exploit weakness, utility aspects, or rather offensive aspects disguised as utility. Grenade build, trickster, maximum life or dark short temper bug, Umbor crux, has a lot of stuff. Trick attacks, rain of arrows, preparation, shroud of Conduras, flurry, wind force, momentum. So I sent him all this rogue stuff already. And now I want to do like something similar for like all the other classes. I guess it's impossible to ban bots and people who buy golden forms. I don't know, with the right tools, I guess you can definitely catch most of them, if you really want to. And I know there are bans here and there, but I mean the inflation is real, and the botting is real. And no matter what Blizzard is doing, it will be there. Hey Sukaza, thanks for tier 2 sub. How you doing, man? Any build that was okay in either previous season or PTR that would like to get buffed to be either S or A tier. I mean, if it was up to me, I would take every single S tier build and nerf it currently. Because I think they're just like all too good. But I don't think this is really what they're gonna do. But yeah, I mean, I'm giving feedback build by build right now, so there's stuff like, you know, also new stuff or like old stuff here, like Meteor. This could definitely see like a big bump, for example. So I'm gonna try to give some feedback on a bunch of stuff. Gamble with gold for items of higher chance of GA affix, like 50 million per piece. Yeah, but the thing is, this, like, if you do a feature like that, then this would be exclusively for RMTers, right? Because no one in the right mind that actually plays the game without RMTing would ever think about doing this, right? So it's like you make a feature specifically for people that buy gold. It's kind of strange, right? So but I'm glad you enjoyed the build. You have to finish season 4 yet. Ah. Well, good luck, Sukasa. Season journey is not too bad. Yeah, I totally agree with like reducing the power creep and in general like reducing the numbers. I hope that in the expansion they're gonna like, rebalance everything to like way smaller numbers. Sell temper durability charges for gold. Sell skins for gold. So basically, Blizzard is gonna make the skins, and the people, instead of paying Blizzard for the skins, they pay random Chinese bot farms to buy them. That sounds like a good idea. Temper durability charges for gold will be not a bad idea, actually. This is something that would be neither required nor very impactful for more casual players or people that don't RMT, and would only slightly benefit people that do RMT. But especially people that pay like 20 billion gold, that they certainly found themselves, could then, you know, pay like an extra 5 billion to get an extra temporary roll or so. I mean, yeah. Think Hydra single target scaling is okay. Yeah, the trick is you don't play burn, you play crit. I tried burn Hydra as well, it wasn't really great. But I saw someone do... actually, I saw two people play Hydra. One was like a pure Hydra build, killing Lilith. And one was a Lightning Spear Hydra hybrid. With Lightning Spear covering the AoE clear. And then Hydra a single target. And they actually did 115 plus. Like, pretty alright. So that was actually okay. But like a pure Hydra build, like just doesn't have the AoE at all. So a new build. But scaling of the splintering energy aspect is unclear. Could be improved. Also double casted or triple casted temper enhancement spears have trouble targeting bosses when they're alone and just fly off into nowhere very often. So that's a problem here of the build. Otherwise, Lightning Spear is a really nice build. I'm really looking forward to that. Chain Lightning, oh boy. Okay. Item has anti-synergy with itself and the two Chain Lightning aspects. More casts equals less total damage per cast. So it's barely worth investing into more resources. To work better, the maximum drain amount should scale the same manner as the drain per trip based on how many DLs are active. It's fine that the two aspects don't work with the pants to open up several ways of building CL. The pants become viable enough. What else could I do here? In general, though, CL needs a lot of love and especially more single target damage. So that's what I would say here. Rework the whole game, yeah. Yeah, the trick is I'm not gonna send everything at once. I'm gonna send it every day. One rogue, one Sorc, one Barb. Easy. What's the gold cap at the moment? You want to buy Tarasha for J-Ring and offer 10 billion? I thought it was a huge offer. When you get a response, 130 billion. 130 billion, man. Holy shit. Omnipower was not in the patch notes, it was only in the data mine. The data mine Omnipower was clearly not finished. It doesn't look like any other aspect. How's the Necro testing on PTR? Yeah, I did like 8 hours of Bone Spirit stuff. And we arrived at a really good setup in the end. So Bone Spirit is really powerful, and then there's a large gap of nothing, and then another gap, and then there's like minions. And then there's another gap, and then there's the rest. So that's kind of where it's at right now. So Necro balance is really out of whack. Being for Barb to be balanced at endgame, there would need to be absolute dog tier until then. That's untrue. I mean, basically, yeah, you can say that every class has like their own little scaling graph, right? Or like even every build. But I guess there's like some classes that have like different amounts of, like different scaling curves, right? If you say like, okay, this is like, there's like a graph, right? So this is like power and level. And then we say, okay, 10, 25, 50, 75, 100, 100, 12 out of 12. So something like that, basically. What the fuck? Where are the... Where's the... Oh, okay. So if you say something like this, right? Holy shit. Okay, so there's a curve, right? And then we say, alright, so we start here. We have like Sorcs. Let's make them blue. So Sorcs are really good. Actually, I should name this here as like power. Okay. So Sorcs are, you know, something here. They're like pretty good. And then at 15 I get like a nice spike. And then they're kind of chilling. And then they're kind of like flatlining here. And then they go like this. Basically, because they scale really hard with gear. Right? So it's kind of Sorc. And then you have, I don't know, Rogue. You start here. And then they go up a little bit. And then they're kind of like chilling. And then I guess they kind of like scale higher and higher. Something like that. So there's like Rogue, right? Rogue. And then you have like Barbs. So they start, I don't know, somewhere here. And it's kind of like ramping hard and then harder and harder and harder. And then they kind of like just go like this basically. It's like Barb. There's like have like a curve and there's like never ever really any flatlining or something like that. Just kind of go hard, right? And then go like way up. Or something like that. Because they just have like so many endgame scaling systems. But the thing is that, you know, if you look at this, it would be not that hard to change how some of the endgame scaling works, you know? Like Barb scales better by default thanks to the 4 weapons, but it could reduce the scaling of the Barbs in other ways, right? You can reduce their glyphs, you can reduce their key passive scaling, you can reduce their legendary Paragon scaling, right? There are like several things like Blood Rage, Hemorrhage is getting capped, for example. Gushing Wounds is uncapped. Gushing Wounds could be capped, or Gushing Wounds could just be lower scaling, right? But you know, the more crit you have, the more crit damage you have, the more Gushing Wounds pops off, and then Barbs just go to infinite, right? But if you would actually put like a bit of like a reasonable like number there, then this wouldn't be such a problem. You know, if you change Gushing Wounds, you know, let's say like this. Change Gushing Wounds like this, then it wouldn't be so bad, you know? For example. It's just that, you know, the Barbs have like not only the generally high scaling thanks to the extra slots because they, you know, get more stats and then you master all these stats, but they also have the strongest key passive in the game by, you know, a factor of at least 20 or 50 compared to any other key passive in the game. So if that is getting nerfed, then it wouldn't go off to infinity. It's just that this one thing alone is just making Barb so ridiculous right now. And then you can still like do some other small adjustments basically. X-Line Druid. Yeah, Druids are somewhere... I don't know, that's the Druids. And the Druids are here. And they're kind of like... They kind of go like this. Something like that. And they actually have a bit of like a harder ramp here later as well. Depending on the build, I guess. Maybe like that. Maybe like Druid, I'd say. Thanks to like, you know, for example, Thunderstruck Node or Vinci and these kind of things. Or they have like overpower scaling for Polarize. So this also scales really well with gear, for example, because the more life, the more damage. And the more life you have, the more you can like YOLO and these kind of things. Necros. Yeah, Necros are like here. Ah shit. I need like a different color for this. I don't know what to do for Necros. Stick brown, fuck it. So, Necros are like here. And then you get the golem. And then they're like kind of chilling here. And then, yeah, they go like somewhere like this here. They don't really scale almost at all at this point. So it's kind of Necro. right? So that's kind of like how it goes, I guess. Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, it depends a bit on the build. You know, there's like, you know, a dozen builds per class, so, you know, it's kind of hard to give like a general outline here for everything at once. But this is like kind of like how it's kind of gut feeling wise where it's at right now. You have 100k life in a pull if you don't scratch the boss. Yeah. I mean, boss damage on pull is not really its strength, that's for sure. At the end, Druid always wins. Yeah, Druid is like okay right now. They're like middle of the pack, kind of. But yeah. Season 4 meta. That's what it's at. Buff the rest, leave the Barb alone. Don't even play Barb before someone says that. Why would you not nerf Gushing Wounds, man? Like, if you understood how strong Gushing Wounds is, then you'll probably agree it should be nerfed. And it should be nerfed massively. You know? Like, not only is it, you know, reasonable, thanks to the amount of work that it takes to nerf one thing instead of buffing 100 others, but also it's reasonable because Gushing Wounds is just, you click one thing, you know, let's say you play a Barb for the first time, right, and you make your own build, and you happen to, for some reason, believe that any of the other 3 key passes that the class has is in any way good, and you don't click on Gushing Wounds, you can basically just uninstall at that point, right? That's how Barb works right now. If you don't click Gushing Wounds, you're not playing Barb. So not true. Okay, show me another example. Yeah, I guess Bash is overpowered enough currently to work without Gushing Wounds sometimes. But I mean, in the end, I mean, Bash, how hard does Bash go? I guess Bash just likes the auto-tune. I mean, Bash is getting an 81% nerf in the patch, by the way. So, I guess Bash is overpowered enough. Yeah, Thorns is also mostly strong due to a bug. Thorns is dead in Season 5, as far as I know. It was just a bug with Needle Flare. New Bash is even stronger in Season 5. Yeah, for now, until they nerf Lucian and Raphael. So. Gushing Wounds is used in almost every bubble there. It's like the main reason why also, for example, the Whirlwind material stuff even works. At least that well as it does. Like, the problem is that Gushing Wounds gives you like a damage modifier of something like, I don't know, 5,000%. You know? Like a typical key passive in this game is something like 50, you know? 50% damage, 30% damage. Maybe on a good day, like 100% if you're talking about close quarters combat, for example, for the rogues. There are some kind of strong key passives, like let's say Precision. Precision is probably more in the range of like a 300% bonus or so. But this is like really probably the most powerful key passive in the entire game outside of Gushing Wounds. And it's very specific to only range builds, and not even all of them on the rogue. Gushing Wounds can be used for almost everything on the Barb, including for items, because for some reason Berserk Gripping works with item effects, which makes no sense. And it gives you like, something like that, It's like literally 100 times more than something like Burning Instinct, not Burning Instinct. What is that? combustion on the Sorc, for example, right? Combustion is 40% plus a change. It's literally 100 times stronger than that passive. So it makes no sense. Like, how are you gonna balance these builds when you have a key passive, like a single passive that gives you like a, you know, times 50 damage multiplier? And now imagine you accidentally, or not even accidentally, you press Unconstrained instead of Gushing Wounds. You know, Unconstrained gives you a 60% damage bonus. Walking Arsenal gives you like a 70% or so. And then Gushing Wounds with some scaling gives you a 5,000% bonus. Like, why is that a thing? The second vulnerable damage on Rogue Victimize come close to Gushing Wounds. I mean, okay, Victimize is a very powerful passive, but it's also like basically specific to like a maximum of 3 skills in the game. Right? It can only really work with Heartseeker, it can only work with Penshot and only with Shadow Step, and Shadow Step is not really proven to be a working build yet. So, you know, Victimize is very specific to 2 builds basically currently, and cannot be used otherwise. And you can just change those builds directly if you want. So it's kind of hard to say. Like, Gushing Wounds is like universal enough to kind of work for everything. But yeah, Victimize is relatively powerful for sure. If you play Heartseeker and you don't press Victimize, then you have the same problem as the Gushing Wounds Barbs. But I mean, then you're just not really playing the build, I guess. But I mean, you can play a double swing build that does not run Gushing Wounds. It's just gonna be like 20 times weaker. You can play a Whirlwind build that doesn't play Gushing Wounds, it's just gonna be 20 times weaker. I guess technically you can play a Heartseeker build that doesn't use Victimize, and it's gonna be 20 times weaker, so I guess that kind of checks out. But either way, Gushing Wounds is just stupid. So yeah, Victimize will be a thing, so I wouldn't worry about that. What's the Blizzard Spike? Yeah, the Sorc in general just scales really hard with good gear. So, you know, they're kind of okay and okay and okay. And then, you know, at some point you're gonna get like, you know, your insane gear, your masterworks, your greater affixes, and then we have like the full like cooldown combo online, you know, and just they get pop off basically. Like Sorc have like insane late game scaling, which doesn't really make them very powerful as a class anyway, because they just start at such a weak point. But, you know, the difference between a well-optimized Sorc build and a shitty Sorc build is way larger than the difference between a well-optimized Barb build and a shitty Barb build, for example. So they don't really... I mean, Barbs probably still have that, actually, because of all the extra items and the masterworking and stuff. But if you look at Rogues, you know, there's not such a huge gap, basically, between a shit build and a masterworked build. For Sorcs, it is very noticeable. If you don't have really good gear, then, you know, you don't have the cooldown breakpoints to, you know, get your unstable currents permanent up, or you don't have the cooldown breakpoints to cast your meteors all the time with the helm, or you don't have the cooldown breakpoint to, you know, even keep your barriers up all the time, right? So it's just like, especially the cooldown scaling, that is like really important, and also like a lot of other mechanics, like crit scaling, for example, on Sorcs for fire builds. You have like insane synergy between crit and crit damage, and so on. Can you use Gushing Wounds on Warren Barb and Dust Devils? Yes. It works on Dust Devils. It works for everything. Dude, Gushing Wounds and Berserk Ripping actually even works for non-physical attacks. Like, you know, the typical skills on Barbs are all physical. But you can use, for example, the Raxxanterax boots, the new ones. They do a fire explosion, and that fire explosion applies a fucking bleed. Like, make it make sense. You know? It doesn't. Very sharp fire. Yeah, and then the other problem with that is, like, as long as they keep Berserk Gripping Gushing Moons combo the way it is, you know, everything, you know, something like Tyrius Might, right? Tyrius Might is an uber unique. But you're gonna have people that don't play Barb, that equip Tyrius Might, and they're gonna say, what the fuck is this item? Why would I use this? Right? Outside of the defensive benefits. Because the bolts do literally no damage. But on a Barb, they create like one of the best speed farming builds in the game. Because they can just scale it like 100 times better than other classes, right? And this means that whenever Blizzard implements a non-class specific item damage proc like Tyrael's or the Rakonov's boots or something, it will always be 100 times better on the Barb than it is on any other class. So it will always be balanced around the Barbs and will never be usable for anything that is not a Barb, right? It's just like completely negates any kind of design space in that aspect. Shouts apply bleed. Tyrael's. Oh man. Barb is very casual friendly, everything just works and it's OP. I mean, I don't have a problem with Barb being casual friendly and easy and, you know, mind numbing and OP. But it shouldn't be like OP in the sense that everything else just kind of like doesn't make any sense, right? I think it's fine to have a simple class and more complicated classes. You know, you don't expect Barbs to be very complicated. You know, this is what a Barb is. Me smash. That's okay. You know, it's fine that Bash is a simple build. And that Flay is a simple build, and so on. That's not the problem. Oh yeah, Rapid Fire doesn't fire a straight line. Because you are using the unique for it. Playing Double Swing all season in CET, I think. It's way more fun than Bash. Bash is so boring. I don't care how much damage it does. Yeah, I really love Double Swing myself. Too bad it doesn't really have like the boss damage output. But it's really fun for like farming and leveling. Life-based Sorc builds are still basically unthinkable. Protection, passive is too important to survive and only really comes online late in the oops. More general survivability tools, not based on barriers, to enable such playstyles. Yeah, otherwise, I mean, for like typical builds, I guess Sorcs are actually much better these days, but I guess especially the lightning builds are good because of the VS Mastery change. 25% damage reduction from VS Mastery is quite a lot. Maybe one or two good aspects or glyphs would help here. Similar to rogues. Thanks, Cyclish. Sorcs often have to rely on stagger phases to deal good boss damage. In general, all builds on Sorc suffer. I guess almost all. Weak single target burst. All being okay at AoE. Need 1-2 generic options that work for every build to be able to invest in more single target damage. Other than that, glyphs, Paragon nodes, some class aspects be buffed across the board. Maybe reliance on burning, devouring blaze reduced a bit to open up more build variety. So that's what I would say here. Ice Shots is great. Yeah, Ice Shots is like, you think it's like a good single target skill, right? But it has like 0 single target. It's only like an AoE machine. I mean, it's a very fun skill. Ice Shots is one of the first builds I played on Sorc actually back in Season 1. But it's like, yeah, okay. You know, you press First Nova, everything dies. You can walk to the boss, nothing happens. Nice. Like... Nerf Devouring Blaze, we heard that really no problem. What is that, Sorc devs? Yeah, I mean, I think Devouring Blaze is a bit of a problem. Devouring Blaze is so powerful that every build has to go burn and has to have a Devouring Blaze on their amulet, right? It's kind of annoying, to be honest. So, it would be nice, you know, like, you lose not only the damage, but you also lose the defense on a Burning Instinct board. That is, like, really powerful. But you can maybe get away without the defense, but you cannot get away without the damage from Devouring Blaze. Like, if there was, like, other passives to invest instead of Devouring Blaze that are also good, you know, that would be nice. Let's say making optional passives. Collecting energy. We need bigger pickup radius or a utility aspect. Legendary Paragon node to collect them for us or similar. It's annoying trying to chase them even when there's many on the screen and much goes to waste. Also, they are scaling through Zadora, and Paragon is laughable. So there's no real crackle only build currently. Cracking energy shouldn't even be a pickup mechanic. I think it's fine. Like, for example, if they make cracking energy pickup radius, like, I don't know, triple of what it is now or something, or, you know, give an aspect that, you know, that they float to you passively or something like that. There could be, like, some ways to, like, make this still feel kind of good and make you feel like the power progression of your build or something. Maybe there could even be something like, you know, the pickup radius just scales with your int or something. So you actually have, like, this constant power progression. Yeah, enchantments. We should talk about enchantments as well. Enchantments. Yeah. Most enchantments remain absolutely pointless. Some are used specifically for a build that goes with it. E.g. Frozen Orb, which is fine. But others have neither damage nor support viability. E.g. oh boy, Incinerate, Hydra, Spark. Fuck it. But almost none of them. Okay. Need a major shake-up for the entire mechanic here. To never get witched enchant sucks. Okay, we can go through them. So which enchant have we actually not considered using, like, ever? So Spark. Dude, killing an enemy has a 40% chance to form Kraken energy. Yeah, I mean, all these like CC things, like all of these have, you know, were already not really used, right? But let's say in a world where burning wasn't really that required, and not every build would run Firebolt or something, then there would have been like an idea to run something like Frostbolt. I think there was actually a build I played on fast that used Frostbolt for I don't know what, but it happened. But these days you have the Tempers, right? Like the CC stuff is useless. The stun here is useless. You can already stun with lightning skills anyway. You don't even need this. Okay. Alright, let's do it. CC effects from Frostbolt, Spark, not Spark, Arclash are outclassed by Tempers. Some effects don't work on bosses like Spark, Charge Bolts. Okay. I mean, Teleport is okay, Lightning Spear is kinda usable. Ice Blast is used often, Fireball can be used. Some effects just have no value at all, like Blizzard, Incinerate. Others could benefit from number buffs. Like, I guess I can do Ice Armor. Meteor. Hydra. Chain Lightning. And they could even like add scaling for this, right? Or extra scaling mechanisms. You know, like similar to key passives. Paragon nodes. So I think something like that, potentially. I guess Fireball also doesn't work on bosses, right? Okay, how about that? The editor's unusable enchantment just for visual clutter. Yeah. Fireball is kind of cool. Same with Teleport and the rest, even those I use are kind of weak and boring. Yeah, personally I also enjoy the Ball Lightning enchant, but it's only for like one build, right? It doesn't have any like support like use really, right? Like some of them, like for example Frozen Orb in the past actually was used relatively often, even in non-Frozen Orb builds, as like a support, because it would chill and it would vulnerable the enemy. But neither chill is required, nor is vulnerable required these days, besides maybe some fire builds that would consider that. But you know, we have vulnerable on items now, right? We have vulnerable on lightning builds and so on. You don't need vulnerable very much anymore. And I mean, chill is completely outclassed by just like a freeze temper or something. So yeah, Frozen Orb is only used in Frozen Orb. Ball Lightning is only used in Ball Lightning builds, and so on. But yeah, there's like so much stuff that is just kind of useless now, right? That needs to be updated. And implied burning, yeah. If I had, depending on the build, I guess. Like, for example, for Blizzard, right? Blizzard would probably run something like Frozen Orb and Firebolt. So you get the burn, you get the wound, and you get a chill. I mean, chill is already there, I guess, on Blizzard, but yeah. Any ETA on Pit Ladder 2.0? Yes. Unfortunately, the link is bugged right now, so I'm waiting for Spirit to fix it. Media proc chance from 8 to 9%. You said chill DR. Yeah, we have chill DR, but chill DR also applies when the target is frozen. So, and it's so easy to freeze, right? And every build wants to freeze. You know, there's like no Sorc build that does not freeze, right? It's because of Hoarfrost and control glyph or something. So, yeah, there's chill DR, and I mean, yeah. I think baseline stats in Ubers like CDR and Shoko have gone unaddressed by Blizzard despite repetitive callers and players and major content contributors. The baseline stats in Ubers. I mean, it's okay for Ubers to be kind of powerful items, especially now that they are generally raising the power level of uniques. There will be a smaller gap between mythic items and normal uniques. And potentially, depending on the build, there are builds that may not even want to use a Shaco because they want to use Godslayer, or they want to use Andariel, or they, you know, want to use the Lucion's Crown, and so on. So it's fine for mythic items to not be like the all-defining thing in that slot necessarily. I do agree that maybe Shaco could see a slight nerf. I think Shaco would do well if they just remove the 20% damage reduction from it, or lower the life value on it, one of the two things. And it would remain a very powerful item, a very sought after item for many builds, but it wouldn't also just be like such a huge gap in power in terms of the survivability. Most class goblin kinds come with huge damage buffs, as long as there's like a hit chance or something to happen at a low rate. Yeah, I mean, there are potentially some pretty busted combos that you can do with some of these Sorc enchantments. So that's another thing. Like if you look at this here, for example, like if you make like a build with lots of like a hit chance, and you have Meteor and Fireball enchant, you can actually get to the point where they just kind of like proc off each other all the time. Meteors rain down, Fireball spawn more Meteors, and so on. So there's actually like kind of this moment of like a critical mass moment basically, where stuff like this can go pretty ham. So they have to be a bit careful. But in general, a lot of the stuff is just shit, right? Like Incinerate Enchant has just like always been terrible. They need like a complete redesign. And other stuff is just like really undertuned, like Hydra Enchant, man. 200 mana. Get a 5-headed Hydra, doesn't even work with the extra Hydra heads from the tempers. In the last 5 seconds. I mean, what the hell, right? So... maybe on test dummy. Yeah. I mean, on test dummy, of course, you can do some fancy results, but you know, the fact remains that these things kind of scale really hard exponentially off each other if you do Meteor plus Fireball. So you have to be somewhat careful with these things, and maybe just like redesign one of them to not be like a hit effect. You know, maybe Meteor couldn't just say something that whenever you cast Meteor, there's an extra chance for another Meteor, or whenever you cast a Fire skill, there's a chance for a Meteor to rain down. This could also be like a solution to the Starfall Corona stuff, right? Where maybe you don't necessarily have to press Meteor every single time, every second or so, but you could press Meteor, you know, every 5 seconds or every 3 seconds or whatever, but in between you cast other stuff like a Fireball or a Firebolt or whatever, and that has a chance to then cast in a Meteor too. You know, there could be like a redesign like that. The Hydra enchant is good. It makes you spawn friends, and you probably don't know about the strength of friendship. Yeah, as a Sorc, I guess you don't. Like, how many Sorcs have actually been able to play in a group this season? With anyone who didn't flee immediately. So I guess you have your Hydra friends now. Hydra enchantment, the Hydras now follow you. That could be actually kind of interesting. Give them like a max range of a leash, and then whenever you go out of that range, they just like despawn and they spawn again where you are. That'd be kind of fun, actually. They could even spawn around you, right? That'd be cool. Like pop down the Hydras and just run. And then the Hydras just gonna keep spawning and respawning. I like that. I'm going meta this season before touching Sorc. Oh no. Hey Symphony, by the way. Wish Blizzard would put the third enchantment slot back like we had in the beta. Was there a third enchantment slot? I thought this was just something that they previewed in the, like, you know, 4 years ago or something, when they showed us Diablo 4 for the first time. Yeah, the problem is like a third enchantment slot doesn't make much sense in the current state of enchantments. Like, what do you even want to put in your build as a third enchantment? I don't know. I mean, yeah, everyone will just have like a teleport enchantment or something, or maybe everyone is going to have like an ice armor enchantment. Ice armor is relatively good, or something like that. If you like just have some random extra thing to put. But most builds wouldn't even gain any real power for the third slot anyway, with the current state of these enchantments. And all this stuff is kind of just shit. I think you should like generally just try to design them in a way that allows you to use them as both a defense, not a defense, like a damage option, or like a main skill kind of option, or as a support. I think Frozen Orb enchantment is like one of the best ones, yeah, in terms of design. You know, it works for Frozen Orb builds, but it also works for other builds that are not Frozen Orb, because Frozen Orb has utility. So Frozen Orb is just something that was like universally just kind of nice, right? Like if you had a third slot, you would always like throw in a Frozen Orb enchantment just because it's just nice, right? And if they make more stuff like this, imagine there were like 10 options like this, and they can choose, okay, do I do the Frozen Orb, or do I do the Chain Lightning, or do I do the Charged Bolts? And they have like their own utility, their own ways of triggering them. You know, that would be cool. When you deal 3 times elements, a Hydra of that element will spawn, and then all Hydras are present, they merge to a 10-second triple element Hydra. That sounds good. Think you should get the enchantments without having to spend points on them? No. I think spending the points is not the problem, really. And also, spending the points allows you to actually unlock whatever the skill is supposed to do, right? Like, you get the vulnerable here, and you get, you know, the fireball, like extra mana or the extra burn damage here, and like you have to spend those points most of the time anyway to even get the effect that you want. So I think that's not the problem, you know, the points are not the problem. I think it's actually kind of interesting that you can invest into more skills on the Sorc just for the purpose of having an enchant. Especially like in a world where a lot of more enchants are actually like useful for, you know, a more general purpose. And you could think about, okay, do I want to have the Blizzard, or do I want to have the Meteor, or do I want to have the Charged Bolts, you know, in my Firebolt build or something, right? So I think that's actually the cool part about Sorcs. One day I thought it would be nice if each enchant had an offensive part and defensive and supportive. Yeah, I don't think we really have to do this. They don't have to give us like options to like, you know, separate the enchant into 2 different things or something. Necessarily, there is already a lot of things. If they're just like all generally more universal and more viable, you know, we would have like 10, 15 different options on every build or something, and you choose 2 of them, or potentially 3 if they ever give us a first slot, for example. then, you know, why not? So I don't think we have to, like, you know, again, something like Frozen Orb. It works for a Frozen Orb build, and it works for a non-Frozen Orb build. It just works for everything. And that's really cool. And I want more stuff like that, basically. Granted. Generally, I'd take a look at Frozen Orb Enchantment, which works both for a dedicated orb build and almost any other, thanks to its support viability. I would love to see all options redesigned to be more universal like that. It's just like that. I feel like the ultimate abilities are underwhelming. Some of them, and some of them no. Let's do Frozen Orb and Sharp because wudijo said it's the best. I mean, I try to give somewhat balanced feedback, right? Like right now on the Sorcs, they're mostly talking about changing things for the better. I'm not really talking about any nerfs here. But we will talk about nerfs as well, but not on the Sorc, I guess. I don't think there's anything that is really in need of nerfing now on the Sorc currently. The skill has no single target viability at all, thanks to the explosions while shotgunning enemies. It's unique stuff of Nixon makes the problem even worse. And when redesigning it, I would recommend to reverse this trend. Okay. Anything else for the Sorcs? I mean, there's like a bunch of like kind of shitty passes and whatever all over the tree, but I'm not gonna go into every single one now. I don't know. Cold Frontman. What is this? But it's kind of like a minor problem right now, so it's fine. Listen, absolutely no joke. First of all, nerf Frozen Orb because people are saying it's the best to force people to use the other shit enchantments and buff nothing to compensate. Oh man. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna nerf. I don't really think they're gonna nerf anything on Sorc, and they're just gonna buff. So there's not a reason to really nerf anything. There's like nothing broken. I think it's okay. Like, okay, the one thing that they have to change is Shatter. I should probably mention Shatter. Shatter needs to be changed. I've already told this actually to the devs, but I'm gonna like reiterate this here. This key passive is currently extremely bugged with double dipping of immersion modifiers. And the key enabler for Sorcs pushing to extremely high pit tiers of the class by 30-40 tiers on its own. It also only works in situations where Sorc already excels AoE damage. Not when you need damage the most. It's boss fights. Unless you fish for e.g. Spirit Corner or Frost in the pit. At the very least, the bug needs to go. But a general redesign would be great. related to greater fireball. I think it's only greater fireball that does that, right? I think generally this is not a problem. I mean, I already explained it in more detail. But I guess I can like do a bit more. The doc is not public. All the key passes are still kind of bad for various reasons. We guys currently only have good stats, but not comparable to Gushing. I mean, it shouldn't really compare key passes to Gushing anyway. Gushing is most likely getting a nerf anyway, regardless of what I say here. But I kind of want to stress the point again, I guess. We talk about Barbs. Barbarian. Feedback. Let's go. Gushing wounds. Okay, what else do we have? The third blade. What is that thing called? The Steelgrass thing? Iron Maelstrom. Okay, what else? Basic attack builds in general. Double swing. Whirlwind. Would Shatter and Aspect of Shed Misery work with Frozen Orb? Yeah, as long as it frees targets, then Shatter works. But this doesn't help you on the boss. You're welcome, Bogala. Now I have to type Barbs are balanced like Rob. Did he actually say that? Twisted is not working. I think they're gonna fix Twisted Glyph. I'm not gonna mention that. I think this is already coming. Imposing presence. Oh yeah, true. Let's start with that. Immortality. Martial Vigor and Guttural Yell allow permanent immortality for Barbs or even their parties with 25 plus ranks from Tempers and Masterworking. In addition, imposing presence ranks, even post-nerf, are still massively more powerful than other defensive options and Barbs or other classes. I recommend deleting the entire Barbarian protection temper recipe. Okay. Gushing wounds. This key passive. Okay, in late game. Scales to ridiculous levels and holds the entire class and most of many aspects Unique's hostage. Typical key passives range between, I don't know, 40 to 100% damage bonus. This one can go to 500% or more. And many builds can be converted into bleed with Berserk Ripping, two-handed sword expertise. Additionally, it's possible to apply bleeds via item effects such as new Raxxanterax boots, which do fire damage, lol, and Tyrael Smite. So combined with, so in this combination, all of these cross-class generic items have to be balanced around this Berserk, Ripping, Gushing, Wounds combo to not be completely busted. Which makes them useless for all other builds and classes. It got nerfed. What got nerfed? Rob is not going to be happy with me. Ah, it's fine. He doesn't have to be happy with me. Severely limits build diversity on Barb and the design space for flat damage effects available to all classes. I recommend a heavy nerf to the key passive or some sort of scaling cap, along with a change to Berserk Ripping to no longer apply bleeds from item effects, only from skills. Similar to how two-handed sword expertise works. So this is what I would do. How does Barb being strong in any way change how the game plays for other classes? Well, I can explain it again. So we have effects like Tyrael Smite. Yeah, mythic unique item. It does like no damage whatsoever for anyone but a Gushing Wounds Barb. Because Gushing Wounds allows this effect to do like 100 times the damage than, basically anyone else. So Tyrael Smite can never be good for anything that's not a Gushing Wounds Barb. It can only be good on this, archetype of a build. As long as Gushing Wounds exists in the current form and Berserk Ripping exists in the current form. I mean, they could also just do the change Berserk Ripping without touching Gushing Wounds. And then, that would be partly solved. But it can never make any cross-class items that do flat damage that would be good for anyone that is not a Gushing Wounds Barb. And I mean, that's just kind of like a really shitty spot to be in for the devs. And a really shitty outcome for the player base, I think. So this is why this has to change. Wouldn't that mean that Tyrael Smite would just be bad for everything? No, it would not. Because if you change this, what I just described here, then Tyrael Smite can be buffed. And it doesn't have to be bad for everyone. It could be, at least decent for everyone, or it could be good for some builds. Right now, you can't buff Tyrael Smite because it will just make this whole thing even more ridiculous compared to what it is already. But when you do this change, you can buff it. You can buff Raxxanterax boots. There's like some other aspects, I don't know. Barb being strong doesn't ruin the game for other people. It does. You cannot avoid running into other people, you know, in Helltide, in world bosses, or like in general, right? And of course, the game has to be balanced around like a certain like kind of, you know, speed of progression, a certain like pit level, you know, a certain like difficulty for tormented bosses and whatever, right? And you have to find like some kind of like middle ground between the good and the bad builds and the good and the bad players. And even you have like, you know, something like Barbs that are just like so much more powerful, then how do you make the game, you know, exciting for these Barb players while also keeping the game exciting for everyone else? Like, you know, when there's like such a big balance gap, then you cannot really match the two. That's another problem, you know? Like there is a certain expectation of like how combat will flow, how difficult certain enemies are, and so on, right? And stuff like this completely negates that. And then everyone's complaining how boring Barb is. But they feel obligated to play it because it's so much more efficient than anything else, right? Everyone is saying, hey, man, Bash Barb is so fucking boring. And yeah, I completely understand. Remember Rob saying they're going to nerf nameship before the PTR, and so it happened? I mean, that was obvious like 3 months ago already, basically. In fact, it was very surprising they didn't already nerf Flame Shield before Season 4. We already told them on the PTR that we are playing perma-immune builds, and this is going to be the meta. In fact, they had acknowledged it, and said, yeah, okay, we are looking into it, but they never did, so I guess they just didn't have time to change that or something. But now they did. Okay, what is that item here? This Barb item. Unbroken Chain, man. Alright, let's talk about that one. Iron Maelstrom, even with this item, remains a meme because it barely deals any damage. This could benefit from some sort of extra scaling for the alt to make it more viable in higher end content. Also, Walking Arsenal Barb is all about fast-paced action, and using Steel Grasp feels slow and clunky. Perhaps it could have some skill-specific attack speed bonus for that. The third blade. Cool design. Fortunately, not too useful for Rupture and Steel Grasp. But it enables a Death Blow build. That's not much more than a scuffed mix of Hoda and Upheaval. I mean, what are you going to do with the item? Not sure what I could do with it, to be honest. But I feel like when I was playing the Deathblow Barb with this, it was kind of like, yeah. It's basically Hoda, right? So. Yeah, it is kind of powerful. Like you're gonna get to like 500 million to 1 billion DPS or so with this. I also played it. Maybe it's not necessarily scuffed. But it's like, okay, why do we play this when Hoda and Upheaval already exists, right? Cells for transmogs. It doesn't have its own transmog. Shatter has the same transmog. They made the same transmog for some items, actually. Yeah, I mean, I'm basically saying it's cool and not very much else, so not sure if there's anything to say. Let's give them some praise for once. Cool design. But I feel like the Rupture and Seagrass thing is kind of valid though. Steel Grasp. Last epoch has a perfect amount of RNG in crafting. Diablo has too much of it. Really? Diablo, you think Diablo has more RNG in crafting than last epoch? That's interesting. I kind of disagree with that. I mean, the enchanting at the occultist is kind of shitty, I agree, but usually you just like ignore rolling for something really rare and you just roll the easy stuff on an item that already has a rare stat, and then you're usually fine. Do I know why they stopped developing Diablo 3? Yes, I know. It's called Diablo 4. It's like 1k people played on season launch day. To be honest, there is still a very surprising amount of people that log in Diablo 3. You wouldn't believe it. A lot of people, but very, very casually most of the time. But it's still interesting to see that even at this point, people are still logging in. But yeah, I mean, you know, like development is over. That's just how it is. You know, people have moved on. People are working on D4. People are playing D4. There's no Chronikz creators. New EHG dev block. We can open that for later. We start a podcast in 2 hours, so until then I want to be done with this feedback stuff here. And I guess tomorrow we shift into last epoch mode. We spent another 750 mil not rolling an upgrade. Good luck, Miyamoto. Shot of Raphael. Engorgers. Crown of Lucian. Starless Skies. All make for a crazy combo that most basic builds will use. The numbers are way higher than e.g. most core skill builds. It limits the choices for players to feel powerful. They all need another look, balancing wise. For Barbs specifically, I also find it weird that Flay duration tempers buffs the bleed duration, not just its utility effects. Especially now that the temper from weapon slot to armor. Double swing. Pure double swing build is extremely weak. The skill gets carried exclusively by twisters. It'd be nice to bump it up to enable a separate non-twister playstyle again. Unique gloves are a good start for this. Same as double swing. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, the free guides are coming on Sunday probably. And there will be an LE race, yeah. Gonna try to get rolled first for the hardcore kill on Abaroth. Need to prepare. Next week gonna do a lot of Last Epoch preparation. Joe, nail, the hit that applies a crowd control will not be affected by that crowd control, or the same with vulnerable. Like you hit the target, you do the damage, and then you apply your effects. What class am I planning to play? Whatever I need to get rolled first, I guess. I have no idea. But we have a blog post here that you can check out. Although it talks about quality of life. So this won't tell me what class to play, I guess. Hydra Sorc. Anything else I want to talk about here? For Barbs, there was not really that much in this PTR, to be honest. So this is also some kind of generic feedback here. Yeah, I think stuff like Upheaval, Hoda, I mean, they're not really like immediate problems or something. They're still kind of okay builds. Let's say in a world where neither Flay nor Bash nor Whirlwind Bleed exists, those builds are still okay. I guess that's kind of like the most pressing issues here for now, for the Barbs. We have kind of sorted. Necromancer feedback. And then we have Druid feedback. Alright. Okay, Bone Spirit. Necromancer is relatively balanced in Season 4, but only has this build to look forward to as a very powerful option in Season 5. Buffs are cool, but other builds have just fallen behind massively. Compared to this one. Yeah, I mean, what else? Shadow builds are kind of like down bad thanks to the blighted nerfs. They have like little synergy. Shadow builds, blighted, shadow blight. Blood builds. Season 5 Druid damage is over on 17. Yeah, blood builds. Blood builds are down bad. General overpower, nerfs affected. These way too much. And both Bloodlands and Surge have 0 boss damage. We need a strong option to make them competitive against high-level bosses. Maybe a passive, Glyph, Imaginary Note, or the key passive. Which one is that? Rough Mass Vigor. Necros have maces now. Yeah, plus 52.5% overpower damage. Incredible. They can even do a 2-hit mace now that has 105. Sick. Basic attack belts. Even with the strong synergistic basic attacks items introduced in Season 5, there is an all viable option for Necromancers. Reap or Hammer Rage, that's how you spell it, right? Make for some cool combos, but are way too weak. Needs an aspect unique to enable these in the future. I feel like no one is going to pay for the expansion with how bad the launch went. Yeah, the launch only made them like $2 billion. And the expansion is only gonna make them 1. Oh no. Make 200 mace all part damage plus 1005 instead of 105. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that the maces is the problem here. It's just like you play Bloodbirds, you want to overpower all the time, and you can actually overpower relatively regularly. But I don't know. Blood Surge also has no synergy with Blood Orbs. So it doesn't benefit much from lots of the more power effects. Yeah, we have from Shadow builds. All Shadow builds got nerfed with no to little compensation. With how strong minions and Bone Spirit are, it's not looking good for the overall viability and the diversity on the class. I don't really see them like changing this much in the short term though. I think there needs to be like some general like tweak. For example, you know, we have like this whole Blighted and Shadow Blight shenanigans that they use even for the stuff like Sever. Sever is like a crit build, but they want to use those dots so they can proc Shadow Blight and Blighted. And it's kind of weird, right? It's like not really enough options to play it differently. I think Necros just need like another key passive or two. They kind of just have like more generic options. Shadow dot to dot, equals pork and diarrhea build. Yeah, maybe. % of shadow builds benefit from exploiting Ebon Piercer. Wait, even the non-blight builds do Ebon Piercer just to get more shadow blight procs? That's actually kind of stupid. I see Bone Spear not hitting for 10 Barbarians. Yeah, I need to play Bone Spirit. That can actually do it. While calling live life, what I think about doors I have to open in dungeons all the time. They find it tedious. Yeah. Personally, I enjoy it for the immersion. I don't mind the doors. It's like, you know, you are in like a barracks or something, you open the door and then you see what's behind the door. I like it. It's also like a slight way of balancing the classes because, for example, Leap can go through walls if the door is open, or Teleport can go through the wall if the door is open, but it can't when the door is closed. And you can do like a general key passives and paragons. Related to the problems above. Most key passives, most of these are way too restrictive in their design compared to e.g. rogues or barbs. The class has a very how do you say that? Gonna find a word. That you have to get for any given build, and outside of that, no other universally useful tools to scale damage, utility, etc. I'll pass over all of these. Be amazing. Rigid is good. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's like the problem. Like every time I make a build on Necro, I open the Paragons and I cry. Because there's like this one legendary, you know, that is good for the build. And then you have like Flesh Eater. And then you just like path from glyph to glyph to glyph, and then after like glyph 5, you also don't even know what glyph to put anymore. That's it. That's how you make a Necro Paragon board. Like, it's so stupid, man. It's horrible. Like, it happens every single time. And then like, dude, what do you even pick here? You know? It's like, okay, I have what I want. And now I can like make it a bit stronger by taking this and that, sure. You know, this is like how we make a rogue build, right? You take like, okay, there's like the closer glyph if you play melee, or there's like the tracker glyph if you play poison, or whatever, right? You have like these 2-3 things that are kind of designed for certain builds. And then you have like a few more universal things. But the problem is Necro has all these things that are designed for certain builds, and then they have nothing universal. Like, it's just nothing. That just works, you know? It's insane. It happens to me every single time. I guess I'll put the point here, yeah. Can do a bit of positive feedback since the movement speed stuff is really cool. Oh yeah, true. I guess the movement aspects are really cool actually. I should mention that. Movement. Good job. Feels great. Okay. Alright. Druids. Necro key passive means gain 40% attack speed. It's game changing. Yeah, the funny part is that minions don't even play this later, right? You go Shadow Blight, and then you scale the damage with raw DPS instead of the attack speed anyway, because you have enough attack speed at some point. Yeah, the Blood Mist aspect is insane, actually. You get paid to play this every day. Yeah, here and there people use a Twitch Prime, for example, to pay me. See? It works. Thanks, little Lakey DNA. Do I want to play a different game? I mean, occasionally I do, but generally I don't feel much of a need to play too many games, actually. I'm kind of happy with what I'm doing. Druid feedback. Okay, at the very start. General class balance. Druids were relatively well balanced in Season 4, but this has now been killed by the much more potent landslide buffs and companions to some degree compared to other builds. I recommend taking another look at everything outside of these two. Bump them up. Companions. It appears that with Storm's companion and aspect of the alpha, the wolf skill gains the werewolf nature, magic, and storm tags, but none of them actually work for any effect in the game. This is unintuitive and should be adjusted to open up more scaling options. Had really good intra-class balance, so if you want to make this a bit more clear. In general, I think the Druid power level is roughly where all classes and builds should be. To make everything make more sense. Okay. What else do we have? Oh, this petrify stuff, right? What is that? the basilisk. Nah, whatever. It's basically just a whatever item. Which else did they introduce? For druids? Oh, I forgot. What's the other item? The Cataclysm gloves. Okay. Cataclysm gloves are actually kind of interesting. Cataclysm. Very interesting design. And strong enough to be useful. I see people giving feedback to enable ancestral guidance to work while running the gloves, but I want to stress my disagreement with such feedback. It's amazing to open up more build variety. Different ways of scaling. Okay. Crone stuff, man. Yeah, I personally I have not really played Stormclaw yet. I wanted to do it for like a few seasons, but I've never done it. And it's just really down bad, so I can't really give that much feedback about it, besides it sucks. It's a cool item, shouldn't be gloves. Oh, why not gloves? Shapeshifting. Quick shift and other effects lead to a meta where shifting back and forth is required for nearly all builds on the class. Grizzly Rage was nerfed, which prevents players from using shapeshifting effects. So we don't even have that option anymore. Yeah, I don't want to nerf quick shift. I think quick shift is fine. I think the shifting builds are fine, but single form builds should be boosted via Grizzly Rage or some human form effects. Maybe an item or aspect that works similar to Tempest Roar, for example. Poisons. And Venom passive. Let's talk about that one. It's way more powerful than any other passive in the entire game. With, let's say, almost any other. It holds the entire class hostage to include poisons in their build, no matter what. I think a rebalance of this passive and what is it called? Heightened Malice or more ways to apply poisons for all builds would help the class and build diversity tremendously. The massive power of Envenom also makes it so that druids that have it on their amulet and must work it start scaling up massively compared to those that don't, creating a massive gap. Just a single item ethics. Nerf to this passive needs to go with some compensatory buffs. Okay, something like that. Hey Jamie. You saw some people using Ashira on Heartseeker. That was kind of surprising. I guess yeah, I think the way that Ashira works is that you can trigger it with like a non-marksman skill by like using dash or whatever. So you have the attack speed buff for a little while and then you just use that. But it seems kind of strange, especially in Season 4, the double dipping of card observation, damage bonus, and these kind of things. That seems like that doesn't make too much sense. Talented buff Shred. Yeah, Shred has some major problems. I'm not even sure where to start here. And it's nothing that will fix for this season anyway. I'm not sure if it's really worth talking about Shred here. I want my bear to be able to wear a hat. Yeah, Nila. Saw the Lightning Spear video. It's an easy way to cool down unstable currents with abundant energy aspect and overflowing currents. Key passive. Yeah, the overflowing energy, I think, right? It's really nice. I actually explained this in the video. Like, you can do this like early on, or you can just do it anyway if you really want to. So there's different ways to build it. But I think that Veer's mastery is really powerful, so I'd like to include that. Also makes it more tanky. Yeah, Venom feels the same as Fridge Finesse, but at least it doesn't make you cry on the boss. That's the cool part. Druid movement speed is too slow and clunky. They actually lately added 15% extra movement speed on one of these boons. So Druid's early game is actually really good now, I think. They have insane power in the early game with the companions and stuff until you get some aspects. And they also get 15% movement speed for free. Potentially you can even, maybe you can be so strong that you can use Shred in like a leveling build to just like jump from enemy to enemy. I was already considering doing racing on the Druid in Season 4. Maybe Season 5 I'll start Druid for the race. Just for rules. The concern you may see too much crossover with what the player base wants on Druid and new Spiritborn creating some class identity confusion. Yeah, it's a kind of like two nature affiliated classes, I guess, right? So I guess Spiritborn is probably gonna also have, it's probably gonna have like physical attacks, cold attacks, and maybe poison attacks or something. Basically Necromancer from the free. Maybe also like some kind of like summon stuff. It's gonna let us summon cats instead of wolves. I could imagine that it doesn't have like permanent pets, but it has like, you know, some kind of like almost pet spell kind of, you know, like maybe you summon something like a shadow clone, you know, not a clone directly, but you know, something that is like something like a spirit that, you know, floats around and does some stuff and then disappears or whatever. Maybe like the money too from Witch Doctor in Diablo 3. Hey Midnight, thanks for Prime. Visage the Bank Tempest Sword and Vasily be a Spirit Boon. That could be interesting if like Spirit Boons do something like that. Okay, what else do we have for the Druids here? Companions, Cataclysm, Shapeshifting, Landslide. What else do you want to talk about here for the Druids? I wonder what the Paragon rework is going to do in the expansion. Like, I expect that it's going to like change the entire system. Right? Yearn Fang's Tusks. The lack of strong multipliers on Druid. You mean like changeling stats? Or Shockwave? Or Shepherd? I don't think they lack really strong multipliers, to be honest. I doubt they change Paragons, really. I mean, at the very least, they would probably have to like revamp basically every single rare node on the Paragons. Because all of them have stats that are not even stats. And the rest is most of the time just kind of pointless if it's not damage reduction or life. So I don't know, I would actually expect like a big revamp here. Like I think these boards, they could become, like currently they're 19 by 19. I think it could become something like, you know, 10 by 10 or 12 by 12 or something. Make them way smaller, give us less points. I think that would be nice. Like, I feel like we have too many points. Especially if they raise the level cap. And even if they don't raise the level cap, I wouldn't mind if they just like reduce the amount of points that we have and make the board smaller. Tornado, Lightning Storm, Shred, Rabies. Yeah, maybe we can talk about this Thunderstruck nerf, I guess. Disproportionately affected by nerfs thanks to the Thunderstruck cap. Which I think is fine, but That was not enough compensation. Can just edit that there, I guess. Paragon will come in the 3rd expansion. It's too much work to release a new class and remake Paragon boards. Ah no, they had a full year to make the new design of Paragon boards. How hard can it be? Buffing similar form and Grizzly would help most storm builds? Not really. They all use the shapeshifting stuff anyway, you know? Tornado does it. Windshear does it. Yeah, I guess Lightning Storm, there's like a version of Grizzly Rage that of Lightning Storm runs Grizzly Rage, but even Lightning Storm will usually use shapeshift. So I imagine they only add new Paragon boards, but don't change how Paragons work in general, man. That's like kind of the worst case scenario, right? Like, holy shit. Yeah, just like slap another 2 Paragon boards or 3 Paragon boards on every class and that's it. With like a new layout. Don't change anything of the nodes. Don't change anything of the pathing. Don't change anything of these shitty nodes that we don't want. Oh man. And Crazy Rage is nerfed, yeah, that's kind of a problem. What's the best durable right now? In Season 4 it's Windshear, and Season 5 it's Landslide. I don't love getting 5% more potency from a rare node. It's 4%, okay? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Sounds like current Blizzard. Oh man, okay. Anything else you want to mention here on the Druids? One thing I really dislike is that making Tornado come online takes so long. Like, I feel like playing Tornado before you get Tempest Roar and like Starless Skies is just kind of like a mistake in general, right? Like, who has actually played a Tornado build from level 1 at some point? Dire Werewolf, yeah, okay, you can do Dire Werewolf, I guess, until Stardust, that works. But then you also have, like, you know, several respecs on the way, and these kind of things, right? Paragon respecs, and, like, look at the Tornado guide on Maxroll, man. I think there's, like, 4 different steps where you have to rework your entire Paragon board. Or something like that. Like, holy. Which, I mean, it's okay, I guess. You know, you kind of know what you're getting into, but it's like such a struggle. It's also part of the reason why I would like appreciate like smaller boards. Perfect Storm passive. Yeah, I think Perfect Storm passive is actually, if Perfect Storm passive was just a bit better, it wouldn't be so bad actually, right? So just like go Perfect Storm, it solves your resource a little bit, and then I guess there is an option to play this with Perfect Storm, but I don't know, I always feel like Perfect Storm is just too weak. It just doesn't even have the output. Okay, not press on this. Okay. Like, let me see that. Storm skills, 30 cast, grant 1 spirit. And deal first increased damage when damaging vulnerable more or less third enemy. Yeah, I think this is just too little, right? Does it even work with double casts? Like, what if you double cast or like quadruple cast a Tornado? Does it even give you 4? I need to remove the word you cast. Just Storm skills grant 1 spirit. Yeah, that would probably be okay. Like, you get double casts, sometimes you get quadruple casts, or triple casts. When you spam Tornadoes. One spirit. I don't think you can scale it, right? You can scale it with resource generation and stuff, but yeah, even so, you get like 1.5 or so. If it works with double cast, you get 3. Yeah, I mean, it could get to the point where, you know, it can like pretty reliably just kind of like spam your tornadoes. And then you do like, I don't know, a mole here and there or so, and then you're fine. But yeah. Like playing like a storm skill and then not having access to Envenom. I think if they do this Envenom change that I said, then it's not also not feel so bad. Because you wouldn't have to rely on Tempest Roar that much, right? Like if they give like some kind of like human buffs and, you know, for example, nerf Envenom as well, so that you don't have to have poison in every single build, then it's like, okay, then something like this actually makes a lot more sense someday. So I guess you can do like some resource power on your ring or so and you're fine. I might try a Tornado Druid for another one next season, just to see. He has Constricting Tendrils for the human form, more lucky hit. Constricting Tendrils has also like the poison proc that helps you out. But then you have to trigger this first, right? And it's only 15% chance, and a Tornado lucky hit is like, I don't know, what? 8, I think? Yeah, it's 8. Like, oof. Without lucky hit bonuses, you know, we need how many tornado hits? That's a lot of hits to get Constricting Tendrils. Just tell them to buff human druid damage, they will sell more skins. Easy. True. Think all skills and builds should be capable and doable at minimum for level 1? No, I don't think so necessarily. At least like maybe the basic versions of like, you know, core skills and stuff should at least function okay, I guess. You know, like if you want to log in and you want to play a werewolf druid from start to finish, you know, then, you know, Shred should be okay to like get you to level 100, you know, even if it's slow. I think that's okay. And I guess technically it can do that. It's just gonna feel kind of shitty when you do like the capstones and whatever. But let's say you overlevel a little bit and then you shred. I mean, it could do that, right? But not every build has to work from level 1, you know. A lot of builds have certain unique items that enable the build and, you know, whatever, right? So this is okay. That there are many builds that just open up later that make the class more rich and, you know, the options more diverse and stuff. Yeah, maybe I'll try a Tornado Druid. I'm not gonna talk much about Tornado Druid. We talked about Thunderstruck Node, nerfing Storm builds. We talked about buffing human form. So I think if something happens in that direction, then this would already benefit stuff like Tornado enough for now. So do we have everything covered now? Druid, Necro, Barb, Sorc, Rogue. Yeah, I guess this is it, guys. General feedback. I mean, honestly, I have no idea what to expect from the Infernal Hordes changes they're planning to do. But we can talk about Infernal Hordes. Boons and Banes. For roguelite mode, I would expect effects that actually alter the gameplay in a much more impactful way. Most of these are chosen purely to boost the non-existent rewards I would rather appreciate effects that make each run a unique experience instead to improve replayability. You're only sitting in the same room and then fight same bosses at the end every single time. But this mode to stay fun and relevant, it needs more variety. Effects that buff both the player and the monsters, combine into other effects, change what happens on the screen, etc. So I think this is number one. You guys serious? Rewards. Omega Bull. What else can we talk about? Difficulty scaling. I mean, the difficulty scaling is okay, but higher tiers don't seem worth the effort. Maybe we should combine this. Get a bit more ether, but he could also finish another run faster to get to the reward chests more often. By playing a lower tier. Try to build a powerful character to take on the highest challenge. Seems not rewarding at all. Okay, then there's another problem. Expired timer fights compared to EG Pit. Fighting monsters for a large amount of time after the wave has already finished to clear remaining enemies. Isn't punished in any way. To go with the above. If higher tiers are more rewarding, then there needs to be some sort of limit on how much people can overstretch their characters' power by going to these high difficulties and just fighting enemies forever, which is boring. Yeah, compasses. I mean, permanent compass, I'm not sure. The PTR system of finding compasses and upgrading them is extremely tedious. It would be better to be able to jump into any difficulty we choose once we've unlocked it. have some other way of a permanent progression through the system. It allows us to skip easy content. Higher tier key. I should stop adding the new mini playgrounds like this one. Instead, I should just expand the existing ones. Take Nightmare Dungeons, they're basically dead content now, more or less. Yeah, honestly, I think that there's probably some massive rework of Nightmare Dungeons coming, actually. I think Nightmare Dungeons will basically become eventually like the main content again. And they will get something like the PoE Atlas tree. And you get like insane customization inside of Nightmare Dungeons. I think this is... If I was Blizzard, at least this is what I would do. You know, I would make like a, you know, PoE Atlas tree in light for Nightmare Dungeons. And make Nightmare Dungeons the thing that you farm like, you know, at least 50% of the time. With lots of customization. And make it basically the equivalent of mapping. It's also low quality of life with compasses, not stacking. Despite them all being equal. Could also be to make compasses have affixes of their own before a run even starts. Which similar to sigils. Or have them have a certain theme of banes and boons that show up more frequently depending on the compass. Something like that, maybe. They have such a good engine to do crazy maps. It's time to put you in a room with Bishy Bosch. That's funny. The modifiers all be heroes and demons on Diablo giving you special buffs or something. Yeah, like I think this whole like, okay, you get like one more Ether when you kill an elite, you get one more Ether when you kill a Hellborn. Like, yeah, it's kind of nice. Like the Banes, I think the Banes are kind of there, you know. Okay, now Hellborns appear and now Elderlords appear, and you know, it kind of like makes it a bit different. It's like the Fire Rain, but like the boons are just kind of like pointless, right? The boons is just like, okay, get one Ether here, one Ether there. Like, who the hell cares, right? Like, I want to get, you know, some cool effects, you know. I want to get something like, you know, you are permanently unstoppable, you know, or you do 100% extra damage to distant enemies, or, you know, you shoot lightning every 5 seconds all around you. That does like, you know, 10% of the enemy's health, or I don't know. You know, there could be like so many cool things that could add as like a run progresses, maybe even with multiple levels of certain powers that you unlock, or something like that. Make effects that are kind of a gamble. Yeah, that's also nice. This needs to go wild. Okay. Yeah, there's so many things they could do. It's gonna be tough for them to do it in 1 month, but who knows. Torghast from WoW. Yeah, Torghast actually looked like very intriguing to me. I unfortunately didn't play it in Shadowlands. Perma Unstoppable, Rip Tibalt's users. Yeah, I mean, you have to, of course, you don't want to just like blindly choose, right? You have 3 options. So you choose what benefits you most. And of course, there are certain things that will not help you. There could even be stuff like, you know, you deal 100% extra damage to distant enemies and you deal no damage to close enemies, right? You can do stuff like that. And then you need to say, okay, does this work for my build? Does it not? I don't know. So, you know, it could do so many things even. An endless mode could be fun and challenging. Yeah, they could maybe make some Uber compass or something. You know, that is actually like way longer, right? Where it's like literally like a 1 hour run and you do like 30 waves or something. And you just stack up a ridiculous amount of extra boons and banes and the shit is going really crazy at some point. It'll be fun. Uber mode. Given a major rework of boons and banes, how about some Uber compass that goes much longer, like 30 waves, or a more meaningful longer run that is rarely even completable. Really double down on the roguelike experience. Yo, Daco. Thanks for 8 mouse. Cannot be overpowered with sheer character power. It's barely completable. People want to reward something up for the effort. Yeah, I mean, you know, it can be very rewarding if you finish the run, or it can even be just like, okay, you get to wave 22, and then you get like, you know, X reward, and then you get to wave 27 the other time, and you get like, you know, another reward, and maybe at 30 that's like a huge bonus or something. You know, it doesn't have to be like not rewarding. I think it's fine. An endless waves mode would be cool. Where it's just like spawning, spawning, spawning. Yeah, would it work in Diablo 4 is the question. What if Iron Wolf's progression turned into Infernal Horde progression and eventually get a spark and more than just keep going? Well, I have some good news for you. Because you will get sparks on this. There's something that seems very similar to the Iron Hordes, Iron Wolf stuff that coming into this in the data mine. Perhaps even an open end, endless wave mode that fails eventually. What's the matter of shooting the compass tiers? They're just gonna nerf it week 1 like they always do. Nah. We'll see, I guess. Maybe like a kill efficiency meter that you would have to keep up with if it falls below 0, the run ends. Yeah, actually could take inspiration from Echoing Nightmares. Diablo 3. Yeah. Like, we're complaining that they make Diablo 4 a lot like Diablo 3, but honestly, I don't see why not at this point for Echoing Nightmares. Echoing Nightmares can be actually kind of fun, you know, because they're hard. And they're always hard. You know? You will always fail eventually. So this is kind of like, you know, what this could be, to be honest. Permanent compass of limited scrolls to really juice your boards, but you can choose the tier you want. Yeah, one thing is also like the compasses are always the same, right? They always have exactly the same modifiers. I didn't even understand why. Like, you look at the compass and it always has like, you know, it says like the chest at the end and then the extra gold and the extra items or whatever, and that's it. And every compass was always the same. And I don't really get it. Which is weird. Leaderboards have always been literally irrelevant and pointless, especially since people play this game for a living. It's just weird flex between it and that's it. Yeah, I guess. Like, why do we even have competitions at all, right? Like, why do people even play soccer and, like, you know, watch the Euro Cup and the World Cup? Like, what's the point? And they even do it professionally, man. Can you imagine? Football. Crazy. They're being paid to play games. Unbelievable. Olympics? Why? Yeah. The PTR was in such a horrible state, it's hard to know what to consider feature complete, not just even close to what they attend. Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that there's a lot of work to be done on Infernal Hordes. So... I hope that they're doing the most here, for sure, to make sure that at least like the season feature is being received well, right? Even the class balance is off, you know, every class has their builds. And, you know, they can fix it, it's fine, you know, some stuff being a bit too strong or whatever, or a bit too weak. It's not like the end of the world. But, you know, this thing is kind of coming out and sucking, that'll be bad. So, I hope they're gonna fix at least the Infernal Hordes. Streaming isn't a real job. Everyone knows that, yes. I'm being paid to watch Rudy get paid to stream. Is my job real? What is your job, Riley? An awful lot of time and effort exhausted there. I mean, it's savable, I think. I think Infernal Hordes is savable. I think the real waste was the Gauntlet, if you ask me. Like, they just wanted to, like, do some kind of competitive mode, and they said, okay, we want to make it as fair as possible, and blah, 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 right? And, okay. But it's like, it's not really what people want exactly to have in a competitive mode, and now people don't really care about it, so... If they had at least asked us, you know, a bit more before, and like, you know, not just, hey, by the way, we're making a Gauntlet. You know, I could have told them many things that, you know, people would love to see for competitive features. That would probably be a lot more successful than the Gauntlet, right? Can Gauntlet be saved? That's a good question. I mean, they have been trying to adjust it, right? They implemented it not even that long ago, and they've already like changed it quite significantly. Shrine buff duration is gone. The maps have been streamlined. The shrines are different. So it has become a lot less about this whole like, okay, you know, spend hours and hours trying to like, you know, min-max your route. The route is still very important, but it's not like the only thing, basically. But yeah, it's just like the general problem that, you know, RPG players, they want to blast. They don't want to sit there and like start using paint to, you know, draw a line and then try to follow it and remember like, you know, 8 minutes in their head of like which directions to turn every 2 seconds, you know. It's actually very hard to do that, and something that a lot of people obviously don't really want to do. We could add 5 bosses at the end of Hordes instead of 1. It's random which boss you get. Each boss has different loot. Then include different orbs to influence which boss you get. I mean, you get 3 out of 5 of the council members. I think the boss fight is actually kind of cool, to be honest. I like the boss fight in Infernal Hordes. So I think that part is fine. You know, you have like the council members, and they have like a different combination every time, and so on. That's kind of nice. You cried for hours about the PTR tunes. Oh no. You mentioned some mods, you fight Diablo, others you fight Bale, others you fight King Lorik. Actually, I didn't really pay too much attention to like the monster diversity in the Infernal Hordes, but I think it kind of like everything shows up, right? They have like some, I don't know, Fallen Knights, and they have the Fallen, and they have the vampires, and I guess that there's no snakes there and stuff. They don't really fit, I guess, but yeah, this is the gauntlet here. Yeah, I mean, I was blasting the gauntlet really hard for like a month when it came out. Actually, they apparently started sending out the gauntlets price finally. Maybe told me he received his on Friday, so I'm hoping to get mine like this week or something. It's finally coming, apparently. That's cool. I'll shut off then. Yeah, I did enjoy my time blasting the gauntlet, but I honestly don't really want to continue and do more of it, you know? It's just kind of like, okay, this little thing. Who knows, maybe at some point I'm gonna get bored and try to do more gauntlet stuff. But I'm not sure if there's even anyone really tryharding to like have any kind of competition. There's like no reward. You know, there's like no reason to do it. So, yeah. Maybe roll a greater affix on existing item as a goal for Infernal Hordes. Nah, I think something like that. I mean, if that was like a jackpot reward, you know, like a 1 in 1,000 thing, that would be okay, but this should not maybe something to be expected. I think in general they could do like some a lot more like, you know, a jackpot thing. You know, something that is like memorable. Like, you know, you turn in a Whisper and like 1 in 10,000 times, it just gives you a chest with an Uber unique or something like that, you know? Why not? Like, why is that not a thing, right? These kind of things, you know, I think there needs to be a lot more of them. You know, like just kind of this wild outcome. It wouldn't really affect anything, but it would make people's day or people's season sometimes even, right? If that happens to them. And it could also be something like that, yeah. There isn't that many people that can look at each class and give holistic and specific feedback rather than everyone getting Sorc bad. Dude, when I made my video about this Sorcerer slice steps aspect, dude, I did not expect it to go that badly. Holy shit. I had like 80% upvotes in that video, man. It's like one of my most downvoted videos, almost. Just because I dared to say something positive about Sorcs, man. It's crazy. Like usually I feel bad when my upload ratio is like less than 95 or so. I got 80 on that video. That's insane. D4 good, Sorc bad. I guess that's kind of the most popular take these days. Delete Sorc and bring back D3 Wizard. I mean, yeah, pretty similar anyway, no? Too many people got used to OP Season 2 Ball Lightning. I think that's the baseline for Sorc. Yeah, I mean, I understand there's like, you know, a lot of people out there that always want to have, you know, the most OP build and, you know, only follow the absolute top meta build that is like, you know, effortless and whatever, right? And generally, I agree that Sorc is somewhat undertuned compared to the other classes. Personally, I would say that I would enjoy the game more if like all classes were like the Sorc, and not the Sorc is too weak. But I understand this is like a somewhat unrealistic outcome. So I think, you know, the classes should be more like the Druid, and not like the Sorc, for example. You know, Druid is like nice in the middle of the pack right now. This would probably be like a general good compromise between people that want it easy and people that want a bit of a challenge. I think Druids are kind of in the right place there. But yeah. I don't understand why I try to make all classes on par with Barb. Yeah, it's kind of strange. Especially because, you know, the expansion is coming, right? It's very soon that the expansion is out. And I mean, you could say, okay, just like let it go wild now. It's like the last season before the expansion, like whatever. The season is short. You know, I guess it's okay if like stuff is overtuned. As long as the expansion brings everything back down to a real normal level, right? So this is okay. Like if they actually already plan like a massive rebalance for the expansion, then that's okay, right? But they're like massively rebalancing everything every season right now anyway. So are they really gonna do all that again? And then are they gonna hit the mark? Like who knows, right? We're only pushing 75% of the endgame content. If you're talking about the pit and the fact that we only clear tier 150, well, then let me tell you, you're roughly like a 1000 times damage multiplier away from clearing a 200 or something. The 200 is not supposed to be clearable. And the problem is that if you intend 200 to be cleared, or even 150 to be cleared, then you're so powerful that everything else in the game that is not the pit has just become completely trivial. And we already see that, you know, open world. Like, look at open world monsters. You go into Helltide, and if you can do 1 million damage, then you are a god in Helltide. If you can do 1 billion damage in the pit, you are nothing, you know, basically. So, how does that make sense? Why does the pit have to go that far? Why do we want builds that are so powerful that you like one-shot a tormented boss? How does that make sense? You know? And then people look at the pits and they're like, oh man, we can't even clear 200 in a pit, so please buff. Like, this makes no sense. Because the pit is just this one tiny thing compared to the rest of the game that is all scaled to a certain difficulty level. Yeah, like the pit is an infinite system, you know, it's not supposed to be finished. You could scale the rest of World Tier 4. Yeah, you can't really do that though, because World Tier 4 is a leveling world tier. You can do a World Tier 5, and you can like take World Tier 5 and make everything like 100 times harder. And then give it like, you know, a bit more rewards. That's like was my suggestion, you know, make World Tier 5, make it like Nightmare Dungeon 100 or so at least, everywhere. And then like, you know, boost item drops by like 25% or so compared to World Tier 4, for example. Or boost Cinder drops by 25%, or, you know, something like that. Like a kind of minor boost for a very, very harsh difficulty boost. So that people wouldn't feel too obligated to necessarily go into World Tier 5. But if you have a build that's powerful enough, then you could. I think something like that would be okay. But even then, like, you know, I think the real problem is just that balance is so out of whack. We have super bugged builds every season, and broken builds, and, you know, the balance is off. And if they just like kind of like bring everything a bit closer together, tune it better, then you could actually make it so that you don't necessarily completely trivialize everything, and the pit remains fun enough anyway. If the whole world is scaled to a power drop should also follow. Yeah, I mean, the thing is you have to not scale the rewards in the same fashion that you scale the difficulty, right? There's a lot of people that cry like, oh man, like going beyond 100 in the pit is not rewarding, why should I do it? And I mean, I do want a leaderboard. You know, I think leaderboard would be a reward on its own already. And it could even be a reward for the leaderboard as well. I wouldn't be mind. But I think the fact that tier 101 is kind of the soft cap of what a build needs to achieve in order to be a build, I think that's actually really good with the state of the game right now. Because it actually allows us to play like more than 1 or 2 builds. Because if there was like scaling rewards, you know, like look at Diablo 3, that's exactly what happened in Diablo 3, right? Diablo 3, you had like infinitely scaling experience rewards, and experience was everything in Diablo 3 to farm Paragons. And if you didn't play a meta build, then you did it wrong. But now we actually have the option to play like, you know, 50 different builds or something that can all farm like, you know, pit 90 to 100. And you don't have to feel bad for playing Sever, or you don't have to feel bad for playing like, you know, Ball Lightning or something like that. And you can still kind of do everything and kind of get everything at a similar pace that other builds can that are much more powerful. So as long as the balance is so far out of whack, I think it's actually not bad that there's not really a reward for the higher tiers after 100. And similar for world tiers, right? If they make a world tier 5, you have to make sure that this world tier 5 is not like incredibly more rewarding than world tier 4, for example. To make sure that, you know, you give the people that play strong builds something to do and something to gain out of it, but not to the point where you go to world tier 5 and then there's like, you know, triple the amount of efficiency and, you know, everything is like crazy fast and you get like this crazy reward or something like that. So with the balance being so shit as it is, you have to make sure that people don't like, you know, kind of like, you don't have like this infinite runaway effect basically of strong builds being way better at farming than other builds. I guess you can share this. Okay. Also put it here on the YouTube description. Let's go. So the podcast is in 30 minutes, guys. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have a short break. I'm not gonna have a 30 minutes break. Just 2 minutes, BRB. Breaks. Oh man. Yes. That's fun though. And what do we do now, man? I was leveling this Necro here at level 91. So just continue now. I think I want to respec it to Bone Spear. Should I do that? I guess I could. Start from there. Oh, is it your birthday, boiler? We old? Well, happy birthday, my friend. How old did you get? MacroBioBoi on the stream. Yeah, I guess we should be meeting up soon, so half an hour into the podcast, I guess we're gonna be chilling. 35. Damn, son. 35 is not old. Yeah. That's probably not even the average age of my viewers, I guess. You see? Look, a lot of even 40 plus here. Interesting. I'm 14. Yeah, nice. We also have some young folks. Yeah, the age distribution of my viewers is actually very interesting. I think the biggest age group is like 25 to 34 or something. Or maybe even the next one, like 35 to 44. I have like a lot of people in that range. I could check the analytics on YouTube. I mean, YouTube is a bit different from Twitch. I guess Twitch is probably generally a bit younger. Let's do a poll. You could do a poll if you want. Why not? Oh. No, Daniel is back. Hey, man. 20 subgets just happened on YouTube, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it, Daniel. How's it going, man? What's your age? Okay, so 2-minute poll. So this is like Twitch poll, but let's see. So as I said, I guess Twitch and YouTube is probably a bit different. Ding. How's it going? And we just did like a 3-hour feedback, like PTR feedback session, basically, that I want to pass to Blizzard at some point. I'm probably gonna like wait a day or two and like think about it some more, and we also have the podcast soon. Look, 55%, man, what? Am I employed by Maxroll? You thought I own Maxroll? I don't own Maxroll. I'm one of the directors there. I don't own shares of the company. But I am the director for the Diablo franchise, meaning I have to make sure that basically everything Diablo related is working. Hi, Lily. Nice to have you here. Wait, is it no one who said 19 or less here? What? What is going on? 0. What happened? $1,000 viewers, only 100 responded. The older part of the poll is trying to figure out how to vote on the poll. Ah, here. I need to stream more Fortnite, man. No young folks. I'm 31. Okay, it was interesting. 55% here. I could check YouTube as well. Like, YouTube actually has analytics for this. At least for the bots. I'm not sure about the live stream. Boomers unite. Yeah, let's go. I mean, I'm a German. I'm a naturally born boomer. It's in our DNA. I have actually no idea how powerful this character is right now. It's been a while since I played it. It just starts small. See what happens. Wait, what happened to my elixir? Didn't I just use an elixir? There was an elixir here, no? Or did I put it in a stash? Oops. Germany still uses paper for everything. Boomer confirmed. The 80s at level 91 is a summon necro. Yeah, this is like not really a summon necro. It's like partially summon, but partially blood. I was farming Helldites with this stuff. Okay, these guys are just evaporating, so I guess that works. Alright, you can go higher. "19 younger are too busy snorting G fuel." Wait, what? Is something special about G fuel? Notes announced a level leaderboard. Oh, that's cool. Yo. Official leaderboard for levels is really nice, man. I wonder if it also tracks the post 100 levels. You know, when you get 101 and then 101 again and so on. But I guess you can just make it like the season start race. That's fine. The levels after that take too long anyway. I want to see a Nova and a mini Nova item become S tier. Yeah, it will be very interesting. There's like this, there's also this here, the Course Embrace. I'm actually running it right now. It's like a new item from Season 4 for Blood Search. I should have played Warzone for a stream when I added the Lilith Inario skins. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that what's the point, right? So yeah, okay, I have like some people that like a Call of Duty or something. And then what, you know? Are they gonna stick around? Okay, this golem is bonking. You can go a bit higher. I'm from Germany.
Cleanse these boils from my skin, and I promise to become your most devoted servant.
Wait, are the elite patch notes out already? Or what? You see the video where they said wherever the fuck Woody is from? I don't know what I mean. Yeah, I had the blog post open. Maybe I'll check it out after the podcast. Otherwise, tomorrow I wanted to go into LE mode and start prepping. I need to kind of warm up a little bit and see what actually changed. Yeah, thanks, Barb. I'll check it later. I'm not gonna play the free. Unfortunately, no. It's like only 3 days after last epoch. I'm gonna be in the middle of the race, but okay, at 3 days, I guess the race is over for Aberoth. But I also don't really wanna switch to the free only 3 days in. So I think I'm gonna do it after return from NA. Dude, Diablo 3 is gonna be like absolutely dead from content creators this season, man. Like everyone who would, you know, normally maybe play a bit of D3 is going to NA. Or is blasting last epoch. I don't know. I would be surprised to really see any streamer with like more than 500 viewers on D3 this season launch. It's kind of sad considering it's the free season, man. It's a fun season. The timing is just so bad, man. Like, to do it literally on the same day that everyone is going to Blizzard headquarters to play Spiritborn. Nice. Like, good job. Yeah, I'm going on 18th. I'll be streaming the Spiritborn from there at the 18th. So technically I'll be here and I could play Diablo 3. But since the timing of last epoch is so bad, I'm not doing it anyway, so maybe after NA I come back and do like some SSF hardcore for like a day or two and maybe try to get a rank 1 or something on one build. Does this like perma 200 speed actually? It appears so. Almost. I'm not planning to stop by Texas. I'm flying straight to Seattle. And it's not gonna be like a big round trip or something. So I'm gonna stay there and then return after a few days. Yeah, I think they should have done Diablo 3 like a week later. On the 19th. And it would still suck for me. But at least I could come back from NA and just blast some D3 or something. I mean, you also expect PoE, I guess. Around that time somewhere, right? Late July or so, but yeah, there might be like some time in between. I mean, class reveal is on the 18th. You know, there's gonna be a big info dump, the streams, etc. I know. I mean, besides me, I think everyone is actually NA anyway, who's gonna be streaming the Spiritborn. So they could just say, fuck Woody, we're doing this on 18th, start the season on 19th, easy clap. But they didn't even do that, so I don't know. I'm done with PoE until PoE 2 comes out. Yeah, honestly, I feel kind of similar. Like, I do enjoy PoE still, but it's like, yeah. If I can play D4 or PoE, Most of the time just choose D4 basically. I mean, yeah, new launch and stuff is cool. But I think PoE 1, at least I enjoyed PoE 1 a lot more like 4 years ago or something, you know. I feel like there's like so much power creep and stuff like that these days. Game was just kind of more interesting for me in earlier times. I mean, they've been adding some high-end challenges again as well, which is nice. But I don't know, it felt like a bit more like, you know, normal, let's say. Depends on the season. Yeah, they're like kind of hit and miss as well, right? A lot of people didn't really like Necropolis. Myself included. I mean, I don't really care much about league mechanic most of the time because PoE has so much stuff to offer anyway. Like, I really don't care if the league mechanic is good or bad, but I guess it does help if it's good. It's just kind of like a general sentiment I have of PoE these days. And I'm just more like, okay, waiting for the big reset in PoE 2, and there we go. Crafting leagues, people leave. Yeah, crafting leagues are so complicated, right? This is why people don't like them. I mean, to be honest, that's actually true. Like, I remember Synthesis League, man. That shit was wild as well. Casually doxing Woody in chat. Uh-oh. Don't dox me, guys.
What will it be?
Right now I live in Bulgaria, actually, in Varna. But originally I studied in Friedrichshafen in Germany. It's like a southern border. I'm allowed to play with my own peripherals and things like this. You mean when I go to NA for the Spiritborn? No, I'm not gonna bring anything there. I mean, I guess I could if I wanted, but no way I'm gonna do that. Like on an event like this, you know, this is up to them to provide like a machine, I guess. And what's the point, you know? A mouse is a mouse. Sure, I'm not really as confident with like a different mouse that I'm not used to, but for a little playtest that doesn't matter. A mouse isn't just a mouse, it's an extension of oneself. True. I would say only until, you know, we can actually control our PC with our mind, but we can actually do that. At least some people can in the world already. So soon we don't even need mouse and keyboard anymore. We just need our thoughts. The 10 mirror per hour div card strats at the start was like, what the fuck? 10 mirror per hour. Wait, what happened? Yeah, the problem is like PoE is like such a wild game that, you know, stuff can go way out of control really fast, right? Like we're complaining about bars being too powerful, you know, and you know, one-shot tormented bosses, and you know, barbs can farm masterwork materials like 20% faster than the next best class. But then you look at PoE and it's like, okay, some people literally make mirrors per hour, and others make like chaos per hour. And you're like, okay. You know, stuff goes really wild there. Yeah, I know that the new Scarab stuff was wild. I haven't really like looked into that too much since I was playing almost SSF. And I was playing on hardcore, so I didn't really care that much about like, you know, insane currency strats and whatnot.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Dropping full stacks of the rare stiff cards.
My soul.
Yeah, I feel like the PoE league has been really that. Like, I don't know, I barely even see the PoE guys even play it lately. Like, I talked to this about this with Palstone a little bit earlier today. Palstone and me, by the way, we're gonna have a co-op stream for Torchlight on Friday. Maybe Saturday and Sunday. We're gonna be blasting there for the season start. And Palstone is one of our PoE guys on Maxroll. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. And yeah, I mean, we were discussing a bit about T4 and PoE, and I don't know. Like, PoE is in like a really weird shape right now. You know, we had this delay from PoE 2, like PoE 2 beta should already be live, right? And then they delayed it by like half a year, and we don't really know anything, and you know, it's like, ugh, okay. Yeah, everyone was just waiting for that. And there's like one more league now, and then maybe another league right before, and you know, it can kind of like bridge the gap a little bit, but yeah. PoE 1 is broken and dead. I wouldn't really call it dead. But it's just like, okay, there's like so much stuff that is like problematic right now, I guess. You know, Alex. I'll be starting a podcast in 5 minutes actually, so let's finish this dungeon. Who complains about bars being too powerful? People complain about other classes being too weak. Yeah, true. I guess people generally don't cry about being powerful. That's true. But when you look at, when you take a step back and look at it a bit more, like, you know, less passionately, let's say, right? And more about the overall picture of the game, then you would definitely have to say that barbs are too powerful currently. Like, personally, I actively enjoy Barb less because of how overpowered it is. Or rather, how overpowered certain builds are compared to other builds I could play on a Barb. And so it feels like I have to play this one build or these two builds that are extremely good. And there's not really a reason to play other builds on a Barb because those are so much better. And this kind of kills my mood, you know? And then you think about, okay, should we buff all the other builds to be on the same level? And then the answer to that is just no. We should not. Because everything's already out of control anyway. And so here we are, and then we can say Barbs are too strong. Overall picture for which demographic? Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, it kind of depends on like what do you want to do, right? But for this game to be a game, you know, it would be nice if I actually have to, like, you know, think about choices and press buttons and farm gear in order to be successful, you know, because that is kind of what makes an ARPG an ARPG. And currently, none of that is really happening when I play Barb. So pounds. Thanks for the prime, by the way. Alright, let's see where we're at with the podcast. Okay, so I guess we're gonna get a call in a second, so I'm not gonna start an dungeon now. Let's finish this here before we join the call. Last one. Does Holy Bolt scale on this build? Not really. It used to be bugged, and minions, when they got a Holy Bolt proc, they would just one-shot everything. Yeah, I'm free. You think D4 and PoE2 will have alternating season start and end times? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the people are not stupid. And PoE2 and D4 are going to be the two monsters on the RPG market, and everything else will plan around that. Okay. Wait, is my microphone on? Yeah, but to go back about this Barb topic again, you know, I think it's totally fine that there are builds in the game that are really powerful and easy and, you know, just kind of work for casuals that have not much time and knowledge of the game. Like, I don't have a problem with that, and I don't want to ruin everyone's fun. But you could also design such builds in a way that they don't completely rule everything later on, right? You can make them, you know, good early on and not scale as hard as other builds, for example. And just like lower their top end potential in some way, for example, right? Similar to how some builds like have incredible late game scaling and just kind of go up with the curve like this, right? So you can fix a lot of stuff with just better balancing. But you know, something like you know, Bash Barb being like one of the most powerful builds in the game is problematic, I think, you know, for the enjoyment of the game for many people. Like, even people that play Barb say they don't like playing Bash, but they feel like they have to because it's so good, you know? And there's nothing else that really kind of like makes the class more exciting, and some build that is like cool and like, you know, active, you know, like a Kratos Barb or something that comes anywhere close to that. Yeah, non-linear scaling is a thing, you know? Every build has its own scaling curve. I actually showed this earlier. It's like, you know, a bit simplified because I just showed it for like, you know, all classes. But, you know, you have kind of like a scaling curve, and some classes, they kind of, you know, pop off early, and then like Sorc, for example, right? Once they get their enchantments, they're kind of really good in leveling, and then they don't really scale later until they have really GG gear, and then they're kind of okay, right? And then you have like, you know, Barbs that just kind of like scale well, and then even harder later. And you have like the Necros, they get like the big power spike when they get the Golem, and then they're kind of fine. Yeah, so this is what I made earlier. And you can also like break this down by build, right? And certain builds just like come online at a certain point, or have like a huge power spike. And, you know, you can always like fine tune this basically build by build. You could make a graph for this for every build. And then you can just like make them flatline a little bit earlier, right? Some of those builds like Bash, you know? It doesn't have to be down here, right? It can be here, but it shouldn't be up there, for example. So, but yeah. Anyway, I think they're calling us. Okay, 1 second. Podcast is starting.
I just figured out how to stream a different scene than what I'm currently on.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, guys?
Hi, Woody. It's going great. How's it going for you?
Amazing. We did a 3-hour feedback session on the PTR.
Oh, so you are well prepared, huh?
I am so prepared, yeah. I'm so ready.
Great. Because I want to watch setup.
Yo, Daniel, thanks again, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Adam Fletcher actually just now followed me, so I guess I'm officially I have the check mark now.
Big.
Nice one.
We're being watched, guys.
Okay, I need to set up the podcast and stuff, but thank you very much, Daniel, for the donor.
Wait, Macro, I think due to
Gonna be a lot more discussion now.
mirroring your camera, you are now mirrored for me.
Onto your stream?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
But if you pop it out, you shouldn't be mirrored anymore for yourself as well.
Hold on.
Ah! The setup instantly worked. Let's go. Preparation magic. Everyone is in the correct spot. Hi, Rex.
What's up? Nice to see you guys.
Hi, Rax. How's it going?
Good. How are you? Nice. I'm going to be looking at the wall. I like that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I didn't start up the YouTube stream earlier. Oh no.
Darkest timeline. Gotta start over.
Yeah. You guys let me know when you are ready to go.
I'm ready.
Yeah, you can go whenever. I'm so ready.
Send it.
Give me like a minute.
Sure.
You can have a
Maybe
little
we
small
can-
talk if you want.
All good. Mac, can
Shit.
we get a sound check in the meantime? I make use of the time already.
Yes, absolutely. Hi, this is MacroBioBoi talking for an amount of time near my microphone at the level I intend to be speaking at.
Wonderful. And Rex?
And when I purchased my wife, she was very nice, very strong and plow. But 2 years later, when she turned 15, she grew a very deep voice, aborat, and her vagina hang like sleeve of wizard.
Oh no. Okay.
What the
We
hell?
go with Borat sound check. That's the
That's good. Yakshamash. Exactly.
Yeah, Shamash.
Oh wait. When I have something.
That's not good news. Talk about Borat and then he runs away. I have something.
if he comes back with curly
That's not
hooves
good
on,
news.
I do give up.
It looks like a blue hoodie. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Dude, just
Wait.
looking good, man.
I wanted to do this last podcast already. I practiced this.
All right.
Hey guys, it's Rex.
Spot on. 100%. That's exactly it. It's like there's 2 Raxes on stream.
God. That was beautiful.
But I need a little bit of hair. Also sticking out like this, and then oh god. There we go.
You got to hide the hair so everyone thinks you're bald.
Okay, can do.
Wait, you have hair?
Is it now time to prove it?
We will see. You'll see very soon on the 18th. You'll see if I'm bald or not.
Can we take a
Oh.
selfie together?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, rail selfie. Let's go.
Okay, I'm good to go. Sound is fine now.
Okay, wait,
guys?
but I gotta take off the hoodie. It's gonna be too warm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Tell
that's
me
work.
about it.
I need to turn off the chat, I guess. Some of this.
Yeah, I don't know how you are going to be doing this for 5 more years.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Bro. Okay, Woody, quick sound check for you as well, just to make sure.
Oh yeah, I haven't spoken very much, but this is my usual volume here.
Quick and to the point. No Borat impression you want to do?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
So, okay, welcome everyone to the Maxroll Season 5 PTR Roundup podcast. We're going to cover quite a lot of topics. First off, we're going to start out with the new uniques and the impact on the PTR meta, and we're currently trying to guess a little bit of the direction of the old uniques in comparison to all the new, very shiny and very powerful uniques that we saw on the PTR. Then we're going to go into Infernal Hordes, class balance, and the upcoming events in July hosted by Blizzard. We're trying to extract some infos of the guys, trying to get some more infos here. And then at the end, we're going to go into some chat questions. So if you guys have something that comes up during the stream, make sure to write it down. And then at the end, we can get into that. And yeah, to be able to do and cover all of these topics, I invited my Maxroll friends to join me. So maybe we could get a brief introduction. Maybe we go Mac, Rax, and Woody.
Hi, everybody. If you don't know who I am, my name is MacroBioBoi. I'm this douchey-looking dude right over here. I used to have red hair. It made a lot more sense back then. I play the Necromancer. That's all I do. I just sit in Kioshad training room just hitting it and going, why isn't this doing anything? And then I make videos about it.
My name's Rax. I wear a blue hoodie, play video games, play all the classes.
Yes, I'm Woody. I play a lot of Diablo and other RPGs, and I'm, well, making sure that Maxroll of Diablo section is up to date and working fine. So that's what I do.
Great, thank you guys. I'm Chronikz. I'm also working on the Maxroll build guides for Necromancer, just like Macro. And let's actually start with the first topic. We got the introduction of a lot of new and very powerful uniques with interesting effects. What is everyone's thoughts after getting to play around with them? Did this live up to your expectation? Have they exceeded what you thought, how powerful they are going to be? Maybe Mac, if you could start us out with this first one right here, and then everyone chimes in as they see fit.
Yeah, so it's a little bit hard to get a full scope of what we're dealing with because the changes to the unique items as we've known it, the majority of them didn't make it into the Season 5 PTR. We won't see them until Season 5. So, Fists of Fate still do whatever the hell they do, and Bloodless Scream is still absolutely useless. That being said, they introduced so many new unique items, and I think where I'm not somebody who really likes to ascribe things to power creep because that only really exists in a competitive meta where things are no longer viable once a new thing is added. Nope. These unique items are insane. They need to get cut in half or removed from the game as far as I'm concerned. But they're insanely powerful. All of them quadruple your damage. There's no downsides, just great stats. And it kind of goes directly against the ideology that Adam Jackson said on the most recent Campfire stream, which was we don't just want uniques to be generically good and used on every build. And I think basically every build is going to use Lucian's Helm, Lochran's Amulet, Tybalt's Will, and probably Varathiel as a basic skill if you're doing that. And if not, Starless Skies. So I don't know where the disconnect happened, but that's what I experienced in the PTR.
Yeah, feel free to chime in, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, so I pretty much agree with Macro. One thing that was difficult for me on the PTR is you log in, and then, like Macro said, everyone says that everything is so overpowered and some things are borderline bugged and people are hitting for trillions and quadrillions of damage. So it's because there wasn't an update live on the PTR to correct some of these things, I pretty much just stayed away from using it because what am I going to learn? Just test the bugged mechanic again? One thing that kind of surprised me, one of the things was what Macro mentioned about how they're getting away from just generic uniques that just increase your damage. But they said in their blog that they want people to use up to 4 uniques per build. That number seems, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that number seems very high to me. Maybe 4 uniques if you also count farming for uber uniques, that might make more sense, but I personally was just straight up shocked when they said that, and I wonder if is that the real direction they're going in? That number seems very high to me.
Yeah, I kind of agree also with some of the points, especially what Rax just mentioned about the number of uniques personally, I really enjoyed Season 4, partly because we didn't have many uniques that were actually good. I mean, okay, I don't mind that uniques are good, but I mind that we've, like, you know, like in Season 2 or so, where like every build had like tons of uniques in there, everything was like so homogenized, everything was the same, I feel. And it was way better now in Season 4, where items, you know, dropped and you were excited about them and you could like alter them and, you know, temper them, and it just feels way more interesting. I think 4 is definitely maybe the extreme end that I find acceptable. Yeah, if it's like more like 1 or 2, that would be way better. But yeah, it's also like, as Macro said, it's like, it's nice to introduce a lot of uniques. It's nice that there are many choices, but I don't want like so many generics. I want, you know, build specific ones. Maybe like build defining in a way where I can play on an alternative version of a build thanks to a certain unique. You know, I want there to be like 2 chain lightning builds, right? I don't want, you know, like some people say, for example, the new chain lightning pants, you know, they don't work with the aspect for chain lightning and there's no synergy. But I think that is actually a good thing, you know, like I want to have an axial conduit chain lightning build and I want to have a non-axial conduit chain lightning build. You know, I think this could actually like really enlarge the build diversity and make it more interesting. But with like how everything was working on PTR, yeah, it was like too wacky, too buggy, really hard to really, you know, get much information out of it, because you don't know what's actually going to happen to either the new uniques that half of them are just broken or bugged or both, and then all the old uniques that they will probably change in pretty significant ways. And some of them have to be like changed fundamentally to even be considered in the future. So just the stat buff won't really do it for many of them.
I have to fully agree here, especially the build defining part about it. I remember back in the days when, for example, for Druids, you had to find your Tempest Drawer just to be able to play the build that you really wanted to be playing from the get-go. And that kind of felt really awkward for the first 80 levels or so, until you were able to find that Tempest Drawer, and then you suddenly were playing the build that you wanted to play in the first place. I think that's something that we need to, I would love if we could move away from that. And then, yeah, basically uniques giving you a choice of, do I take my build this way or that way, depending on which unique you're actually using. I actually really like that point by Woody a lot. And Macro, you said earlier about the downside. I think the only real thing is the Crown of Lucion that kind of brought a downside with it. And I would actually really like if when we're doing 2 to 4 uniques, we actually don't just slap them on there and call it a day, but we actually have to think about how many downsides can my build really take and how many can I work around with so that I can actually unlock the power that they bring. I think it's very important to have a downside like Crown of Lucion on quite a lot more items. I think stuff like Starless Skies, for example, is just powerful, right? I think, okay, it's fine. It's a mythic unique, but the uniques that are Shard of Varathiel, for example, are just a set item when you want to play the basic attack build and you don't have to think, do I really want this? It's just an auto include in a build. And that's kind of a little bit what I have a problem with now with the current state at the moment.
That's exactly, I mean, I unironically have a lot of issues with the direction the uniques look like they're taking. I do think that if we all agree on that, we're probably in the minority. I think most people want to find a cool unique item, put it on, and feel super powerful, and are not necessarily interested in the puzzle of, oh, because I put this on, this means I have to do this with my pants and this and that. They do just want to find the cool stuff, put it on, and be strong. I just find that incredibly boring, and I don't think that's ultimately healthy for the game's longevity and itemization's longevity. Like, Season 4 was all about, like, we're going to fully revamp items, we're going to be making decisions, and as you get more power, you get to min-max in these ways. Oh, because I got a G8 crit chance here, that allows me to actually put attack speed on this piece of gear, and now builds are outputting insane damage in the late game. I think that's kind of, like, perfect. And if all the unique items are all just very powerful and good, and if you want to do that thing, you put them on, that's just a set item. It's just not green. Like, if Helm of Lucian, Starless Skies, Lochran, Zamiel, and Varathiel are used on every single basic skill build, that's just a set of unique items. And then the other aspects that you can fit in are always going to be Moonrise and adaptability, and then whatever your damage multiplier on your gloves is. So then just call it a set. But we don't want that. So why are we like parading them around like that? I don't like the Shard of Rathiel and Lochran's Amulet have the same stats on them. They have all stats, maximum essence, attack speed, and then a minor damage boost, and then their unique ability that says double or triple your damage. How did we get to that point? Like, how did we get to that item existing in that way? I'm very confused by it.
I think I can explain. I have an idea, at least, how we got there. And this is that everyone is complaining, uniques, they have bad stats. I want, useful stats on my items. And then the devs think about, what can we put on these items that are useful for everyone? And well, it turns out there's not many things that you can put there that is actually useful for everyone, right? And then, they put all stats, they put, resource or whatever, and there you go. And this is what you get. And there's attack speed and crit maybe, right? There's like the universal stats that kind of work. Maybe you can throw in like a life or something, but then people are gonna complain, I have life on my weapon, I don't want that, or something. They basically just followed what everyone was crying about all the time, right? Like personally, I'm someone who is like, I really like these weird random stats that some items have on their unique slots, because it kind of like gives these builds a bit of a flavor, a bit of like a different feel. Like just the fact that 100,000 steps, let's just imagine that this item would ever be used by anyone, but just the fact that it has dexterity on the Barb build, I don't know, it's like so thematically fitting with the item. I just enjoy having the dexterity on the item. It's just that, the devs have to remember that dexterity doesn't actually do anything for a Barb, but, maybe give you like an extra Paragon, node or something like that, right? And outside of that, it has like basically no benefit. So the item's power budget needs to be adjusted accordingly, and another stat has to compensate for the lack of a good stat that is just flavor, basically. Like, it's the same thing as people were complaining about attack speed on the Whirlwind Glove, for example. I really liked having attack speed on the Whirlwind Glove, despite attack speed not working for Whirlwind until recently, because it was actually, something that you would never voluntarily put on your build, but it feels good to have more attack speed. It makes you jump faster, it makes you steel grasp faster, and so on. And people are just all about, oh man, I want a good damage stat there, without really considering the fun factor of actually having attack speed that just makes a build feel better, right? So I personally really loved the old design of random stats that are more flavorful and not universally good. You just need to make sure that the item overall, the item's power budget overall is good enough. And this was really like the big miss that the devs did there, I think, in the past, with like, okay, yeah, we put attack speed on the Whirlwind Gloves. That is like one of the 4 stats, and now we put 3 more stats that all have the same value, right? And they didn't really consider the fact that attack speed did actually nothing. Really nothing, right? So that's kind of the problem, I think. That's how we arrived at this moment.
Yeah, I think another piece of the puzzle is it looks like sometimes it doesn't happen every time, but when Blizzard has an issue, so let's say Chain Lightning. So they're looking at Chain Lightning Sorcerer and they say, all right, this is not meeting our expectations and people want to play Chain Lightning. It's kind of like what Chronikz said earlier. Then what they'll do is they'll say, okay, well, I've got a big fix for it. We're going to introduce Axial Conduit. But Axial Conduit, kind of like what Woody said earlier, it doesn't really give you a choice. There's not really a way to play Chain Lightning any other way. You just put on Axial Conduit, but then you also have to find it, which is very far into a lot of people's journeys. And then when you're playing like vanilla Chain Lightning, like if you're really excited to play it next season, when they're trying to buff some of these builds, when they put a lot of their eggs in one basket in the one singular unique that completely transforms it, you don't get the different ways to play it that Woody was asking for, and it takes forever for it to come online, as Chronikz said. So I think another part of one of these base problems is when Blizzard is trying to build these new archetypes, when they say, oh, let's just throw everything into this one unique, then you're very pigeonholed into it and it doesn't feel good until you eventually get it. And then if you wait that long to get it and it doesn't completely change your build, then people will complain and say that it feels bad. So then how exactly do you fix that? It's not such an easy thing to solve, especially because of the way that imprinting works, in that, okay, if Axial Conduit goes on pants, I could just move my other two important defensive powers somewhere else, and I'm not really that penalized. So I don't exactly like the approach that they're taking to solve some of these issues, but I also recognize it's probably not as easy to solve as one might think to make all these things work.
Yeah, and go ahead, Meg, please.
I wanted to preface by saying whenever we are, because a lot of this is critique, right? None of these are easy to solve issues, but what we're doing is we're experiencing the symptoms of the attempts at solving them, and giving feedback on them. Here's one of my biggest problems is that I don't, because they also do this with aspects. Let's take, for example, the Bloodlance skill. Anybody who's ever played Bloodlance knows that Bloodlance feels like trash. It was unusable for 3 seasons. They finally gave it enough aspects to work. Great. Now you want to give me new unique items that are very powerful. Cool. Where do I fit the aspects that fixed the skills that weren't working? And where do I fit the cool new aspects that you're also giving me? I don't have room for any aspects on my build, especially if I'm supposed to use 4 unique items. So I don't know. I mean, there's an expansion coming. The expansion is where I think it happens, but I do not like the approach of let's fix the issues with skills or the lack of power with skills or a clunkiness in skills with unique items and aspects instead of fixing the skill. And the more cool toys you give me that don't fix my skill, I can't use. I have to use Gore Quills on Bloodlance. I can't not use it. There's no other way around it. That means one of my pieces of gear is always going to be that. You can't give me a cool unique pair of gloves. You can't give me a cool new unique amulet. You can't give me an aspect that gives me mobility. I can't fit that. And they just keep adding more aspects and unique items, and I legitimately don't know how I'm supposed to equip them to my character if it's meant to fix my character. Because I made an Exodia Necromancer. I put a unique item on every single gear piece in Season 3 on Sever. It did great, because Sever was trash. But if I put together enough automated skills, at least Corpse Explosion would do some damage for me. And that sucks. Like, that is a bad gameplay experience as far as I'm concerned. People were stoked about it because they could finally equip all the stuff that they had. But that's not a build. I didn't make that build. I just put on 9 pieces of gold gear and then went out and attacked stuff. And I think we're going to run into that issue with Season 5 as well, because it's like, I couldn't fit on a lot of the new aspects because I don't have enough room for them because they're not big enough multipliers, or they're not the aspect that fixes my build. And these unique items kind of fall into that same bucket of how do I put them on?
Just to add one little thing to what Macro said. So I had this fun thing where I went a few days and I just let chat vote on just what's the shittiest build right now, like just what doesn't work at all. And when I went to Shred Druid and I took a closer look at it, like Macro said, I didn't even get to the aspects of the uniques. So I'm looking at Shred, you take the base Shred, you take the upgrade, and then I'm looking at the 2 choices for the the enhancement or whatever, the only choice you actually get to make. And one of them gives Shred the dash, which essentially enables the entire build, makes it fun, like makes everything work about Shred. And the other one was like, it does poison damage or something, which does have its use. But it's like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, if I'm not standing still fighting an Uber boss, when will I ever not pick this? You haven't even given me a choice. How are these dashes not just built into Shred? And then you can actually give me 2 viable choices that actually make Shred interesting and make different builds. It's things like that that don't make sense. And like Macro said, I don't want you to solve it by giving me an aspect that I have to take that solves it. You have to make the base skill work very nicely. And that's when you can enable yourself to make some interesting choices later on.
Yeah, I think the Great Feast on the Necromancer is something where it dawned on me that this is just a crazy problem going forward. Yeah, I see all these multipliers being added, or general multipliers being added to my class, and I'm like, great. Now I can actually try and make Bone Spear a little bit stronger and it catching up to the other stuff. I can make Blood Surge and Bloodlust catch up to the other stuff. But if I want to play Great Feast, which is actually fine because it also has a downside you need to solve, which is kind of like a cool mechanic, and I really like that. But you gotta substitute another offensive aspect, and what did you gain then? Maybe 15% more multiplier than the other thing before? So you're looking at it and you see 45% multiplier, and you go like, wow, that's actually quite a lot. But what do you actually have to sacrifice to even get to the point of using it, right? Like, look at Edge Masters. Big downside, 20% multi. Yeah, if you are lucky. And imagine your build was using Edge Masters. So now what did you get? You effectively didn't get a 45% multi. You just got a little bit more now, but that's always going to be the problem. And at some point, we're going to be sitting there with aspects that do 60%. And then well, there you go. Now you're not using Great Feast anymore. So I also don't see a big, I don't know how to solve this issue of trying to get the builds to catch up to each other with just throwing aspects that have more multipliers on them. I'm not sure how to fix that issue at all with the current system we have.
I think it's like mostly a problem of, you know, this the way that different builds scale. I actually discussed this earlier on my stream, and I made a little graph in Paint. I did a little Rax impersonation there.
Paint is great.
So I was like kind of like showing how different classes like generally scale. I mean, of course, you could make a graph for every single build, but you know, like certain classes have like, you know, certain breakpoints where they, you know, get a lot of a power spike, and then, you know, they have like better or worse scaling in the late game because of certain multipliers that they can stack up. One example in Season 4 would be like Thunderstruck node, right, for Druids. Really powerful multiplier. You can get up to like, you know, triple damage or so when you stack enough distant damage, for example, on your Storm build. And, well, you have to first of all, you know, get to that point where, you know, then you can temper the distant damage and get the right tempers and then masterwork them and so on, right? So there's like a kind of like a scaling progression curve there on some builds that is not present on other builds. And so they all kind of like end up in different places at the end, even though they might start at like, you know, somewhat reasonable values at level 10, right? If you're like level 10 or level 20, you have no aspects, you could actually even kind of see a semblance of balance in the game, right? Where, okay, like in a very simplistic, you know, Diablo 4, like, you know, open beta Diablo 4, basically, right, from last year, like, stuff actually didn't feel like there was, like, this omega crazy stuff, and then there was, like, this super, like, you know, unusable build. But now that there are so many tools then to scale them later on that is only available to certain builds, but not available to other builds, there's just, like, such a mismatch, right? And this is exactly what we talked about with the aspects. You can't just throw in another aspect and give, like, a bigger number, and then you can, like, at some point, you know, another build will fall behind, and then you throw an even bigger aspect for that build, and then at some point you're gonna have, like, you know, 60% multiplier, 80% multiplier, 100%, 200%, whatever, right? It just keeps going up, because if you just fix it through aspects, you don't fix the core issue, which is the scaling of different builds is different, and you have to give them like kind of like a similar power level with all of the multipliers considered. But I don't think this is really happening currently, right? They are fine at like level 20. And then everyone gets access to different things, and those different things, and you eventually don't match up to the same number anymore. And this is really the problem, I think. And you can't just throw in aspects to fix it.
To get back, like, to get a little bit back onto the topic of new uniques, now that you say this, Woody, with the scalers, is it possible to have uniques that bring these additional scalers, like Thunderstruck and damage to distant, on items? Is that something that makes them a unique and then they don't even have any other effect? Is that something
I think
could
that is
be an idea going forward?
That is absolutely something that I should be exploring. In fact, there's actually some feedback that I've been giving, and I will give more of it. Like, there are uniques, for example, like Word of Hakan, that completely enable a Vein of Arrows build, right? If you want to play Word of Hakan, if you want to play Vein of Arrows, you play Word of Hakan. Or like now, for example, we have a unique for Iron Maelstrom, one of the new items. The Unbroken Chain, I think it's called, or something. That is like the enabler of an Iron Maelstrom build, but not really, because it doesn't actually add anything to Iron Maelstrom besides giving it a bit of shorter cooldown, so it's a meme, right? You can maybe play it in Helltide if you want. I've tried it on a PTR, and that's about it, because it does like not even 1 million damage if you try. So that's kind of like the problem with some of these items, and I think adding something like a scaling mechanism to a unique item is a really good idea to enable these kind of builds. Uniques being interesting and build enabling and build transforming is all good. This is exactly what I would expect from a unique, and this would definitely be one thing to explore here for the future as well for the devs.
What if I agree that they should never be build enabling and that they should only ever be build transforming? Else we're all running around with Tempest Roar Dreams.
I'm not talking about I'm not talking about Tempest Roar. Tempest Roar is, well, it's somewhat generic item, I guess, when you're talking about the Druid space. But, you know, like Rain of Arrows is just not a build until you have Word of Hakan. And then it's kind of a build, right? And I think it's totally fine that there are some late game items that you can look forward to and, like, you know, grind them out and then, you know, get the combo online and then you switch your build. And that's okay, you know? It's the same as Axial Conduit, you know? If there was a scenario where you can play Chain Lightning with just the aspects, and then you can also play another Chain Lightning build once you have the Axial Conduit, and, you know, it's a completely different build, and it's like 2 separate Chain Lightning variants that both are viable, but feel very different. I think this is optimal. I think this is actually what it should be, you know? This is perfect.
So we agree, Hakan is failing, and Axial Conduit in your theoretical would be the perfect thing. Again, transformative as opposed to enabling.
No, I like both. You know, like technically, the Chain Lightning, you can play Chain Lightning from level 1, but you cannot play the way you play Axial Conduit Chain Lightning from level 1, right? You need the item, and it's like a new build. It's just called Chain Lightning anyway, because it's the same skill. But really, it's an Axial Conduit build. Like, if you can just make a new skill called Axial Conduit if you want, and this is the build. So it's just a terminology thing, I believe. You know, it's a different build.
Okay.
I don't think kind of to agree with what Woody said. I don't think they have to follow the same ideology all the time. They can sometimes have it be, you know, build defining. It's a chase item, you get it, and it enables on a godly build. That's fine. And then sometimes you have different variants. I'm not going to be super upset if Blizzard doesn't mix and match them, but just going the one way, you must get this unique, otherwise this build completely sucks. That doesn't make the game fun at all. And to Macro's point, I'm way more excited when I pick up a unique item or they introduce a unique item that changes the way that I play. Axial Conduit now does a bouncing explosion, and it gives me a lot more damage when it's circling around me. Okay, now you've made it more interesting for me. And then the one Fractured Winterglass last season, you throw a frozen orb, it spawns your conjurations with which throw frozen orbs. That's a much better way for me to increase damage and have fun, rather than saying a skill does 100% more damage.
I fully agree with the chaos. Go ahead.
I want to jump in there again. So
Sure.
yeah, I agree. Like this is really good what I've done with, for example, Fractured Winterglass to make Frozen Orb itself more fun. But personally, like to kind of get back to what we were discussing earlier, I would also love if there was a non-conjuration way of playing Frozen Orb that is viable, right? If there was a non-Fractured Winterglass way of playing Frozen Orb. So you have like the conjuration stuff, and it feels amazing to throw like 2,000 Frozen Orbs around everywhere. But it's kind of like some of these items getting to the point where they're so powerful that, you know, even though the core skill exists that it's called Frozen Orb that you can choose at level 1, you would never really dream about playing Frozen Orb at level 1 when you can just play a better leveling build, wait for the Fractured Winterglass, and then play Frozen Orb, right? It's like Frozen Orb just ceased to exist until you get that item, basically, because the power gap between having it and not having it is so large from one single piece of gear. So I think that's also problematic with what they're doing there. Like, you know, some of these uniques, yeah, they transform the build, they make it cool, but on the other hand, it's kind of like the build doesn't even exist anymore without the unique anymore. Like, no one would really do that, right? So it's like, yeah, kind of problematic as well, having so much power in a single item.
So in theory, the uniques should be theme changing or theme defining instead of just giving you 100% more damage and making that the only way to activate the build fully. Like exactly like Woody just said with Frozen Orb, doing the Conjuration way or the normal Frozen Orb way. But we then would need a counterpart to the Fractured Winterglass to also give you the non-Conjuration way of playing Frozen Orb, right? Like the counterpart to that one. And then maybe bring their power levels close to each other so that you really have a choice and you don't have a very obvious choice to make because it just deals way more damage, right? So you're actually choosing the theme you want to play by equipping the corresponding unique. That's something that would make sense then going on in the going into the future.
Yeah, I mean, I guess long term this is probably where we're headed anyway, where, you know, at some point, it seems like they're not really like making a lot of new skills, for example, or anything like that, right? They are like just trying to change the way that certain skills work through aspects, for uniques. And if they want to further increase the build diversity in the game, it's already pretty high, I guess. Like, not everything is viable necessarily, but it technically can play a lot of different builds, right? That feel different, that look different, and so on, that you like build around. And if they really want to like expand the options even further, at some point we have to get to that point where we have, 2 or 3 Frozen Orb builds and 2 or 3 Chain Lightning builds and 2 or 3 whatever builds, right? Because this is really the only way to, go further at some point if they don't want to like expand the skill tree themselves.
Yeah, like, so if I was at Blitz, so we're talking about a lot of different things like the scaling, the power creep, how uniques fit in, this and that. If I were Blizzard, so they spent a lot of this last year fixing a lot of things, right? And I don't know if the word fix is the right word here, but I think a great starting point would be for the team to sit down with the current state of the game or the current state of the game at the launch of the expansion and just look at the skills in the skill tree. Forget the legendary powers, forget the uniques, forget the Paragon board, forget everything. And it's things like one of your upgrade options for Shred is the dash. So if all of us made a Shred build today, it would be, we would all take that upgrade. So then there is no choice. The skill tree is already so simplistic in the one little choice that we have to make. If it's not a choice, what do we really have here? And then, like Woody said, you will never balance everything perfectly. That's super unrealistic. I would never expect you to do that. But I think we have enough data right now to understand that if you level as Firewall, it will obliterate you leveling as Frozen Orb until you get the right stuff. So it's just like, I think some of these things at their base need to be looked at first, and then you can look at all the stuff more in detail about how you build upon it. If you keep changing everything at the end game, but you don't make the changes to the base stuff early, I think it's going to be way harder to fix as time goes on.
I also think that they'll run into an issue inevitably, and hopefully we're all just kind of willing to suffer through this thing, because it's really not a bad thing. The Shard of Varathiel exists. It says multiply your basic damage by 4. That's what it says. It's an item, you put it on, you do 4 times basic skill damage. Pretty good. That means that any changes that they would make to basic skills to make them stronger or more viable, because the player base asked for basic skill builds, they said we're happy to oblige. I don't know if you all looked at my class recently. There's one basic skill that does damage, and it's actually only through Bone Spirit, so that's funny. It's not, I'm being as sarcastic as possible. But the Shard of Varathiel exists. So if they want to double the damage from any of my skills, now they're like, well, hold on, it's going to be 4 times stronger in the endgame. I would rather them go, we have fixed these things to all be viable within their own use cases. The early game loves that. We get to enjoy it. Oh no, this build ends up being really strong this season. It's the S tier build. And then the next season we balance that. And that's okay. It can be the outlier for a little bit. I'm 100% on board with the concept of, hey, let's go take all the stuff that we've learned by adding these aspects and unique items, go make all the skills strictly better. And then we can scale down the stuff in the end game so it stays relative. And it's okay that we have a season where, finally I get to cast Bloodlance and it's cool. Or I finally get to use my basic skill builder and it's cool. Or whatever. I finally get to have my dash on Shred. Because they don't want to piss anybody off by nerfing stuff mid-season. I'm fine with that. Let it all be a little bit too strong by fixing that core part and then bring it back in line. I don't want them to ever be stymied in making things better because there's so much scaling in the end game that they don't want to blow it out of proportion. That's my only fear, is that they're like, we can't really tear this band-aid off now because we added too much stuff to the end game and now it will be too strong.
Yeah, I think this way of going hard into one direction and then scaling back should be something that should be explored during the PTR. And maybe this is exactly what happened with the Shard, with the Crown. They're just like, you know what, just slap a number on there and we'll see how it goes. And then we can, before the Season 5 really goes live, we can then have something that is the real version of the Crown of Lucion, for example, or the Shard of Arathiel, right? Going hard into one direction with the PTR, seeing crazy builds coming out of it and doing crazy stuff, and then actually scaling it back for the real release. I think that's maybe the philosophy going forward when it comes to that. I just hope I'm right, because I don't see myself not equipping Crown of Lucion and the talisman with the current version of it. Like if that goes live onto the realm, onto the real season release, I'm having trouble actually making builds without them, I guess. So maybe leaning very hard into the power fantasy and then dialing it back on the PTR is something that we just have to get used to. Although I can't really remember if that was the case on season 4. I think aspects weren't really the focus or uniques, but tempers have been changed in power as well, going from season 4 PTR to live, right?
Well, in general, the power was tuned down, I guess. You know, we remember like the Twister barbs, for example, the entire screen full of twisters that just one-shot everything and these kind of things. Pit 200 was Omega easy, and now it's like unachievable and so on, right? So it was kind of like the opposite there, where like compared to now, basically, right? Like everything was, everyone, like every build was able to do Pit 200, and that was obviously a problem as well. And I think it's kind of like a mistake to like make stuff too powerful on the PTR and then dial that back later. Because then you have people like making all these videos about the PTR, and then people are going to be upset. Oh, they got nerfed. Of course, you know, fun police and so on, right? I think it's way better to just like, you know, bring in an item, be a bit cautious if you don't know exactly how it's going to interact with the rest of the game and how people are going to use it. You know, some of these uniques can be used very universally. Some uniques are like very, you know, strictly confined to like a certain build or something. But, you know, if you as a developer, if you're not sure how good will it really be, I would rather just err on the side of making it too weak, even on the PTR, and then just improve it later. Because else you're gonna just set the wrong expectations, right? Everyone's gonna think that we're gonna go into season 5 and there are no buff nerfs, or there are, you know, these insane items like Locrans and Lucions and stuff like that like, I don't know, from my perspective, obviously have to get nerfed. But a lot of people don't think so, right? A lot of people think they will not get nerfed, and maybe they will not. Who knows, right? Maybe Blizzard is just like, okay, let's just throw everything in there, we buff everything to the moon, last season before the expansion, and then, you know, the big crash in season 6 or something. Who knows? But it's just, yeah, like a lot of people are complaining also about, you know, how we are forced to use like only those 5 uniques and nothing else is really remotely good. Even post unique rebalance, you know, patch, right? They want to like balance every unique and make it better. Even if I imagine the wildest outcomes, I cannot imagine a scenario where I would not wear all these new unique items, right? So it's just kind of problematic with how they initially balance them, either not thinking about how they would work, or maybe misinterpreting their own design, or maybe bugging them out in a way that they didn't think about, that we actually understood and learned and then used it to our advantage. So I think it's also kind of like, yeah, just setting the wrong expectations, I think, when you have a PTR like that.
So yeah, to add something here. So first thing is Woody said, don't go too strong on the PTR, because then when you nerf it, everyone gets mad. We've seen this. This is empirical evidence. We've seen it a million times in Diablo 3. Anything that started too strong on the PTR that got dialed down for the launch, it royally pissed off. It didn't matter why. It didn't matter if it deserved it. It royally pissed everybody off without exception. So that's definitely the strategy. So I would have some feedback for Blizzard that I'm wondering what your guys' take on this. But I think before I give it, I have to put out some caveats here. So first of all, I'm so glad that they did the PTR. It's a million times better than not doing it. Like let us test it. And I understand that they just changed the entire game. I'm sure that they're, you know, strapped for resources and trying to get these seasons out on 3-month cycles. I'm not saying what they're doing is easy, but there's a famous saying which I really just don't agree with, and the famous saying is, any publicity is good publicity. I could give a lot of examples where it's just not true. I think in some ways, with some of the things that happen in the PTR here, it actually hurt Blizzard's reputation a little bit. So what we hear all the time is Blizzard has no idea what they're doing. They have no idea how to balance anything. They have no idea how their systems work. They have no idea how to make an endgame. You know, we've heard the Diablo 4 bad memes for a long time. But the state that some of the things released in were actually just pretty puzzling to me. And actually compared to the sentiment that I felt from some of the community, I actually was a little more forgiving, I think, than other people. But descending into hell and we stand in a red room. Open up these chests. You can barely even get enough. It's almost impossible to get enough, whatever they're called, Aether, to open up the 250 chests unless you play the higher ones. Okay, they do really exciting things later, the butcher spawns or whatever, but nothing happens in the regular one, which is what most people are going to play. It's impossible to like level it up until they emergency hot fixed it. There's just so many things that seemed like grotesquely off that I think it was a bad look for Blizzard. I'm wondering, did you guys feel the same way? Because I was sitting there at some point and I was like, I'm so glad they did the PTR. I'm glad to give feedback. I don't want to give Blizzard the impression that they shouldn't do the PTR, but some of this seems like it was barely tested. It was like thrown out there saying, let's let everybody try it, whatever, and then we'll fix it. Well, if that was your strategy, I think it actually did some damage there.
I kind of agree with that. And I think the fact that we don't even get like real patches on a PTR, like at least in Diablo 3, we used to have 2 weeks PTRs. And there would usually be a patch in the middle where, you know, at least the most egregious, like, you know, bugs and whatever, like broken stuff would be addressed, or maybe even like a redesign of a set would happen, you know, that they tried like a certain design, it didn't work out, people pointed out the problems, and then a week later we'd actually get an update to that, and we would see it and test it and, you know, see what it's like, and most of the time that it worked much better, right? Here we have a 1 week PTR, no updates outside of like this one hotfix that was kind of like a novelty that made the new system even tryable, and that's it, right? I think it's okay if they had like a 2 or 3 weeks PTR and then they do like 2 or 3 patches and they say, okay, we're gonna throw it on there like untested, you know, find everything, we're gonna do our best, you know, overtime this week, you know, fix everything the best we can, throw out the patch a week later, and then, you know, we are already like 90% of the way there to the final release or something, where everything is kind of like in shape. But yeah, right now it's like, okay, we had the PTR. I have no idea how the unique items are going to look. I have no idea how the unique items that they introduced are going to work because half of them are bugged to hell. I have no idea how the new system is going to work because everyone hates it. The rewards are horrible. You know, everything, it feels off about it. And it's like basically like it will go live and it's like untested completely, because for this to even be remotely good, they have to rework the entire thing, right? And this is really a problem. No one will have any clue how good it will be. And Blizzard will also have no clue because they will not get a second round of feedback on it. So it's just everyone loses, I think. And it's just kind of like a really weird way of handling the entire situation.
I feel like I think I'm with you, Rax, where it's like, I'm very willing to be forgiving, but it's only because I've worked as effectively a product owner. I've had end users for a software application that I had to troubleshoot in real time while people are like getting stopped at the pharmacy, not able to get their drugs because like bugs are happening. I feel very deeply for developers. The PTR should be buggy because we should be testing stuff, but it should be niche bugs. It should be, oh, nobody thought to put these 4 things together. It shouldn't be I put on the item and it doesn't work. Like, it shouldn't be I put on the item and it doesn't do what it says on the item. And again, I can't stress this enough. I feel so bad for the developers. We desperately need the PTR because we are suffering at the hands of these bugs when it goes live in the seasons prior. But now we get the PTR and the casual player base goes to log on and the stuff doesn't work, and they treat it as if it's actively impacting the game they're currently playing. They go, this is the same game. I'm playing this game and it's broken, and now that makes me feel bad, and now I can't be hyped. This is supposed to make it so that Season 5 is better. But the state that we get things in when it's first introduced always experiences, like, I think an above average amount of hurdles. There are above average amount of issues. There are above average amount of bugs. And there's no way to rectify that without just bringing that number down. It's got to be, oh, if you equip these 3 things, then the black hole opens in each character. Not, I click the skill and it doesn't do anything. Like, it can't be that, which happens too often. And I'm the one who's trying to stop people from being hyperbolic, trying to stop people from over-exaggerating. I like put on the Shade Mist aspect. It has 100% lucky hit chance to trigger all of your skill lucky hit chance on your minions. It shouldn't have any lucky hit chance. This has happened every single season they've ever added anything that does damage in a unique way. They learned, so it doesn't trigger your skills anymore. It just triggers everything on your gear. Where's that disconnect? Like, they are learning, they are fixing things. Things are literally getting better, except when I put on this aspect, all of a sudden my Doombringer was proccing at 100% rate multiple times per second. And it's like, well, that shouldn't. Why is my sword exploding? My minions now do damage over time. Why is my sword exploding? And it just can't be that many things. Like, it literally just has to be less.
It's like actually a funny quote that someone wrote in my chat the other day, which was something like, yeah, I believe Diablo 4 is the most bugged game that still kind of works, or something like that. And I really felt that, you know, like, that's exactly what Macro's describing, man. Like, you know, you can't, it's not like the game doesn't function, right? You can play it. It's not like Volson that crashes like every 5 minutes, literally, without being hyperbolic. But man, like, it is really like in such a rough shape, and I really wonder where that's coming from and why it has not improved over the last year. Like, how are we in season 5 and we still have the same things over and over again every single season, you know, with exactly what Macro described. You put on the item without any other interactions and it just doesn't do what it says. Like, how is that a thing? You know, how does that happen? It's like, there doesn't even have to be anything added to it sometimes, and it still doesn't work. And that really also surprised me, to be honest. And this PTR was, I mean, last PTR we also had many bugs, to be fair. If, like, many people forget that season 4 PTR also had tons of bugs like this. And also a lot of people say, oh, are they really gonna fix this and stuff? And I mean, if you have to give Blizzard some credit here, yeah, they did actually fix a lot of stuff from season 4 PTR to season 4 live. And I do expect them to fix a lot of stuff, including balance, including bugs and so on, from season 5 PTR to season 5 live. But some things will slip through the cracks, you know, some things will be OP, and it's bound to happen, right? Like, there's no way around it at this point. So no matter how hard I try, without a second PTR, without a longer PTR, that will happen. And it's just kind of like, why? Why does it need to happen like this?
Well, I think one of the biggest problems, which we're kind of alluding to, so Macro's point is exactly at the heart of what I was trying to describe. It's the state that we receive the PTR in. It's the level of no reward, can't even do the mechanic that Woody was describing as well. It's really hurting us. So we can easily point to what the problem has been for the last year, right? Problem is the game didn't release in a great state, and Blizzard has spent a lot of the development in the last year fixing what already exists. We couldn't teleport to nightmare dungeons. We didn't have a search function. We had way less stash tabs. The Codex of Power was just fixed. Items were a problem. Armor resistances. So whenever you build something, and then the next thing that you do is you build it again, it's bad, right? And so, like what Woody is alluding to, we keep seeing this, right? Here's the new unique. It does this, but it doesn't do that. Now you have to redo it. Okay, we're diving into hell. It's going to be a cool new rewarding thing. It's going to be the season theme. Can't do it. Has no rewards. Not that fun until you get later on, which most people won't get there. If you're like a consultant talking to Blizzard, the best way to fix your mistakes, I mean, this is kind of obvious, but it's just to not make them in the first place, right? I don't know, like, maybe it's because they've always been playing catch up. Always. They've always had so many bugged things. How do we balance the new things while fixing everything in the past? I'm sure that was not easy to do. And to Blizzard's credit, with the state of the game, how it was earlier, and the state of the game now, in my opinion, they transformed it a lot more than I thought they were going to be able to. So I give them full credit. But now that we're sort of kind of in a stable state of the game, we need to put a huge emphasis on the first time we see these things or the first time that they make something, we need a quality assurance process that is a little bit more rigorous and robust than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I think this is always going to be the problem with doing the testing out in the open for everyone to see, right? I think it was a very important point. I'm sorry, I don't remember who said this, but I think Woody said this actually. When we had quite a lot of really crucial things not working on Season 4 PTR or not in a great state that have actually been fixed in Season 4. So I just hope that Blizzard is able to do and pull off the same thing that they were able to do in Season 4 when we moved from PTR to the live state. Although I have to fully agree that it's probably not the best thing to showcase something with this amount of failed interactions or on a very low complexity level that that's probably not gonna cut it for quite a lot of people, because I saw it in the chat. Everyone was so not negative, but like heartbroken that Season 5 PTR was as it was. But I think this is always going to be something where when you're testing out in the open and people are expecting a bug-free PTR, or like all, at least not these low-level bugs, if we want to call them that way, that people's expectations are much higher now, especially after Season 4, and then we're back to the drawing board just like we were on the Season 4 PTR, right? I just hope they just pull off the exact same thing as they did with moving from Season 4 PTR to live and fix all of these things, and then we go like, well, they did it again. There we go. Like, that's a great thing. But I might be coping too much. I don't know if like, I think the differences are it's a more different type of problem that we have from Season 4 PTR to Season 5 PTR. But I think there's underlying issues that are very hard to probably fix going into the live service of the season, right? I'm not entirely sure if that's possible of doing it in time. I mean, the hotfix definitely made it so that it's playable. Now we have to see what they can come up with going into the live version of the game. I just hope that people understand this is the PTR. Testing out in the open is always going to, unfortunately, show you everything that is going wrong. It's now up to Blizzard to show us that they are up for fixing these things in the amount of time that they have left, right?
Yeah, I don't think this is like, undoable, right? They have like a month basically to finalize the patch. If they do their jobs for 1 month, they're gonna deliver the Season 5 in a good shape, I think. Everyone here has given a lot of feedback and will continue to give feedback, and at some point we're probably gonna have another campfire and they will talk about it, what they are changing, and then people give feedback again on that campfire and then do like some last minute tweaks, whatever, right? So yeah, I think if they deploy the resources and they do the jobs and they understand the problems that we discussed, then it will be better. But I think it's like a general problem with, I guess, the entire process of how they are handling PTRs and handling patches. And also, like, for example, it's not just that the newly introduced stuff is bugged, but also the PTR, for example, brought back a lot of old bugs that were already fixed for like half a year. And it's like, where did that happen? How? I cannot understand. Like, how do we go back to the Season 3 Victimize that just didn't work with like half a multipliers in the Season 5 PTR when it was totally, well, not totally fine in Season 4, but at least it was working in Season 4, and now it's just broken again. Like, how does that happen? Like, a lot of people went on the PTR trying to play their favorite build, the Heartseeker Rogue, and they just couldn't play it because Victimizers didn't work. And it's like, why?
That's definitely a rough thing. I have to agree, but I'd rather have it happen on the PTR than on the full season release. I think we can all agree on that one. Although it's probably not the best thing to actually have it happen to begin with. I have to agree here with Rax, and ideally fix the mistake by not making it, right? I guess that's the best approach in that case. We have already talked a little bit about the Infernal Hordes in our first impressions. What are your guys' ideas to improve it and make it fun? And how do you guys think the final version is going to be? What are we going to see for the Infernal Hordes come season 5?
They needed, so it's cool. I really like it. I really like rogue light content. It reminds me a lot of Hades. I wish it was even more like Hades. Because right now it's like isometric Doom, but without the rip and tear, without the cool heavy metal music going on. It's you pick a thing, then demons spawn at super fast rates and you kill them. Either your build can or cannot survive them. Either you do or do not have the mobility to be able to get to the stuff. I think it has a cool puzzle. I really like it. That being said, getting to the end and opening up 2 chests and getting 2 pieces of legendary gear and then 100,000 gold for my 20 minutes of gameplay was nothing. Now, you know, this content can't just replace all content. It can't just be the new content is always better than all of the old content. It can't just be that vaults are just strictly better than Nightmare Dungeons. It can't just be the only thing that's challenging is the pit. It either needs to have a niche thing that you get a whole bunch of out of doing it, or it has to just be like exactly equal to the other stuff that you do with a bit of dilation for reward based off of time. It can't do what it's currently doing, which is go get 3 items and get some gold and then leave, and have the audacity to have a stash there as if I wouldn't be able to hold all this stuff in my inventory. The stash being there is super cool. I looked at it and I went, oh my God, I'm going to get so much stuff. And I opened the chest and it gave me 1 item. And I went, what was that? That can't be right. They've been beaten over the head with this. I know it's going to be different. I just wish it had a better first impression, because I kind of did like a tier 5. I kind of just like trounced through it. I did a tier 8. I got my ass handed to me. I went, oh, that's really sick. I got to the end and I fought the bosses and I went, oh, that's really sick. And then the bosses don't drop anything, which is fine because you get the chests. But what if the bosses drop something? Similar to, what if the first time you killed Echo of Loath, it dropped stuff so that everybody didn't hate this fight and get memed on all the time? I think it's like a very similar problem to what we've seen in the past, and I think they could have learned from a few mistakes they've already made.
So Macro was very, very balanced there. Very, he's a good guy. My impression was not quite as smooth as that one. But the one thing I gotta say, Macro, you gotta be careful, man. You can't say stuff like that. You can't say, hey, Blizzard, you have 2 problems. You drop me 3 items and you have a stash, because then they're gonna remove the stash. And we're still just gonna get 3 items. We gotta be careful on that one, because that's gonna be the fix for that. I have never played Hades. I like the idea of these kind of like rogue gameplays. I haven't played Hades. I have it on Steam. I'll play it. It's gonna be fun. Everyone says it's amazing. I have a fundamental problem with the gameplay, at least early on. So with the way that they currently have it set up, after I ran it a few times, not to imply that the chests actually give you anything, the only way you could possibly play it was by taking all of the increased resource things. This gives you 3 more this gives you 1 more Aether, this does that. I didn't need any of the powers to clear all of the early content. So I felt like there really wasn't much of a choice. And because a lot of the things were so, I don't know what the right word is, watered down or simple, it wasn't really changing my gaming experience. I'm standing in the middle of a red room. When the thing pings me on the map, I walk over here. I stand here for 5 seconds. Then I'm walking around on my little cardinal directions, and it's over. It changes later on. Most people won't get there, so it has to be way more interesting early on. I think that they need to be much more bold with this event. Like Macro said, it doesn't need to completely invalidate everything else. It doesn't need to just rain all the resources from the sky. But I think the gameplay needs to be top tier for people to want to play it. So one of the first things that I would consider is I would completely eliminate all of the resource bonuses. I would bake them into the actual event. Just on how well you perform in the event is just going to give you way more resources. And I want them to make it way more exciting. I have a huge doc of a million different ideas, but the crazier that you make the event and the crazier you make the choices, my experience in it, doing it over and over and over all day long for season 5 while we're waiting the expansion, will be much more enjoyable. I agree with Macro that the bosses were cool, especially because I didn't do any damage, like a 30-minute fight for me for 3 yellow items. But I do think it's a big miss that the bosses don't drop anything. Yes, you could just bake it into the actual event and it's all a wash. But it feels good to fight those 3 council members and get something to drop as a reward. So I agree. Macro is kind of like, I could take it or leave it. Here's an idea. I would go the other way. I'd say you need to have the bosses drop something because you're not making me feel good when I fight them and kill them and I get nothing for it.
Yeah. There's a lot of good points. I actually discussed this earlier as well on my stream and made some feedback that actually goes very much in the direction of what Rax just said. Like, I don't want to have boons that give me just more rewards. I think the rewards being based on how well you do is way better, and all the boons and all of the banes should like really alter the gameplay. Like, you know, I want to have something that, you know, like boosts your build, boosts your ability, maybe it makes you proc certain things, you know, makes you unstoppable, but you have like a certain downside or whatever, right? There could be 1,000 ideas that, you know, and you always get free choices, right? You can always like choose something that kind of applies to your build or not. You know, there could be insane downsides and insane upsides. And it just like, you know, makes the gameplay more interesting. And I think this is really what the gameplay needs there. Like, it needs to have like some cool effects, some cool upsides, and like every run should feel different. And on top of this, yeah, the boss fight is all right. I guess one downside here is that there is like no time limit. Like, you know, there is like, okay, you have a 1.5 minutes wave timer, and then you can just like fight the boss for like half an hour, and you know, there's like kind of like a mismatch. I guess the punishment is there in the form that you just lose time that you could be spending somewhere else. But realistically, I feel like the fact that you can just go in with like a really weak build, let's say they make it really rewarding to go to tier 8, right? And you take a really weak build and you kind of like force your way through the entire thing for like an hour. You know, that won't feel good either, right? So I think there needs to be some kind of like punishment or so for just being too slow in clearing up the remaining monsters and doing the boss fight or something. Just to like avoid that problem. But yeah, I guess the main thing is like the boons and the banes need like a fundamental rework. There needs to be way more of them. They need to combine into better boons if you have like 3 of the same one, or, you know, like they upgrade one into the next or something like that, you know. Let's say there's like a chain lightning proc, and then the chain lightning also transforms into like some extra lightning explosions, and then there's also like a thunderstorm going on in the 3rd one, or whatever, right? So you could do stuff like that. That is like maybe more reminiscent of something like Vampire Survivors, for example, right? I think this is something that would be interesting to include here, and something that is like, okay, does my build really function with this? Do I have any synergy with this or not? Or, you know, there's like many options here. And I think what would also be kind of amazing would be some kind of like endless mode, where there is no wave counter, maybe not even a boss fight, and it's just kind of like an Uber version of the thing. And this just kind of goes on after wave 10. It just keeps going, you know, all the time, basically, without even breaks necessarily. Just let us pick up the boons while it's going or something. And if there was like some Uber mode and there's like, you know, it's like not beatable, basically. Like, it will fail at some point, kind of. Like, for example, I compare this to like Echoing Nightmare from Diablo 3. Like, we always like say Diablo 4 is becoming more like Diablo 3. But I think this would actually be like a really useful like comparison, like inspiration maybe for such a feature where you will fail at some point because you just get overwhelmed with the amount of monsters spawning in, and there's like this hordes of demons coming at you, and you just have no chance, and, you know, no build will be able to overpower this at some point anymore. You know, make it just like scale up, you know, similar to how the pit scales up, for example, right? Every wave is like +1 pit level or something like that, and eventually that's just like, you know, 100 monsters and you can't kill them anymore and they overwhelm you and that's it or something. So I think this is really what would make this really fun for like a long-term feature as well. And then the rewards, yeah, they could be scaled in a way where it's not like the all-defining thing. You know, it should never be like Macro said, like the one thing that is better than everything else. Maybe it's just like a lack of like something new, like a new type of reward that we could get there, right? Nightmare doesn't have glyphs. Pit has the masterworking. Like, we need something maybe specific to that thing that is useful to get, right? Something that, okay, I farm Infernal Hordes for that thing until I'm done with it, and then I go farm the pit until I'm done with masterworking, and then I go farm the Nightmare Dungeons until I have the sigil, the glyphs. And this is kind of missing right now, right? They didn't introduce anything new that would actually allow us to put like a niche reward here, but they could still put another niche reward in the future, I guess.
Yeah, I have to fully agree here with the point that we're kind of missing this reward, or like the reason why even to go and do Infernal Hordes in the first place. I think that like they very clearly stated that you just do Infernal Hordes to get all of the other stuff while you're doing that and having fun. And I think that is the main purpose currently of the Infernal Hordes. I really hope in the future there is going to be something that is going to be added and is going to be a reason to go and do the Hordes specifically, because you can't get it somewhere else. But I think until then, the idea or the focus and the reward should be fun. And I'm having a problem because to me it seems like it's clearly set up to just be a fun activity that you do while farming all of the other stuff at like a decreased efficiency compared to other activities that you would be doing. So if fun is really the only reward or the only main goal of that system, I don't understand why we are not going crazy. We have this fractured winterglass type craziness in the game already. What keeps us from putting that into a roguelite where or how do they call them, reverse bullet heaven, right? That's like the vampire survivor stuff is called. Like, if you look at a level 1 on Vampire Survivors and compare it to like a level 100, you don't even see anything on the screen anymore because there is projectiles everywhere, everything is blowing up. Why are we not going that way when the only reward that we're trying to get from the game mode is supposed to be fun? Why are we not getting double projectiles? You get 100% more AoE radius. Like, go completely crazy. If the reward is fun, I want to see that be the idea of it. And then what I don't understand as well is, why does it cap? Like, I need the pit scaling in there. I don't want to cap, and I want to go completely crazy, and I want to see a billion projectiles, and I want to go on for 2 hours until my character finally gets overwhelmed, and I go like, that was fun. Oh, I'm getting 2 million gold, or like 50 million gold for playing 2 hours as well, and I had a lot of fun. Great, let's go. Let's start another one. But with the current iteration, I don't see myself doing that at all. So I'm really curious what they're going to come up with in the future for the Hordes.
The answer is the PlayStation 4. If you're ever wondering the question, and this is not to be like a weird hater. The answer is that Diablo 4 runs on PlayStation 4. If you're ever asking the question of why isn't there more stuff in the game, quite literally, it's physical hardware requirements of an outdated platform. But I don't hate this concept. What if there was a thing in an ARPG that was just meant to be fun, and at the end of it, you got a commiserate amount of global resource so that people aren't complaining that there's no reason to do it? What if it was just fun? Actually, don't hate that concept. The issue being that the player base has very clearly made themselves well known. Nothing can just be fun. It has to be rewarded with items. I don't disagree with that. I'm also playing the ARPG for thousands of hours. I hear you all right? I've done 50 million LK runs just to get a rock to put into a piece of armor in D2. We really can't have it both ways. It has to have a reward tied to it. That reward needs to actually exist for it to be good. And I agree with this concept that like making a decision that says, because if you actually read them, like, what are the decisions you're making? One of them was like, the event where you stand near the spire takes 50% as many enemies to kill, but you're faster or something. And I was like, I can't even conceptualize what that means as far as how that's going to change my run. And then I clicked it, and I noticed I got less Aether at the end because it didn't say give me more Aether. So like, I agree. Take the Aether out of it. It's how good you did. Even if you don't kill the boss, however good you did is how much of the currency you get. You can spend that currency whenever you want and make it spending the currency worthwhile. And then I think we have a game mode that's cool and like most people won't have complaints about it. But like, again, the boss is just dropping nothing at the end field like complete crap. And like, I couldn't make heads or tails or what was happening. It seemed like if I was standing in particular parts of the arena, less monsters spawned. Like it couldn't spawn monsters if I tucked myself into a corner. So I literally just killed less stuff by what I thought was playing more tactically. So I just had to like stand in the middle and potentially spawn things all around me to get the most monster kills. I just kept running into weird stuff where I was like, it's stopping me from enjoying it in a weird way. And I don't know why it's getting in its own way.
There's another reason, I think, another fundamental reason why I think you have to have items as a reward. So I think Chronikz has the main idea here. The most important thing about when Season 5 launches, about whether this will be deemed a success or not, is the event fun? That's the most important thing. Am I having fun doing it? Then the second most important thing is going to be the rewards. But when we think about the rewards, we have to think about most people. And doing this season event is definitely an opportunity cost. It takes some time to clear through these, especially if you pump them up at all. And so a casual player who does not have very much time to play, if they aren't able to build up their character by playing the event, then they will consider it a fail, right? Because they don't have that much time to play. They pay the opportunity cost to go do the season event. And if it's just generic global resources and they don't actually get any gear, they will hate that. They also haven't solved one of the most fundamental problems of I think, character progression. It's not a problem for me. I don't care at all. But Nightmare Dungeons are the only place to get glyph XP, and you must level your glyphs. So they kind of addressed it sort of by buffing the glyph XP, but you pretty much have to do Nightmare Dungeons to level up. And that's fine. They're making them better. The freeing the prisoners is better. They made the events very, very rewarding. You do get higher glyph XP, but if a casual with some knowledge about the game, how are you going to go to the event and not level to Nightmare, not level in Nightmare Dungeons if you barely get 1/100 in a season anyway? So I think if you think about it that way, from an opportunity cost with the time that it takes, if the thing doesn't drop a lot of items, if you can't build your character playing the event, I think a huge chunk of the pie of the player base is going to consider it a fail.
Yeah, that's pretty much the feedback that was all of the events. I remember that. What was that? That seasonal event that we had, I think, at the end of season 3, where you were doing this. Was that Lunar New Year or Chinese New Year or something like that, where we had these lunar shrines and everyone went to the reputation board and tried to smash it out as fast as they could, and then they got to the last cache on the reputation board and they opened it and they got a bow as a transmog, right? Like, it's like, I did this for half an hour. First of all, why was it only half an hour? And then, okay, if it's only half an hour, but why did I only get a bow that is only used as a transmog? I think that's pretty harsh feedback, and definitely something that in the current form is definitely true for the Infernal Hordes right now, right? Kind of hard to do. Is there... Yeah, Rex, what would you say?
I was just gonna say they have to buff it. It'll get a massive buff. It'll get a big rework. It's coming. We just have to see what they're gonna do. We'll get a buff for sure. It's not gonna be like that.
So is the idea of giving it another currency in the future something that we would actually agree on would be a good thing? Just like we had masterworking tied to pit, something similar, maybe not as impactful like the masterworking materials, but in the pit, in the hordes this time. I think that's bound to happen, isn't it? In the future.
The tying a new, unique, specific thing to it. Because I've been thinking about this a lot. Remember when D4 launched, And one of its calling cards was it wasn't going to have the content bloat of PoE. So if you're somebody who didn't like that about PoE, you wouldn't have to slog through it in Diablo 4. That was one of its selling points. Not whether or not you agree with that, but that was one of the things. So if we add this new content type to it, and we don't tie a unique thing to it, it's not really content bloat. It's something that you can do, but it's not something you have to do to be able to do a specific type of crafting or whatever. It's just an activity that you can do. And as it gets balanced, it just becomes part of the ecosystem of things you can do in case you're bored. Because right now I do Helltide. While I'm doing that, I get my Whispers done. I run off to the world boss before they finally re-added Scattered Prisms to the world. I did some Nightmare Dungeons when I was bored of doing that because I really only get my glyphs to 15. I just don't care about 21 because they've made the Paragon board and additive damage in it completely useless with the addition of tempering. But I kind of felt like I was just always kind of doing different types of activities, and then I go push into the pit when I want to do the endgame. This system needs to not have a unique currency tied to it for me, because I don't want to feel forced to have to go do another thing I don't personally find fun. I don't like running Nightmare Dungeons. I literally run them until I get to glyph level 15. And then anytime you see me clearing a pit, it's without tier 21 glyphs because I cannot be bothered. Because I don't like just running to the boss and killing it and then clicking the button until I level up my glyph. So for me personally, it shouldn't have a unique thing tied to it.
Yeah, I think one solution could be here to not make something new that is like a must-have, let's say similar to Glyph XP, right? Or similar to Masterworking Mats. It could be something that you can only get there, but that is like not an upgrade, basically, right? It's just like, maybe, like a lot of people are always asking for like a temper reset item or something. Like just as an example, not that I really want a temper reset, but this could be, something along those lines. It's not an upgrade to a character. You don't have to go Infernal Hordes to get that thing because you can just get another item somewhere else and that is your item and you don't care about the temper reset, right? But it could be something along those lines, I guess. There could be like a unique reward that, if you have that problem, then you can go and do Infernal Hordes and solve that problem kind of thing, I guess. Why not, right? Or maybe it has like maybe a higher chance to drop specific items that, okay, like outside of the new uniques or something, right? There's like new uniques and new aspects. So if you want those, then of course you go Infernal Hordes, but okay, do this a few times, then you have it, or you trade for one of the uniques anyway, and then you have a good roll, so who cares, right? But outside of that, I think it would be nice if like every build would have some, like potentially a reason at least to go there at some point, Not something that is like mandatory to progress a character like glyphs are, but something that would be nice to have, maybe.
I actually have the answer. I need to jump in very quickly. It just dawned on me. I'm sorry. Has anybody ever played the game Deep Rock Galactic? The dwarf game, Rock and Stone?
I played it for like 20 minutes. It's fun. I like it.
It's in my Steam box of shame. I have it.
Yeah, you bought it and you've never played it. Me too. My friends love this game. They have done something very, very smart. They release cosmetics every new season. And then the next season, they give those cosmetics to everybody. You never miss out on the cool looking cosmetics in that game. People get to buy it early if they want to, but everybody gets it. As such, Deep Rock Galactic is beloved by its player base. Put last season's paid cosmetic track as rewards in Infernal Horde. Still make your money for everybody who wants to look like a cool vampire in season 2 of the Vampire. Everybody who wants to look like a cool artificer. And then next season, give people an endgame thing to farm for that isn't power, so that no one realistically can ever complain about Blizzard greedy D4 bad. Like, just put them in there. You can go get the old season's cosmetics in this content. And you get items. You get rewards. You kill the first boss, it drops a 1 GA item. You kill the second boss, it drops a 2 GA item. If you kill the third one, it drops a 3 GA item. Everybody gets stuff. Make it as infinitely hard, but like just have good stuff tied to it. Then we don't need to worry about how to make its currency value equivalent to time spent. Like, have it be completely frivolous if it's going to be fun and challenging, and call it there. And then I'm personally happy.
So I like the idea of giving old cosmetics. That's a good one. To go to the core of the question, should this new mode build in a new currency that you build up? And the honest answer here that I could give is I don't know. And the reason why I would say that is I would never make a decision on this without a tidal wave of additional info. I would need to understand, first of all, kind of going back to what we said about the skills, I'm way less concerned with what they're doing with uniques and legendary powers. I want the team to look at the base skills. I want them to look at the upgrades. I want them to look at, as Woody said, Frozen Orb, nobody plays it till you get a Fractured Winter Glass. That's a problem, a fundamental problem that I want you to look at first before you look at the other things. Whether we add another currency, whether we put in the other cosmetics, however we do that, I could not possibly answer that question without understanding what exactly is the goal here. We already know we're getting another game mode very soon, raids, or whatever those are, in the expansion. I would need to understand what are the new... I don't even know if we have the full details on the expansion. There's so many things like, are there new item slots? Were they finally going to give us the paladin? They're like hiding it, but we know it's there. It's coming. There's so many other things that I don't know that I would feel completely uncomfortable saying what we should do here or there. I'll tell you something that I do like, though, that I think this strategy works for Path of Exile. It doesn't work for every league, but usually when the league comes out, all I hear from people is, "Oh my God, Rax, you should have played this one league. It was so broken. It was crazy. People made the craziest stuff." Then they take it back to the drawing board. They dial it down and they insert it into the game how it makes sense in the core game. I think that flow chart works very well. So that would be a good way to marry all the ideas that we've been discussing. It needs to be very fun, over the top, super rewarding for season 5. Okay, fine. And then have an idea of how do you insert it into the core game going forward, where it's not the fun, exciting season theme and it just has its own niche. I think decisions like this need to be very, very carefully planned to avoid some of the things that we spoke about earlier about redoing everything that you do endlessly.
Yeah, I think that brings the Infernal Hordes to a pretty good close here. Thank you, Rex, for that statement. I do hope we will get a good change here on Infernal Hordes as soon as they go live. Maybe some crazy over-the-top stuff that then gets tuned down and rebalanced as we go into the expansion. That's definitely sounds like a working concept seen in other games, for example. What I also want to highlight during the podcast is also the class balance. Current versus PTR versus our ideal future state. Like, in my opinion, we actually had a pretty good kind of balance going into the PTR, basically going out of season 4, if we so want to call it. And it has been massively shaken up on the PTR. What is your guys' opinion on that topic right now? Maybe Mac, you go first. Or you
I can go first.
Yeah, Rex,
if
please.
If you want me to bail you out, Mac, I can go first.
I would really like to hear about all the other classes first, because I don't need this to become a podcast of me crying like a baby for 40 minutes straight.
Okay, so the first thing that I'll say on this topic is I take like the current balance that I see, and I mostly, when you say balance, I mostly think about it in the end game because they made leveling so easy. I take it with a grain of salt because, like Woody said, and we said it earlier, there's so many bugged interactions, and they're going to change so many things. There's so many things we haven't seen, but I mean, we can make a tier list right now of whatever we think the classes are, but what does that really mean? It doesn't have any relevance to season 5 already going out. So remember, I'm a Barb man. Barb is my favorite class. I'll be honest. A part of me doesn't care at all that Barb raffle stomps everything in the game. That doesn't faze me at all. But Blizzard has explicitly said in one of the recent campfires that what we are doing is we're trying to bring every class up to Barb. That is not how I would have handled it. I would have nerfed the shit out of Barb. I think Barb is just too strong. And we know why. It's the 4 weapons, it's the 4 temperings, it's the more legendary powers. But Barbs, a lot of the reasons why Barbs have been too strong is because of bugs and broken mechanics and things not doing what they say that they do and crazy interactions. Over the last year, a lot of those have been fixed, and now we're seeing kind of where the Barb is actually landing. I feel like it's 1,000 times harder to buff the 4 classes to Barb's level than to bring Barb down. I think if Barb was somewhere in the stratosphere of the other classes, then our class balance would be better. I think the class balance, like talking about season 4, is better than it has been in the past, where day 1 Barbs with Gore's Grasp or Whirlwinding for 1 trillion damage and just deleting everything. They had to hotfix that, I believe, on the very first day, even though it was reported before. But that's the way that I would approach the entire subject.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think
we
also
can't hear
like oh, whoops, sorry, I was pressing. I forgot I push the talk here. Okay, so anyway, I definitely agree with that. So I've been actually discussing feedback for all classes earlier, like before the podcast, to prepare and to also send stuff to Blizzard, and I definitely talked about Barbs there. And I mean, there's like one crazy outlier, which is what makes Barb so strong right now, which is the Gushing Wounds key passive. Like, my chat is already memeing on that because I can't shut up about it. But we have a key passive on the Barb that is like in the range of somewhere of like 2,000 to 5,000% damage bonus for bleed builds. And thanks to, aspects and, weapon expertise, you can basically convert anything into a bleed build. And this makes it so that Barbs just kind of scale right out of control. There are other builds as well that are not bleed that are also really powerful, like, Bash, for example, that can be played non-bleed, that will actually get an 80% nerf in next season because it was just overtuned as hell. Okay, but I guess one big core issue remains, which is that key passive. And now everyone's saying, oh, we want everything else to be buffed to that level of Barbs. No, I think that's not really the right approach, and I'm completely with Rax here. Like, Barbs needs to get nerfed. Like, it's not that I hate Barbs, I love playing Barbs. After my main class Rogue, they are the second most played class of mine. But I actively just enjoy the game less playing a Barb with those insanely broken builds. I think it just makes no sense. It doesn't even fit into the overall picture of the game, where, you have Hell Tides, where, you can do a build that does like 1,000,000 damage, and that's totally fine, and you crush everything. And then you have builds that do literally 1,000,000,000 damage, 1,000 times more than that, and they just one-shot torment the bosses. And I don't see the reason to have those kind of builds in the game. And they are mostly currently on Barb, also to some degree on Rogue, that could definitely need some nerfs as well. And, if those things are getting addressed, then the whole game would make a lot more sense. Right now, I feel like everyone is always looking at, oh, Barbs has 4 weapons, Barbs go really high in the pit. I don't even believe that the 4 weapons are really the core issue at hand here. It's just that Barbs have the 4 weapons, but they also have insane scaling mechanisms for the late game, like Gushing Wounds, or like other key, passives, or even like, aspects and like legendary Paragon nodes. All like they have a kind of the same number on everything as other classes on the multipliers, but they have more of those multipliers, right? Like, why are Barb numbers not lower than other class numbers when they have more of them? It doesn't make sense, right? Why do the Barb class-specific aspects have the same numbers as other class-specific aspects? Why do the Barb tempers have the same numbers? Like, nothing of that makes sense when we know that they have 4 weapons. So it's not really the problem that they have 4 weapons, it's just that the numbers on each of the things are like imbalanced, basically. So yeah, there's definitely a huge problem here that the devs just continuously keep ignoring, and then they say we want to buff everything to Barb level. But I don't really see that happening, even if they try, because, I don't know, either they don't understand the problem, or they just don't want to fix the problem. And I'm not sure which one is worse here. But for some reason, they are trying to buff other stuff, and then they create things that are also ridiculously overpowered, that also one-shot tormented bosses on all the classes. And I don't really understand why we need that in the first place, Like, why do we need these builds that do 1,000,000,000 damage in the first place on any class?
So, okay, great, awesome. I figured I was going to be a little bit in the minority because I basically spend half of my stream screaming about the Barbarian, and it's not for all of the obvious reasons. We like to pretend it only has like it doesn't have a cool class mechanic like the Necromancer has Book of the Dead. The Barbarian has nothing, except it gets to pick a weapon expertise, and it gets 4 weapons, and it also gets to choose which weapon it uses per attack. So I guess they get to have 3 things, and I only get to have 1 thing, but we get to pretend like it's not existent. But let me ignore complaining about the Barbarian for a hot second. It's the impact that it existing has on the ecosystem of the other characters. Overpower got way too strong. I'm going to put that in air quotes for everybody who isn't Bone Spirit, Necromancer, and the Barbarian. It got way too strong, but it was because the Barbarian could weaponize it in a way that my Necromancer class cannot. I can maybe overpower once every 3 attacks. And because of that, my overpower glyph that said I got 400 additive damage got nerfed, along with the Barbarian. So much so that I thought it was a bug. I thought they literally just copy and pasted the glyph data over. And I literally told people during the PTR, don't worry, this isn't actually getting nerfed. They would never nerf the Necromancer's power. That doesn't make any sense. And then we get into the live game, and sure enough, my glyph is nerfed. And I went, that's actually insane. Why would that ever happen? Well, Mac, overpower is too powerful because it allows you to build fully into tank and get damage out of it. Okay, let's look at the maximum life these 2 classes can both get. I can realistically get up to 75,000 life if I have a triple masterworked GA Doombringer, meaning I'm using a Doombringer on the Necromancer, which is hilarious because it does nothing for the character damage-wise. One of the weapons the Barbarian equips is also that same Doombringer. He gets to 400,000 life. He does quintuple my overpower damage and is unkillable. We better nerf overpower. It's too strong. So the Necromancer keeps getting hit. I think that whoever loves the Barbarian this much at Blizzard needs to be held responsible for how negatively impacts the rest of the game's ability to approach balance. If you take out the fact that it always overperforms with these same things in line. I actually don't think that the classes necessarily need to be perfect parity balanced across the board. I think you could have the fast class, and you can have the class that does the best in the pit, and you could have the class that's best at doing whispers or something. I don't know. I think like in Diablo 2, we had that, where like different builds are quite literally just better at doing different stuff. But I think that even interclass balance is in such a rough place for builds that are attempting to do different things and are getting shafted in different ways because of outlier cases of other builds. It just feels like maybe their heuristics are off. The data that they use to make the decisions doesn't match the reality of the gameplay. But unironically, the Blight Necromancer, which is not currently the strongest Necromancer in Season 4, it's like 3rd strongest, is doing 30% of its current damage in Season 5 PTR, even though they said that they capped Wither and they didn't. So you're still getting the full benefit from one of the nerfs that they gave us. It's still doing 30% of its output than it currently is doing. That's what we're looking forward to in Season 5 PTR. And what they did was they buffed the skill to do slightly more damage over time, when in reality, it's the Ebon Piercer Amulet, which does all the damage. Like, it's just like the nerfs and the buffs aren't even affecting the things that are causing the problems that make them overperform or underperform. And I don't know how we get there. That part's very much a conundrum to me. And that's why I think balance has been such a hard problem for the game.
Yeah, that's definitely it's kind of funny what they explained with the Blight Amulet there. But another thing that I also want to get at is there's like a very popular build like Whirlwind, Bleed, Tyrio's Might kind of stuff that a lot of people are doing that is like really good at farming, for example. And I want to talk about that specifically, which is like also going back to the barbs with Gushing Wounds and so on. And we have a scenario right now where we have like this one really overpowered key passive that has been buffed patch after patch after patch, Gushing Wounds, because it was bugged and not working at all. So Blizzard probably looked at that data and they said, oh, no one is using Gushing Wounds, let's buff it, you know, like give it some extra power. But then, I don't know, they forgot or didn't realize that it just wasn't really functioning the way it should for the longest time. And now they turned it on with like 7 different buffs still in place. And now it just turns out to be completely busted. Yeah, of course it is really busted when they give people like a 5,000% damage multiplier on one single passive, right? The typical key passive is somewhere in the range of like, I don't know, 50%, maybe 100% damage. Like if you look at, I don't know, typical Sorc passes or Rogue passes or something like that, right? So this is kind of like the range here, plus minus. And then you have this, which is like literally 50 times better than the next best key passive in the game, if you will. And not only that, but it also enables like these really weird scenarios where something like Tyr's Might, or even for example the new Raxxanterax unique boots that have this like fire explosion effect and use a cooldown, like those effects can apply bleeds on the Barb, and then you can scale them with the same scaling mechanisms that other classes cannot. Like for example the Raxxanterax boots, that's still hilarious, man. The Raxxanterax boots, the fire explosion can apply a bleed. It makes no sense, there's no thematic connection there. And it's kind of like, why is that a thing, And then some people are saying that, okay, the same interaction does not work with the two-handed sword expertise, which also applies a bleed based on your direct damage, but Berserk Ripping does. So, ergo, two-handed sword expertise is bugged. But I think it's probably the opposite, that, you should never be able to apply a bleed from something like a fire explosion in the first place. But even if that was intended, it's like, an item like Tyr's Might can never be good for anything that's not a bleed Barb. It can never be good for even other Barbs. It can never be good for any other class because they don't have the same scaling mechanism that the Barbs have. So I think just for the sake of the build diversity and the overall balance of these kind of flat damage item effects, for example, like Tyr's Might, like we could buff Tyr's Might to really good levels that works for everyone if the Barb was adjusted. That's basically the point I was trying to make here. The Barb just kind of like holds everything at a hostage. That is a flat damage effect that is like in any way scalable for bleeds, and it just kind of like destroys these options to exist for other classes. Like no one can realistically make a Tyr's Might build, for example, but bleed Barbs because of these scaling mechanisms, because they are so overtuned. And I think that's really a problem here. Like there's like it really kills the creativity you could have with some of those builds, which is really sad.
I want to make a very funny point just to highlight how bad my class is. There is you just spam curses and just trigger Tyrael's Might Necromancer build because it costs no essence and you can just do it at max attack speed, and it can currently outperform Blood Surge Necromancer in the pit depending on where your gear is at. So you can make builds with it. Because comparatively it's better than skills in your skill tree. So don't.
Yeah. And you can like slowly clear a pit 80, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's that. I've such a great example. So I very recently was looking at the Shadow Blight key passive, the red-headed stepchild of the Necromancer, which used to give us a 300 or 3.4 multiplier because of the blighted aspect. They nerfed the blighted aspect. So now it's literally worse than generic multipliers on the same class. And I calculated how much damage it applies on a darkness build, and it represents roughly 0.5% of your total damage output is the procs from Shadow Blight after they buffed it. And then I looked at the Ossified Essence key passive that says when I click this button, I double my damage. If I click this button and cast a bone skill, I do minimum double damage. And if I actually build it properly, I actually get like a 2.5 multiplier out of it. Shadow Blight says if I click this button, 1% of my total damage output will come from this button and nothing else will happen. How does this exist in the game? It's like never done anything in this game, like other than Infinimist in Season 1. But now that they took away the aspect that was the whole reason why you used it, it quite literally doesn't do anything for your build. And I'm not going to recommend clicking the button on several builds unless they change something. I'm not going to have a key passive on my class because none of them do anything for darkness builds. But Gushing Wounds gets a 50 times multi. Actually how? Like actually show me the process. Sorry, actually show me the process by which we get through these two things, and somebody goes, ship it.
That's definitely a tough problem to solve. I have to fully agree here. For example, it also like translates over to like we've been talking about the bugged stuff earlier on a little bit. It just translates also onto for example with the minion necromancers. I have to make this example. Aphotic is currently bugged that it gives you 100% lucky hit chance for your abhorrent decrepify, for example, so you basically don't have any cooldowns on your build. And I am having a hard time trying to make a build without it at this point. I consider it basically being part of the class at this point. Not really the aphotic stuff, because that's probably gonna get fixed, but like my minions triggering the Decrepify. And that has been in the game for such a long time that I consider it baseline at this point. And I'm just having a hard time trying to put this into relation to other classes where you just don't have these problems, where you just you do this and it does what it says most of the time, or even outperforms the stuff. Like Gushing Wounds is a very good example. I don't understand why we have fundamental problems like this on some classes, and some other classes are just bugged out of their mind, working, overperforming like crazy. I cannot understand how these two things can exist in the same game, where we're having core fundamental problems with a skill, and other classes are just completely blasting their every build that they have, which is activating whatever they want, basically. I don't know how we get to that point, actually, of those coexisting.
Yeah, like why don't we have Boiler on this podcast, man? We need like a Druid.
Oh, I was
represent.
about to say Druid, man.
Can we?
So the
Boiler,
only
are
class,
you watching?
The only class more just like cracked out of its gourd than the Necromancer is the Druid, because like yes, like the poison thing will double dip and you'll get like triple dips on whatever, but then like lightning doesn't do damage for a whole season. You're just like, okay, sorry, man, I don't know what to tell you, Boiler. He's just like alone in a room crying.
So this is.
He says yes. He says yes in my chat right now.
So I'm so glad that we switched to that, because I wanted to say something about Druids. One thing that I think is very unfair to them compared to the other classes, and I actually think that this would help. So let's look at our class mechanics, right? So first of all, Spirit Boons they're decent, but Blizzard just buffed them, and now they're pretty good. Like I look at the powers that Druids get from Spirit Boons, they're actually pretty nice. I want them badly. But now let's look at the class mechanic quests. Barbs kill like 30 monsters and then a bear, and they're done. Sorcerers walk into a dungeon, pick up a box, do like a 1-minute ritual, and they're done. Necros have to wait till 25. That's kind of lame, but they pick up some bones and then they go into a cellar and they kill something, and they're done. You get the rogues, click 2 things, they do half of a dungeon, and they're done. What do Druids do? Druids have to clear a stronghold, then they have to go do 2 quests, and then they have to find 400 spirit offerings, or whatever they're called. I've spent a lot of my time this season just speed leveling the classes, just understanding the nuances of the classes at like low levels. Usually the first thing that I do is I go do the stronghold, and then I don't get my 400 spirit offerings until I'm like level 60. And Druids have suffered so badly in the early game, and Blizzard is trying to find all of these ways to make Druids not feel terrible early game. I mean, the thing that carries the Druids early game is Poison Creeper. That thing is so good. You lay it down and just murders the whole room. But it's got a cooldown, so I mean, you can wipe a room, whatever it is, once every 12 seconds, whatever it is. And that's all that you have, essentially, no matter what you do. I don't know why they don't really, really ease up on the Druid class mechanic, because if you could get your Spirit Boons earlier, that would help them. It would be significant. So I don't know, like they probably don't want to go away from the theme of like actually picking up the spirit offerings and giving them to the birds or whatever the hell Druids do is. But the part that really gets me is, on top of doing all of that, you have to pick up 400 items. I think that is so unbelievably dog shit, and I think that they should nerf that again to make the Druid leveling experience a little bit better.
Man, you're very passionate about the spirit.
I hate this, man. I hate it.
I'm just
It's
sitting
so
here
garbage.
like we're talking about like in-game build and balance and meta, and then Rax comes in with like the Spirit Boon rage, and then like, whoa, I fucking flashed right now. Like, I did not expect that to be a problem.
Wow. How do we help Druids leveling? Oh, well, I wonder, how do we help them leveling? Maybe we don't give them a 6-hour class mechanic.
Okay.
I do kill 15 monsters and then go down the street after going to a waypoint that was easy to get, and then kill 15 other monsters. The hardest part about the Necromancer class mechanic is figuring out you have to put the golem on your skill bar. and how to do that. Unironically, that one's a big skill test. No, but
All
I mean,
of
like,
them are like that, except Druid, man. All of them are like that.
I did level a Druid. I started picking up those spirit things. I was just like, chat, what the hell are these? Like, oh, you need like 500 of those things. I was like, okay. And I got to 500 and people look at me like, why didn't you go cash in any of your boons? And I'm like, I don't even know what cash in means in this context. Like, oh, you go spend them to unlock stuff. It's progressive. And I was like, but why would I ever go there multiple times? I'm just going to get all 500 of them. And then like 4 hours later, I was like, I guess I'll go get my class mechanic. I am level 75. I got there before I went. I guess I'll go do this because I didn't even know I could or what I needed to accomplish. I just kept waiting for the menu to open. I was like, damn, this is a long class mechanic. All right, sure.
I don't know. I mean, okay, we can argue that, okay, leveling has become so fast these days that, you know, spending these 10 minutes to do the class quest is actually somewhat noticeable, but I don't know. Does it really matter if the Druid class quest is a little bit longer? I guess you can shortcut it. I think this is such a minor problem to discuss. Like, if you ask me, man, I don't know.
Sounds like a rogue. I don't know what to tell you, boys. Sounds like a man over there who likes to go fast.
I mean, they bought the spirit boons, man. They're pretty. I think one of them is 10% chance to crit. Getting that 20 levels earlier when you don't have anything is pretty good, actually. Like,
yeah, I agree. The spirit boons are nice. They actually buffed one of them in to give you like movement speed now. Like, all people are always complaining, oh, druids are so slow and stuff, and now they get extra movement speed. So that is kind of nice as well for like the leveling experience, I guess. In general, like, druids have really leveled up a lot during season 4, I think, with and also like looking into season 5, they have, you know, broken the shepherd's aspect meta with the triple companions on every build and these kind of things. I really like where druids are headed. Like, if you're talking a bit more about like the actual meta, let's say, in the endgame, I think they're looking relatively solid in the future. We have at least 2 very good builds, Landslide and Companion. And that's despite Companion literally not working with a single of its skill tags that says Werewolf or Storm or Nature Magic, which is kind of hilarious. Despite all of that, it's still a good build. And they have a bunch of decent builds. Like, you know, there's Avincia, there's Pulf, there's Lightning Storm. Tornado is kind of lacking a little bit, I guess. But yeah, in general, I think there could be like maybe more buffs to the class. And especially like some of the non-landslide, non-companion builds. But originally we talked about the druids, about the bugs. And I think druids have really the worst with the bugs. With like what I just explained with the companions and the tags not working. And it seems to be not just be isolated to companions. That seems to be like a common theme across the entire class. They have so many like, okay, transform this skill into that skill. You know, you now do this while doing that. And these kind of effects. And all of, like, half of them, at least, are just not working correctly. And it's like, okay, you have like this like 5-head build in mind. You know, the entire druid class is all about mixing and matching and doing like transformation and whatever. But then half of it doesn't work. And you need to know like these 1000 exceptions of what is actually functioning correctly and what is not, and you have to look it up. And I think that is really a major problem here. And if stuff was actually working the way that it says, you know, going back to our original discussion about new uniques, then this would work much better for the druids as well. And then people probably wouldn't really have to complain so much about being weak or anything like that. I don't think that druids even are necessarily weak these days. They are in an okay spot. But it's like, yeah, why do so many things not work correctly even after all this time? And that's kind of sad to see.
I think the most important thing that we haven't touched on is the fact that you can't see your transmogs unless you're in a loading screen. And I actually think that that is criminal. The fact that Druid has transmogs and the only way to see them is to not play a werewolf or a werebear. That sounds like a joke, but like unironically, I don't know how they expect Druid players to like quite literally ever spend money on this game when you only see it during loading screens, and then you're a werewolf and you could be wearing the literal body of Diablo, and then you turn to a werewolf, and I guess you're not anymore. And that seems like a wild oversight from my side.
That's a very easy fix. You sell bear and werewolf MTX. It's
I think they've got a spot for you, Chronikz. With ideas like that, you're going straight to the top. How to buff the shop.
I mean, it's like, just give him a panda skin. Boom, there you go. Best selling MTX in D4.
You just got employee of the month, and you're not even there yet.
Yeah, like on the topic of Druid here, it's, to be honest, I played it a bit in PTR because it's my least played class, and I needed to like get more into it. And what's kind of crazy, I mean, maybe that's because I'm coming from Necromancers and kind of like a little bit also rogues, but the builds are fun. Like I'm having fun. It's crazy. I'm pressing trample and the whole screen lights up. The sound effects are cool. This thing triggers that thing, and that triggers another thing, and that resets the cooldown, and then you can trample again. And I don't know. I think in the fun department, Druid seems to be in a very good spot. Now we just have to make we have to give them the gushing wounds treatment probably to some of the things, while also fixing underlying bug problems.
I'm getting triggered now.
Uh-oh. Do we need a Woody gushing wounds Twitch emote now?
No, but it's like we discussed this earlier, right? And I think almost everyone just said that Barbs are just like overtuned, and like it doesn't really make sense for like how the game is balanced for any build to be on that level of like some of the Barb builds or even some of the rogue builds, I think, right? Where like we just like season 4, like think about this, season 4 was the season that introduced tormented bosses in order to solve the problem of us one-shotting Duriel all day long. And what we do now, we one-shot tormented Duriel all day long. Wonderful, like why is that a thing? Why did it happen? And this is the same season that they introduced those bosses to solve the problem, right? Like I don't get it, So all these like cries about, oh man, don't nerf it or something, like tormented bosses, they are supposed to be a fight, a bit of a challenge, something that like is rewarding for like you get more out of it than you put the mats in and all these kind of things, right? And it's like supposed to be it's a bit more endgame thing, and you get like something special out of it, but it's like also not required, right? It's like completely optional to do the tormented boss. You can do the normal boss. There is barely a downside to doing the normal boss either. So why do we want builds that one-shot tormented bosses? And it's like the same thing with like asking for buffs for certain builds or certain classes, or in asking Barbs to not get nerfed. It's like a general problem with like how the game is balanced in general.
Like when it was me, you, Chronikz, and Northy going in to fight the tormented Grigor for the first time, and we kind of just like got our asses handed to us for a bunch, and like we went and changed the elixirs that we were drinking, and like I think I like added hemorrhage to my build just to make blood orbs to be able to heal for long enough. Some of the most fun I've had playing the game. Now I hear the argument of not everybody has as much time to play as you. People just want to be able to blast. I totally hear that. I really, really do. I super do. I understand that. I think that's what Helltide is for. Like they gave you a perfect thing for you to do on a low power build that is incredibly rewarding, and you get to enjoy smashing through infinite monsters. Some of the content has to be able to be challenging and rewarding to do for that purpose. Else we're grinding for nothing. So I fully agree that like just power just needs to come down. That was also one of the selling points of Diablo 4 was that power wasn't going to get to D3 levels. This is like the whole thing too. This was a season where they were supposed to give us the un-one-tappable bosses and tormented bosses, but they also added tempering to the game, which puts 1,000 additive damage onto your gear alone and makes you cast twice as many projectiles 70% of the time. It was never going to succeed at reducing the power scale. They quintupled the value of gear and made it so strong that it has invalidated the Paragon system as a meaningful thing to invest into other than getting glyphs, and will like continue to negatively impact their ability to give us power in other ways. That has confused me for a long time. I actually don't understand why tempering is as powerful as it is when masterworking is supposed to be like the end game true power scale. But at level 20, I can go add 200 additive damage to my weapon and my projectile will cast 50% double. Like that's an insane amount of power that we added onto items. And I don't know how they walk that back in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I agree. I think tempering is overtuned pretty much across the entire game. But I want to go back to one of the things that you're asking for. I agree with you that at some point, like for me, when you're posed with a challenge and you work toward it and you overcome it, that's like the most meaningful and fun time you're going to have, or at least for me, in the game, like you were describing. But I don't think that that's coming in Diablo 4. I don't think that's in Diablo 4's future. And the reason why I say that is because that's what Blizzard said, essentially, in the interviews that we had leading up to Season 4. One of the questions that I asked Joe and Adam was, do you guys have plans? So one of the comments that they made, I believe it was to one of the questions that Riker asked, is they said, ARPGs are about getting loot, getting more powerful, killing more monsters, getting more loot, and then that loot needs to have a meaningful power progression where you beat the boss. That's the main way we want you to beat the boss, is gathering gear and then overcoming it. Okay, so then I went next and I said, okay, let me ask you a follow-up here. Do you guys plan to design encounters where gear alone will not save you? You have to exude some kind of skill, you have to overcome certain mechanics, and there is no way to just purely outgear it. And while they didn't say no, I don't remember their exact answer. Their answer wasn't yes. And they were like, oh, maybe, yeah, but the main way we want you to get power is from gear. So I got to be honest with you, man. Like, I've been kind of coming to terms with it. I don't think that for their target audience or for their current design of the game, unless they want to change their mind, that they're going to build a lot of encounters like that. Maybe we'll get like the bare minimum that you and Woody are talking about, where we won't just be one-shotting the tormented bosses. But I don't ever think, like, with a very well-built build, that they're planning on making it take any kind of real skill to beat it, from what they said.
I was really hoping we can tormented bosses is going to be exactly that. And I was really hyped going into it, and they were exactly what I wanted. I mean, sure, okay, I would have taken double the HP as well, but I mean, I was totally happy with how it was looking like. And I was finally in a spot where I was like, wait, great, there we go. I have something that I can tackle and try to not only make my build according to the fight, but also become a better player to help my build overcome the challenge. And I was really hoping that this is the direction we're going to go, or at least that is the reason why we have the tormented bosses, just to kind of like grab the point that Woody made for those, and then literally just have them in the game as something optional that you don't need to do. You just do them for your ego or to test your build or something like that. Unfortunately, with giving them a little bit of an efficiency boost with the 3 times materials and 5 times the loot, maybe wasn't the correct play after all. But like I'm completely fine with all of this so far. The only thing that drags me down completely is the season you introduce the pinnacle boss, or the hardest content in the game, so to say, and make something that is really, really hard. You also decrease the HP by 30% in that same season. So that just goes to show me that it was way too hard for the general player base. And I think Rax is like 100% spot on, not only with the sayings that we have gotten from the interviews, but also, I mean, you see it in their actions, right? They are in a great spot, as we probably can agree on, and then they nerf it by 30%, and now everybody is back to one-shotting it. I'm just a little bit doom and gloom here when I think of raids, because I thought about tormented bosses, what I'm now thinking of raids. Maybe that is going to be the thing that's going to give me that satisfaction of something being super hard to overcome. And I just hope that that is going to be something that, yeah, it's not going to get nerfed by 30%. It's in their HP on the season. They're going to introduce it.
One thing that I want to chime in with here is, since you mentioned raids right now, right? And there's going to be like this co-op mega dungeon or whatever in the expansion.
Exactly that, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So that's what you're talking about. And this is supposedly going to be something that we expect to be somewhat challenging or not. It doesn't really matter, right? But the thing is that we have all of the normal versions of all of the bosses that drop exactly the same loot as the tormented bosses, right? There's just like a slight efficiency gap here. And we look at, for example, WoW, where we actually do have raids, and those raids have 3 separate difficulties, right? There's like the normal, the heroic, and then there's the mythic raid. And the mythic is where all the tryhards are, and then, you know, heroics are like the more engaged players, and then normal, and there's even 4 difficulties, there's LFR as well. right? Where like the casuals go. So everyone gets to experience that stuff. Everyone can go and fight normal Duriel, and you know, everyone can go and fight normal Andariel on whatever, and you know, get the loot and whatever they need. But why don't we have the hard mode, the tormented version, that is actually like a fight, right? Like for the mythic raiders, basically, right? And I kind of fear that we're going to this expansion and we're gonna have this new system, and it's gonna be, you know, something inspired by WoW, let's say, right? But it's gonna be so trivial, and it doesn't have to be, right? Maybe they're only gonna have one difficulty, and that difficulty is supposed to be done by everyone, and so we're all just gonna blast through it because they're playing a different game than more casual players. And you know, there's nothing for players like us that are just blasters. So why is it that way, right? Like, why can't we have a hard mode for these kind of things and an easy mode? Like we literally have that for the bosses, but the hard mode is also an easy mode, pretty much, right? Like it's like, okay, it's like maybe not as trivial for other people than it is for us, but compared to, for example, the gap between like a normal raid in WoW and the mythic raid in WoW, if you compare like a normal boss and a tormented boss, you know, the gap is not nearly as large in Diablo than it is in WoW, and I don't understand why.
I do want to I want to give some credit here, because we've all generally like ignored the concept of the pit. So to give some context, as a class that's currently capping out at like 142 in solo pit tiers on the Necromancer, we do have content that is literally the number you can get to is directly related to how much you try hard. My issue is in that not existing for the rest of the content as an option. But like, I don't know. I have a lot of mixed feelings about the pit. I really like the pit. The Necromancer class right now does have to dodge every boss mechanic at our highest pit tier. Like we can't survive boss mechanics, like the shadow boss mechanics. So, you know, I can't just like stand there and have full uptime on DPS. It does feel like a bit of a skill check. It is definitely a gear check. I guess the only issue is that there is the highest point that all builds reach. Like quite literally this build, even played, if you were to play it by a perfect AI, physically cannot do a higher pit because the damage output is not possible to get beyond this boss's maximum life right here. But I don't like that being sequestered to this one content type, where eventually the reward that it gives you is of no value because you have quite literally made a perfect piece of gear. Do we feel like the pit is not delivering this experience in any way? Because I made a very offhand comment that if you want to be casual and blast stuff, the Helltide exists. I think it's just as valid to say if you want to be try hard and blast, there's the pit. Do we think it's currently succeeding in offering that experience? Because I do want to give credit. I think it's a fairly good thing. It just kind of has a weird terminus where it's like you literally can't go higher and there's no reason to do it anymore. Just most people won't reach that.
So I'm not super happy with the pit, and I'll tell you why. So people ask me all the time, Rax, you really spending no time in the pit, and you spent 4.5 years pushing Diablo 3 Greater Rifts. They're like the same thing. They're not the same thing in my mind. They're not the same at all. One of the things, one of the most basic things is Diablo 3 has a competitive leaderboard, and really the only thing that stopped it from being super competitive was all the cheating. Everyone's botting and using turbo HUD, and 99% of the time, whoever wins is just an illegitimate player. Another thing about Diablo 3 is, yes, you do need good gear, certainly, to go play Greater Rifts and compete on the leaderboard. But a lot of it was knowledge and strategy and planning. For example, most players, when they open a map, they can't even tell what map it is. And there is a massive variance in how good the maps are. There's a massive variance in how the monster types, not only their values, but how they fight, how you move them. And there's also a ton of mechanics on how you specifically move through them and where the elites spawn, what affixes they have, and then how you are going to spawn the pylons. How you can manipulate how the pylons spawn. And doing these manipulations it results in a much, much higher tier level. So if we gave Woody a whirlwind barb and you gave 1,000 other players a whirlwind barb, and even if you let them practice with the build, even if you tell them what to do, Woody is going to absolutely annihilate them because he just knows so much more about the game. He's going to be 10 tiers higher than almost every player. Everything that I just described does not exist in the pit. The only thing that matters is dodging the boss mechanics. Every pit clear is essentially the same thing. It's 3 elites and then a little bit of trash, and 3 elites and a little bit of trash. It's a pylon, and 3 elites. You walk through, you kill an elite, three elites, trash, the boss. There's a little bit of variance on which boss sucks more, but I'm completely missing the competitive aspect from the leaderboard, and I'm completely missing 98% of the skill required to actually be at the top. If you just pick a really easy build to play, like Thorns Barb or Bash Barb, and you swipe your credit card for 100 billion gold and just endlessly re-roll your triple greater affix thing and finally hit your tempering, you will beat 99% of barbs even if you're a worse player. This is impossible in Diablo 3. You will not be able to beat someone who actually knows the stuff. So this question is, so a lot of people will hear that answer and say, Rax, everything that I'm hearing you saying actually makes Diablo 3 suck. The variance in the maps, the variance in the mob types, this and that, all that shit. I don't want to do that. But remember what the question was. We're talking about, does this high-end thing satisfy or satiate the hunger for the people that like that stuff? The answer is no, not at all to me.
I do have to agree with that actually. No. I do have to agree with that actually. So what Rax described really puts it on point. Like the strategy is really lacking when it comes to pit runs. Like you can't pull monsters together, you can't, like prepare the boss fight with a pylon or whatever. To some degree that is good, the RNG is lower. Like, we had fishing in Diablo 3, that was also kind of annoying and so on, but it was like kind of part of how leaderboards just work, I guess. And even if we, like, for example, we are doing like pit ladder around 2 later this season, and there is RNG, and like you have to get the right monsters, the right run, the right boss, and whatever. So the RNG is still there to some degree, I guess, maybe less than Diablo 3. But yeah, the fact that there's like it's just a kind of a dumbed down version of pushing has also kind of led me to not push as much as I would normally do in, like, for example, Diablo 3. Diablo 3, I would, push every build I do for like, hours and hours and dozens of hours, sometimes hundreds of hours in some cases, just to try to get like that insane run and, have like a really nice placement on the leaderboard. And I don't really feel like I want to do that much in Diablo 4. So yeah, there's definitely a concern, I think, with the pit there.
That is that.
Go ahead.
That's some insight that I think is very helpful. So I have done 5 GRs in my life. like to be 100%, I've maybe played like the first 4 days of like 2 seasons of Diablo 3. And all I ever hear is that the fishing sucks the absolute moon out of the sky. I do assume that that's just something that is only for literally people trying to get the #1 spot on the leaderboard, though. Like, how much does the casual player fish in Greater
0.
Race?
They don't even know what it is or how to do it. 0.
Yeah, I mean, maybe at the end of the season for a little bit to try to make the number bigger, but then it's like a percentage-wise, it's just nothing of their game time, right? Compared to a rank 1 player who does it for 2 days in a row.
Right. So how valuable would it be to add in this? Well, first off, we just need leaderboards, right? I think, like, bare minimum, what if we had a leaderboard? What if Maxroll didn't have to make the leaderboard? Like, what if it was in the game? Like, how crazy would that be? How much of it does it alleviate just to literally be able to show your chops? Like, I did it. Like, I'm currently here with this build.
I mean, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Rex. I gotta be honest, at this point, even a leaderboard for me doesn't really cut it anymore, because I'm missing these points that Rex was highlighting. I can go there and try to get the rank 1 spot, but I'll maybe do it once at the beginning of the season, and then I'm just done for it. But there is no mastery, there is no honing your craft of doing it. You just go. and either you get Spirit Caller or you don't get Spirit Caller. There is nothing like, oh, I played this pylon wrong. Oh, I did this pull wrong. Oh, I could have gotten this elite pack in there as well. You know, like those things are non-existent. It's like you blow through the trash mobs, you go to the boss. Which boss is it? Oh no, I'm out. Do it again. You know, there's no mastery that you're improving. There's no real improvement there that makes you a better player, in my opinion, at the current moment for the pit.
I completely agree with what Chronikz said. The leaderboard, I think it needs to be in the game. So then let's ask ourselves a philosophical question. You're rank 1 in the pit on the leaderboard. What does that mean? Well, to me, the first thing that I like, if I had a blindfold, someone gets a pit 157, and I go, chat, ready for this? We're gonna inspect this guy. It's gonna be a quad uber unique triple greater affix 12 of 12 master working character. Oh, yep, there it is. And then, but then you take it one step further. Okay, so they have like they RMT'd everything or whatever. But then you ask yourself, okay, so whatever, they have the most godly gear ever. What skill did they exude with that gear? They walked forward until they got the boss that they wanted. And then there is a little bit of dodging there, but you didn't actually do anything. It's not something that you can post on your fridge. You can't be proud. I mean, I don't want to completely downplay it and say that you can't be proud of it. Let me speak for me personally. I would not be proud of it. Like what did I do? Like here would be my underlying feedback to Blizzard. We're not gonna change. It's like a giant ship, right? We're not gonna steer the course to something completely different. And I 1000% agree with them that in general, most of their decisions should be made for the general public to get their game out there for everybody to love it. 99% of their decisions are for that. What I would say is, remember, there is a core, there is a small portion, a core portion of your audience that does really take pride in playing Diablo and wants to make really good characters and then wants to be challenged and have that awesome feeling of overcoming something super difficult that you have made. That is what I'm looking for. The pit doesn't solve it for me. The leaderboard doesn't solve it for me because what does it mean? It's different. When you get a rank 1 clear in Diablo 3 really far into the season, it is very hard to do. Not only do the circumstances have to be right, but you have to play it well. I can't even explain to you how the wrong step here or there, one little mistake can throw away an otherwise perfect run. So you really feel great when you accomplish it. And I'm also not saying Diablo 3 is perfect. Diablo 3 had a ton of problems. Fishing was horrible. I endlessly complained about it. But I think we're seeing the exact opposite here where nothing really matters except maybe the final boss. And it has, for me, currently completely disengaged me from it.
Yeah, I gotta say it's bold of you to assume that you are able to inspect the top Barb on leaderboard when he doesn't have a entire profile.
Macro and I have each made a mistake this podcast.
Yeah, but to be real, I mean, yeah, I definitely agree, and that there could be something done here, I guess, to make it interesting for like the pushers. But I think also maybe there could be like other avenues to explore for like competitive modes, right? If you're talking about competitiveness in general, like, you know, we don't have to redesign the pit completely to become like the competitive thing for the entire game or something. Like, for example, Greater Brits or the leaderboards was. It would be nice to have leaderboards, you know, no matter what. I'm not saying we shouldn't get them. You know, we are literally making our own leaderboards right now, right, on Maxroll and stuff. But, you know, it would be nice to have that, but maybe there could also be other more interesting competitive game modes, right? Some people that really want to grind out the perfect gear and, you know, push the pit. I mean, sure, let them do it, right? I think it would be nice if we had, you know, for example, a level leaderboard, right? Like the racing at the season start is always like the highlight of the season, right? Everyone watches that, you know, people are like checking the different streams and they're like, oh man, this guy is this level, this guy is that level, what is he doing, you know, whatever, right? And this is like really where I can show the mastery of the game that you have, you know, achieved basically by speedrunning. I think RPG are fundamentally like a speedrunning genre. because it's always about efficiency, it's always about speed, and like at least for like, you know, the people that have this kind of mindset at least. And you know, like having like a short, intense kind of like, you know, burst of competition, so to say, is actually like really fun, you know, when it comes to like a season start race, for example. And you could just have more opportunities to do these things. Like there's also something that I brought up in other times, like you know, they could make something like PoE has with the private leagues. Like everyone can just make their own private league. You can even like add some hard mode challenges to it. You know, you can make the enemies do more damage, be faster, you have less resistances, whatever. Like, you know, like imagine we could do that in Diablo 4. You know, we can make our own like, you know, hard mode season, like our own like PoE gauntlet, like, you know, not the D4 gauntlet, the PoE gauntlet in Diablo 4, and we can have like, you know, a kind of like an official framework for that in the game where, you know, we know that, okay, people cannot cheat, you know, they can't like, you know, we can turn off trading, you know, we can make it SSF or whatever, right? So if we had these options, then I think this would really satisfy a lot of this desire for blasters to have any kind of competitive mode in the game. And, you know, this is like really what's missing in my book, I think.
I really think, I think we can all agree that it's extremely important to cater to casual player base, or like the big part of the player base, however you want to call it. I think that's the business-wise the smartest decision that you can do for sure. But I still think that it's also really important to have some competitiveness in it that drives the hype forward. And even before Woody was making this point, since like tormented bosses are now also, let me restart. I think everyone wants to be able to do everything in the game when they have paid for the game in the first place. I can definitely understand that 20 years ago, or maybe 15 years ago, I wouldn't have understood it, but at this point I can people, and that's how they view it. I'm totally fine with that. At this point, I only see the only solution being something like private leagues for the blasters, like literally double damage on tormented bosses, double or like triple the health or whatever, and then literally don't make it maybe make it a short burst of just like a week, or literally just let us do the super hardcore league right from the get-go when the season starts. You can choose from softcore, hardcore, and you can do the private stuff. I don't know. At this point, everyone hopefully understands that is playing the game. Okay, this thing is super hard and it's super optional, and you're not supposed to go there. You don't get anything for going there. Then you don't have this efficiency discrepancy of normal bosses and tormented bosses, and we just go there to have our hard game mode that we're trying to find so hard.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing like that already in the game, right? It's called Uber Lilith. Right, it's literally just a challenge of, you know, your ability to play that fight and like how strong is your build, and that is really cool, right? Some people complain that there's no reward for it. I mean, there's like a one-time like get a title or something, right? But outside of that, whatever. And yeah, I mean, it's nice to have these kind of challenges. You know, why not have more of them? But it's also like one thing I wanted to come back to real quick, because I see that in chat that you know, people are saying like what I just described with like, you know, this private seasons, private leagues, whatever. How many blasters are out there? Like, you know, of course, there's a very small player base of people that really want super challenging content. But the thing is that a lot of them are actually people like us that stream, that create content, and that actually have a community, you know, that follow them because they are good and knowledgeable at the game. And, you know, if you look at the PoE Gauntlet, for example, like this event is watched by, I don't know, dozens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people. Like people follow, like almost no one plays it. You know, there's like 10 guys or 20 guys that are real blasters that actually play it, that everyone watches, but it kind of, it glues the community together, right? Everyone is like, oh man, this guy just ripped. Okay, like, you know, maybe he's gonna have a comeback, or, you know, and then everyone watches these boss fights where Ben goes in and, you know, like he's trying to get the first kill of everything or something, right? And these are like some actual social events, even though not many people participate. And this is like what kind of like, you know, develops the community, and this is what like holds it together, I think. And we need a lot more of that in Diablo 4 as well. I think there's like such a missed opportunity here with these kind of race events, and yeah, some people like me might also like try to do like some little stuff here and there, or like we have the Maxroll leaderboard for a pit, but it's not really the same thing, you know. Like if we don't have any kind of options, like something like our own rule set in our own private kind of group of invite only blasters or something, where we can have like a streamer race or like a streamer like event for 1 week, and everyone goes ham, and we have like certain objectives, and tempering is turned off, you can't imprint your gear, and then you see who's gonna kill all of the mandate bosses first on hardcore or something like that. This is what we need. You don't have to play it, you don't have to have many people play it at all, but people will watch it, and this will be an event. This will be something that people remember. And this is really what is the strong point here, I think.
Yeah, and another thing here, so it's stuff like that. I mean, it's difficult. I have so many ideas. Like Woody said, there's so many missed opportunities. Like, for example, in WoW, when everybody had to work together to open a queue, it doesn't even have to be challenging. It could just be, oh, if the community slays 5 million treasure goblins this weekend, we'll give you a treasure goblin pet. And if you don't, you don't. And that's it. It doesn't even need to be a challenge. But let's go to the challenge thing for a second. So Woody made a point about the gauntlet. So many people watch it. So many people watch the NBA and they don't play basketball. So many people watch the NHL, they don't play hockey, right? It's just kind of, at certain points, it's just an entertainment thing. I played in the PoE gauntlet. I got shit on, but it was still fun. I think a lot of people underestimate players. Like sure, we always talk about there's so many people that are so casual, but there's a lot of people who are probably pretty good at Diablo who wouldn't mind jumping into an event. And you can do a lot of things to the event to make it much more enticing to get a lot of people to come play it. Come play this event and try to kick Rax or Woody or Macro or Chronikz's ass. Okay, so first of all, we launch the seasons on a Tuesday when people are usually working. So let's do the event on like a Friday or a Saturday, and don't make it take all day, because if it takes all day, then people don't have the time to allocate to that. But if you did a race to Elias with some hard rule sets, I think there are a lot more people would play than people are giving it credit for. You put in some weird little rules here or there, there's a lot of people good enough and might actually practice and might actually have a higher interest in the game if you make it accessible. It doesn't need to be a multiple day, 1 week event to kill all the bosses or this or that. It can be something simple. You can do the first one to kill the curator, first person to kill the curator, and you can't use anything. You can't temper, you can't imprint, you can't nothing. You're living off the land, as Woody says. You can just do that.
That's a great idea, Rax, I gotta say.
That's a great idea.
So I haven't made an announcement yet, but tomorrow we have a little streamer race that is called the Living of the Land challenge. So stay tuned for that, guys.
Yep. I mean, it's exactly what we're trying to say here, right? Like I just hope that we had this in season 2, end of season 2. The feedback was phenomenal. Everyone was having a blast. Everyone participating. Everyone in the chat was happy. I have to fully agree here with Rex that that's a missed opportunity here. And I'm quite sure if you would give it a try and you're right now saying, this is not really for me, I'm sure you'd had a blast. Rex, I'm sorry. I think I cut you off, right?
Well, no, you didn't cut me off, but try it right now. You're sure you'll have a blast. That's true. But guys, okay, we have a race. If we have a race to Elias or whatever, and we do it in 3 hours and you do it in 5 and you lose, that's okay. But it's probably your first time trying it. We've done it a million times. Go next time. Do it in 4. Do it in 3:30. And then, I mean, people keep saying like people have this idea that the streamers are gods and the casuals suck. That's not true. For me, casuals is more of like a function of time. You're a dad, you have a wife, you have kids, you have a job. You don't have the time to play that we do. Okay. But if we make a short little event, I think a lot of people could perform really well. People could win it. People could beat us. I'm 100% sure this is possible. It would probably happen, actually. So We need the community to actually get interested in stuff like this, and maybe it'll actually happen. And I think it'll be a shitload of fun, man.
There's a really, really good example of this. So remember, before D4, I come from Diablo 2. Oddly enough, Diablo 2 didn't have any support for a long time until they went and remastered it. There was a creator by the name of Ryo Quetzalcoatl, and he would host a slash and stash race. It was held difficulty on every character starting from level 1, and you could share gear between the characters. This was a community hosted thing. It was like a 14-hour long speed run if you were a speedrunner. We obviously got better at it over time. The amount of people from the significantly smaller Diablo 2 crowd who would they're like, all I have to do is record me trying it, and you like handed me a zip file to show me what to do. Okay, I'll try. There were people who had never streamed before who are now like 16 hours into this run that have 1,000 people watching them because everybody else finished and brought them all over. Who's just like, all right, boys, I made it through 4 classes. I think I'm going to have to call it quits, but thanks for hanging out. Like, we're kind of just saying like, hey, Blizzard, did you know that you could do a bunch of fun things and it could be fun, which is obviously not necessarily concrete. But I definitely believe that like people absolutely underestimate the fact that people try hard shit all the time just because it's hard and they see other people doing and they go, can I do that? Like, that's literally why I have a career right now. I went, can I speedrun Diablo 2? And I just started doing that after work when I would work 70 hours a week and I would do 2 hours of streaming and I would do a speed run. And sometimes I would just fail and be like, all right, guys, tune in tomorrow. I'm gonna try it again. This time we're gonna kill Mephisto. But like you're completely right. Like it's okay if there's just like super hard stuff in this game and like people just bash their heads against it. And I think that's fine.
And Macro had no other choice, man. He had to become a speedrunner.
I had to. That was it. I could try one run a day because I didn't have time. I would get home, no joke. I would leave my house at 7 o'clock in the morning. I would drive an hour and a half to commute to work. I would work sometimes for like 12 hours in this office. I would come home. It would be 9 o'clock. I would eat dinner. I would try one run, and I either beat Bale in 2 hours on the Sorceress, or I failed, and then I didn't have time to do it again. So I said, all right, guys, Thursday, I'm going to have time to do a run. I'll see you then.
You commuted 3 hours every day?
Oh, yeah. That was sometimes more. I had to drive from Boston to the middle of Boston and then drive from the middle of Boston back. So sometimes working the 12 hours was nice because finally, like rush hour traffic was gone while I'm driving home at 8 p.m. Dude, it was no bueno. There's a reason why I'm a content creator.
I just straight up wouldn't do that. I'd just die. I'd just die, I guess.
That's crazy, Mac. Really. Guys, how much more time do we have? We went way overboard, and we still have ideally one more topic that I'm really curious about, but I don't know how you guys are looking. Mac, I think you're muted.
One more, baby. I'm down for one more.
Is that fine with everyone else? If we
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Well, I'm like extremely curious because I can only get this info from you three actually, and this wasn't planned at all. I somehow assembled the people. Well, Fame isn't here, but 3 of the 4 that are going to be live streaming on the 18th for the Spiritborn release, right in Seattle, live from the Blizzard event. Like, give me all infos you can share.
Okay.
I think chat is ecstatic. We want to know more. Please let us know.
Yep. I'll go first, guys. I got this one. Okay. I'm going to tell you everything that I know about the event.
I know
okay,
what's coming.
I'm going to tell you everything. This is
Don't be glorious,
everything
guys.
that I know.
Oh, no.
Okay, this is everything that I know. I fly in the 16th and I leave the 19th. The event takes place on the 18th somewhere. We are going to a dinner on one of the days. That is absolutely the complete thing of what I know. I don't know where it is. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know at what time. I don't know with who. I know literally nothing. I have told you everything that I know. Okay, it's
dinner?
Macro and Woody's turn.
Which dinner? Which restaurant?
I actually do know that, but I better not. I better not say.
We should not. I do. Hey,
I better not say that.
hey, fun fact. I'm not super interested in getting doxxed, but I mean, okay. So those are all of the legitimate, concrete details of what we currently have. We will be able to play the content. I believe we're playing the content the day beforehand, so that we have any idea of what we're doing as well. That's like the general sense that I get. But it's somewhere in Washington.
I just learned something new about it. We're playing it the day before. I'm glad I went early. GG.
Yeah, I'm actually arriving on the same days and leaving at the same dates as well. So that's what I can contribute here. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, we don't know. So you have to wait and see on July 18th, guys. This is where we'll be streaming.
And this is not a Keck W. This is not like an NDA thing. I don't think any of us actually know. We have no idea.
No, not any more than that. Like, obviously, it is going to be on the new class in the expansion content. Does that mean we're going to have fully kitted out level 100s and we can go try the pit? Probably not. It's probably going to be like a local build. It's probably going to
I'm
be.
I'm literally going to tell them, give me 10 billion gold and 100,000 of every month, or I'm not going to do it.
I think they should put us in one of the raids. Quad Spiritborn doing the raids. That would be cool.
Wait, Macro, you're not playing Necromancer?
No, so I am gonna, yeah. So, no joke, dude. So many people in my comments are like, it's gonna be hilarious when you go to do your live stream and you click on the Spiritborn, it's just a Necromancer. No, but like, here's what I'll give everybody. Here's because I wanted to talk to everybody here about it, including Fame, but obviously we'll talk with her when we have the opportunity. I think it would be really cool if each one of us tries to create a completely unique build, not just what we all think is the most powerful, but like you pick this skill, I pick this skill, you do that one, I'll use this key passive, and we just try to just figure out whatever that build does, and then that's what we show, so people can go to the different streams. So like, oh, he's doing the whatever spirit dancer thing, and this dude's all spear master, and then you go over to Rax and he's a druid doing 17 damage somehow, and like we just like figure out a way
gathering
to
400 spirit offerings.
Spiritborn doesn't get spirit offerings. Can we talk about this?
I can already see the Macro just like standing at a training dummy for the entire time.
That's what I'm doing. Dude, I get 2 skill points in. I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. I'm just in Kyovasha, just like, guys, no. I don't think this thing works. No, it's not. It doesn't work with might aspect. I'm testing it. I'm just hitting a bear outside of Kyovasha. I'm like, I don't think the DR works, guys.
It wouldn't be a macro stream if you. I mean, you got at this point you got to start it up in the training dummy room, Mac. You need to do me that favor.
And Excel sheets open in the corner. Yes. I'm like, hey guys, I'm just getting a data set real fast. Yes. They give me 2 hours.
Here's another thing for me. I don't know if it's different for Woody or Macro, and we're like myth busting here. I have never played the expansion. I don't have any insider info. I haven't been secretly playing the expansion off stream and learning it. I have never played it. I know nothing. I couldn't tell you one of the Spiritborn skills. I never played 1 second of the campaign. Will actually be my first time seeing it ever.
Yeah, and circling back to our starting topic of the PTR, I'm sure that's gonna go well, right?
I would be lying. Like I'm not sitting here like, oh god, we're so smart we can just figure out everything. But it actually does make me a little bit worried, because there were some alpha tests and we caught some horrific things that should not be in Diablo 4. I'm genuinely worried if none of us have played it and it releases whatever it was, October 6th, October 8th, whatever it is. I'm a little worried.
I think, I mean, there's a lot of like boogeymans under the bed that we could point to. Bare minimum, I'm really excited that they are doing this, because we're not the only ones who get to play, right? They're sending a whole group out a week beforehand. We're going to be doing the live premiere, literally just walking around in our baby diaper. Like, I don't know what this does. And people are going to be putting out full build guides with all of the video footage that they get. And it's going to be like, hey guys, I tried out the pets, and somebody like Rob is going to be like, I tested pets and they do no damage. Here's why everything is wrong. And I'll be like, that's a cool energy. That's great. But Like, and I'm definitely
I
not
think-
like a little bit concerned about that at all.
So I think, obviously, I think people will be able to get like maybe screenshots or footage of all the different skills. But I think that it could be for us as well. I think our playtime is not going to be that extensive. I don't think we're going to get very far with anything.
Yeah, honestly, I would be perfectly fine if it's a level 1 Spiritborn at the start of a reduced amount of the storyline of the expansion. And then we get to an area where it's like, because this is what they did when they first showed off the game. People just kind of had like low level characters at BlizzCon, and they were just running around as a druid being like, I'm a werewolf now. I'm hitting stuff. Like, I don't expect it to get much deeper than that. It's just, I'm glad they're doing this as opposed to not doing it, right? Like, regardless of outside like the hype train, trying to get, impressions online. Literally just getting it into the hands of us for like a few hours, like 4-hour stream. I'm gonna have a feedback document.
I
You don't think it's a live stream though? Like,
I don't think
you want me to boot up for 2 hours. All right, bye everybody. I'm gonna go eat dinner. Like,
I wouldn't be surprised if they usually start everything at 11 a.m. and I assume the reveal is going to be an hour or two. Maybe. I don't even think they're going to give us 4 hours, man. Maybe, but that's not what I'm expecting. I hope. Give me 24. Let's send it.
Yeah, man.
We just play until the flight the next day.
If there's multiplayer, we're gonna get macro up to speed, and then we're gonna do like a 4-man group speed run, level 100 from 1 to 100. It's fine. Like, they want to restrict us to like fighting the bears and the wolves at level 20. No, we're gonna go all the way. We're gonna find all the items.
We're like dashing to Helltide. They're like, no guys, that's restricted. It's like, okay, it's fine. I'm gonna waypoint there. And like, how'd you do that? All right, we're in the hell. I'm doing Hell Maiden. All right, I found the legendary piece of gear. You know what does suck? This one's a little personal. You said you said, and then you're leaving on the 19th. What does that calendar look like? There's a little look into my life here. So on the 19th, I have my 10-year anniversary with my girlfriend, where we're going to like a bed and breakfast up north to celebrate. So rather than flying out like a regular human being, I'm leaving at midnight the night of that dinner on a red-eye flight to get home in the morning.
Why didn't you bring her to Seattle, man? Send it.
She has a whole job. She just got a raise in it. We were thinking about it, but it was also like, we still have those plans. So it's like, oh, we're going to fly out to Seattle just for both of us to fly home and then both be tired and then go to the bed and breakfast.
No. I'm saying have the anniversary in Seattle. Do something fun in Seattle. Make it a vacation, man.
Yeah, I don't drink coffee, and it sounds like that's all there is there. And I don't know. I don't know, man. We already had the plans before they told us about this because it's Blizzard. So it's like, hey, what are you doing next month? And I'm like, I don't know. I have a whole life. And they're like, well, you're coming to Seattle now. So let's go.
You're letting a bed and breakfast that you planned a month in advance not let you alter bringing her to a new city. It's okay. It's whatever. Congratulations. That's amazing. It would just be cool. It would be cool. Out is what I'm trying to say, man.
No, I get that. That's honestly the worst part about it. It's like it would be cool for her to, because like she got to meet Woody at BlizzCon and stuff. So, but yeah, there'll be more opportunities in the future.
Okay, I tried chats. I'm sorry. They seem to
TLDR,
have
we learned nothing.
Yeah, they either spoken beforehand, all three of them, to cover up and have the alibis ready, or they really know nothing. But at least I tried. How about quick rapid fire questions? We have like maybe 2 or 3 quick things from the chat. If everybody looks over, maybe we do have 1 or 2 things that people were hoping to ask in the 4 of us.
Chat, if you have anything, now's time.
Okay, sorry, my microphone just exploded there. Are we asking our chat for questions? Is that what's happening? Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yes, we hear you, Rex.
Guys, give me questions. Give me something.
I have a question while we're loading these things up. Woody, where did you find a 17-gallon bottle of water? What is that?
That's normal.
It's 1.5 liters. It might look a little bit large, but it's a normal water, 1.5 liter. Look.
If that's normal, I'll let you know. I'm dealing with subnormal. Like, look at this small cup. Look at that.
That's not very American of you. It also looks like water.
Yeah, we do really well when we go to like fast food and we get a large size drink. It's like the size, essentially the size of your water bottle. But I'm drinking water too.
Yeah, see? Like, look at our normal ass bottles. Like, what are you doing? Is that also how you train your like wrist strength? You're like,
yeah, you can. You know, like you can have a 6-pack of these. Like I was carrying this home earlier from the supermarket, like a 6-pack left, 6-pack right, and then of course you can do like. You see my arms? Yeah.
Okay, I got 2 questions for everybody from chat. The first question is, will you play Season 32 of Diablo 3? And the second question is, do you think that Blizzard would delay Season 5 because of how the PTR went? Let's start with Chronikz, since he gets to go last on everything.
Thank you, Rex, for thinking of me. I'd love to play the season for D3. I actually think it's a great game at this point. It's just unfortunate timing for me, actually. I'd probably be all in last epoch because for some reason they kind of made a one-player, a leveling leaderboard, and they also have a pinnacle boss race going on, so that has my name written all over it.
Yeah, same for me as well. And also like with the fact that I'm going for US right after, like I'm gonna be in LE mode until then. Maybe when I come back, I might consider like a weekend of D3 or so.
I don't play Diablo 3. It's a great game. I don't shit on it. It's not particularly my cup of tea. I only like to play games that I think I'm good at, and I don't know anything about it. So I'm like, I don't want to do this.
Okay, I will play Diablo 3. I'll play at least a day or two. I'll do what I always do. I'll start on EU, blast. I'll go on NA, and I'll blast. Might play a second day, but yeah, the scheduling here is pretty insane. There's Torchlight, there's Last Epoch, there's Diablo 3, there's Going to Seattle. Then I think there's a No Rest for the Wicked update. Then PoE is coming soon, and then it's Season 5. It's gonna be a crazy month. I do not think that Season 5 will be delayed. I think they're gonna clean it up as much as they can. I do think they will clean it up pretty well. It won't be everything that we ever dreamed of, but I don't see them delaying Season 5 at all.
To that exact point, this is like a little bit behind the curtain. This is like some of the most engaged I've seen the entirety of like the Diablo partners with like feedback and bug reports and ideas and like things about what the content was. And I think that Blizzard got like an insurmountable amount of feedback about this in comparison to how short of the window was and realistically how little insight we got into things. So I have high hopes that a lot of what we talked about will make its way into the Season 5 changes or shortly thereafter. It's already a 2-month season because it's going directly into Season 6 after that with the release of the expansion. So like they just have to maintain the goodwill that they generated with Season 4, which I think they did a really good job of bringing a lot of people back into the fold. And as long as all they do is maintain that and give us something new to do, I think it'll be generally well received. And then it's straight into the expansion and the hype that comes along with that. But yeah, it's the schedule right now is insane. Like I am playing Torchlight Infinite. I actually really like Torchlight Infinite, like just like how fast you kind of get into the end game systems and stuff. So I'll be playing that for a while and probably won't check out No Rest for the Wicked. But yeah, it's in the schedule right now is insane.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a mistake to launch on the 12th. Like, it's literally the same day that they've invited, like, almost every other Diablo content creator to their offices. This is the day where they start the Diablo 3 season,
Which thing is the... Oh, okay, yeah, sorry.
No, keep talking, but, it's kind of hilarious to me that this happened,
No. All I was asking you was which game was the 12th, and then you said Diablo 3.
D3, sorry, I didn't mention that, so, but... Yeah, like this 12.
All the blasters. are
Yeah,
just
it's-
in Irvine, California, all like live streaming from their phones. Like, I'm playing on my laptop, guys. Don't worry, I'm rank 1. Hold on, I'll be right there.
I mean, like, the field season launches these days are probably not really that crazy impactful and stuff. And personally, I've also just become more casual about D3. Like there's like other stuff going on. I'm in D4 mode. I'm looking forward to PoE 2 and stuff. Like, it's actually kind of strange for me because I've been there. Basically for like 5 years straight, every single season start, right? And now I'm just not gonna be there. I'm just like, and kind of weird to think about, But okay.
Wait, are you also going to the California thing?
No, but I'll skip the season start. So that's what I mean. So it's like,
I got
okay,
you.
I'm not doing both events, but it's like,
I was gonna say this guy's a god.
yeah, no, not that much.
He also has to import himself from across the pond. So like, just like
No,
all the stress
I'm
that we're
getting
doing.
imported just fine. So I gotta give a shout out to
Oh, okay.
Blizzard. They actually are handling everything, without troubling me really. So that's nice.
Yeah, this one was actually like super duper easy. It was just kind of like give them information, and then I got flight details back. I was like, sick, thanks. That's actually cool.
Okay, here's an interesting question though, like a bit more on the Diablo topic. What damage type do you hope the Spiritborn focuses on? Like Vuln, Overpower, Crit, Dot, and also which elements? So maybe we can talk about that.
New element of magic, the concept of magic. And a lot of the flavor of the new items is being able to convert some of your damage to magic damage. And that's something that other classes will be able to tap into. That's my tinfoil hat concept.
So that's like very Diablo 2 focused here, I guess, Macro's idea. I like it, actually. Magic as a damage type or magic as a mechanic or something like that, having something special. I guess if they don't want to make anything new, it might probably be like Fizz, Cold, Poison. Would be probably the most realistic combo, I would say.
Yes, that's exactly what I would think as well. Like, if there's nothing new, then those seem to be what is up. Like, I see a green jungle thing, I instantly think of poison damage for sure, and then cold just seems fitting in terms of like Spiritborn, wind type of stuff. I don't know. That seems great, and I think Overpower doesn't unfortunately fit those themes, so it has to be either crit or vulnerable, right? If we go the logical route. But what do I hope for? I mean, just give me some form of poison, but also give me a completely new water element or something like that, and then literally go crazy with like aspect of the Viper and go fully into dodge type of thing with poison, or you can go the complete opposite way with like water elementals that you summon and help you, or to make Rax the happiest person. I want to see totems actually.
Yeah, so my main in WoW for many eons was Shaman. And this is like the closest thing we're ever going to get to a shaman. So then the first question people always say is, well, if you love shaman, why do you hate witch doctor? And the easy answer there is witch doctors suck and shamans are godly. So for me, about like what they actually scale, I mean, thematically, that doesn't matter to me. Crit damage, vulnerable, overpowered, no matter what that is, or they have a new mechanic. That's not important to me. The important thing to me is how it plays. It seems like the Spiritborn is going to be, it looks like some kind of mix between a shaman from WoW and maybe a monk from Diablo 3, which was, again, one of my absolute favorite classes. They could do incredible things. They had incredible movement. So as long as it plays like it almost looks like they have the two-handed glaives. It looks like they might, kind of like the monk with the Daibo, they might have these crazy martial arts builds, kind of like what Shred doesn't have built into it normally, being able to like teleport around everywhere, kill everything. The thing that I love the most about shamans is I think shamans in a fight can manipulate the situation pretty much more than any other class. You have like 50 keybinds and 1,000 different totems, and you can interrupt people, you can slow them, you can purge their buffs, you can do anything on a shaman. They're like the Swiss Army knife of classes. So if Spiritborn is like this, kind of like a rogue, if it's like a very high skill, martial arty, tons of different abilities to solve a bunch of different problems. That's what's going to make me love the class. That's what I'm hoping for.
I do. I'm very excited for this clearly going to be incredibly mobile and agile fighter build to have mobility built into every single skill. As I sit on my Necromancer, surprising nobody, I was a Warlock main in World of Warcraft. The thing that I'm expecting them actually to steal like kind of heavily from rogues in World of Warcraft is this idea of quite literally comboing together skills. So your skill does a thing if you hit it with this thing, and then it will do something else if you hit it with this skill, and then it will do something else when you return to that skill. That idea, that complexity of combat is something that I think fits into the build or fits into the class theme very well. You know, like a hyper agile, like I did my first skill, I got this not combo points, but literally if I use my Q, then my W, then my Q again, I get the second effect of my Q as opposed to the first one. And I think that that's going to make its way onto the class in some meaningful way.
That sounds really fun. I guess like maybe one kind of problem with that I could see is that if that's true, which I think sounds really cool, you also need to have like some more simplistic playstyles on the same class as well that are not always just like weave everything together in the right order. You know, you might get interrupted. It might just not be really fun for some people, right? They want maybe something more approachable to like enjoy the class. But if that was like an option, I think that would be nice.
Sure. So like they're fighting with this like glaive, right? So it's like if you just use Q 3 times in a row, it is a down strike, it's an up strike, and the third one cleaves to monsters around it. So it's like a very simple thing versus if you go like down strike or like down strike, and then you do your cool elemental dash. That means that when the cleave goes out, it applies poison to everything. Like that kind of, you know, it doesn't have to be super complex, but I just like thought of that in my head. I was like, oh, that I feel like I'm telling the future right now. If that's not on the class, then I am absolute garbage at theory crafting new stuff for the game.
So you're thinking it's going to be a melee version of the Rune Master from Last Epoch, kind of.
Sure, yeah. Like I was quite literally just thinking more of like literally straight up from the rogue from WoW, where it's just if you have this many things when you initiate the use of your skill, you get this output from it, as opposed to whatever. But yeah,
and Rune Master
like,
literally has completely different things. Like if you go QQQ versus QWQ, it's actually a completely different finisher. Like totally different.
And then my chat just pointed out that like it's very much like the martial arts assassin in D2, or I'm even thinking like Marth and Roy from like Super Smash Brothers Melee. I don't know, man. Now this is the only class I want to play. Can I be the new Spiritborn class lead if this is true?
Me too, please.
Okay.
We need 2 new Necro guide writers then, I guess.
Yeah. If you can find me some good Necros, we can discuss it, yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll figure it out.
Looking at chat right now. Okay, guys. Let's bring this to an end. I don't know if I should say I'm sorry for extending. I think we all had quite a good time, had a lot of fun. Very many good points. I'm really thankful for your guys' time, even extending. I think the next time I'll just literally say it's 3 hours, and then if we don't make it, that's better. Instead of doing it the other way around. I hope that everyone had a great time. People watching either live or on YouTube hopefully don't mind this being a little bit longer than anticipated. And yeah, I really hope I see you guys in a great shape on the 18th live on the stream. We're all rooting for you guys. So thank you for your time and a great conversation.
Thanks for having me. See you guys in Seattle, man.
Yeah, see you in Seattle. Get to meet Rax, baby. Let's go.
I promise you, it's a lot less exciting than it seems. I'll give you a giant bear hug, though.
That's all I need out of my life. Are we the same? Hey, real quick, are we the same height? I'm 5'8". How tall are you?
5'10".
God damn it. All right. I thought you were
that's 178. 178 in centimeters is 5'10", I think.
That's exactly the question that I would have had right now.
I only do freedom units. Sorry, y'all.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much. See you then. Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
All right, it was fun, and thanks. Yeah, all right. That was it, guys. So, hope you enjoyed it. Oh. Okay. Let's change this again here. Also fun podcast, I think. We do this. Okay, here we go. Move this stuff here. Okay. Double dipping. 18 cucumbers. Yeah, I'm 18 cucumbers tall, exactly. They got it. I got it right. Okay. Well, I think it's like midnight here. Maybe I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna be working on some stuff. So I'm not sure if we're gonna log in now again. It was actually a bit long podcast. So maybe it's gonna raid someone now. And that's it. Very funny to see if Rob is the Barb dev. Yeah. Maybe he is secretly, who knows. Yeah, V is my push and talk, guys. This is what you saw there. Get ready for LE tomorrow. Yeah, actually, I have to start preparing for Last Epoch. So maybe we're gonna do some Last Epoch tomorrow. And then Friday, and maybe more in the weekend, we're gonna do some Torchlight. I have a co-op stream with Pulsar Run for the Torchlight launch on Friday. And yeah, maybe gonna do more in the weekend, we'll see. Torchlight's gonna be fun. Yeah, and also tomorrow, that will most likely be around 6 to 8 p.m. start in CET. So this will be like morning to noon NA, West Coast. We're gonna have a hardcore streamer race. So there's gonna be Chronikz, Condis, me, Oogie Boogie. This is like what we talked about earlier, the Living of the Land challenge. It's gonna be very fun. And maybe Rax and maybe that mods. I asked them too if they are joining, but I'm not sure if they are. Yeah. When is Northy gonna join us? Yeah, it would be nice to have Northy on a podcast at some point. I asked him once, but I think he didn't want to, but maybe at some point. When are Sorc mains in all these podcasts? Yeah, there's not been many like crazy Sorc cracks out there. There's like Northy, there's like Akuna, and there's like more people that main Sorc. But at least like, I don't know, not really much comes to my mind from like people that I know well, at least. Could ask Akuna at some point to join. But yeah, I think this was like, you know, specific like Maxroll podcast, so we had like Maxroll boys here basically. But you know, when I do like my own podcast again, I try to like have a bit of variety and like ask other people. Here and there we have like a familiar face, and here and there like some new like or smaller creators or so, also outside of Maxroll. So I do that. But it's just like, okay, we do like, I don't know, let's say 3 podcasts in a season. So that means, you know, if I do three of them, then one of the 4 slots is always taken. So there's like 9 other people. And there's a lot of content creators out there, so get Frosty to join. Yeah. No one brings the energy to podcasts like Crip. Yeah. Just remember the name Capstone Champions or the Ultimate Blitz Race. That's a fun name actually, Dread. Yeah, tomorrow the challenge is called Living Off the Land. It's gonna be hardcore, no NPC interaction, no stash, race to Elias. It's gonna be cool. Maxroll photo at the Blizzard event. Yeah, we're gonna have some pictures for sure. Alright, in any case, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. And we'll do a lot of stuff then. Gonna be fun. Gonna write Chronikz, who was like hosting this. I'm not sure if he keeps going, but let's just hope he will. Alright. So send some love to Chronikz, and let's go tomorrow. Have a good one.